The Christmas Banquet. From Mosses from an Old Manse and Other Stories, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Bob Neufeld. "I have here attempted," said Roderick, unfolding a few sheets of manuscript, as he sat with Rosina and the sculptor in the summer-house, "I have attempted to seize hold of a personage who glides past me occasionally in my walk through life. My former sad experience, as you know, has gifted me with some degree of insight into the gloomy mysteries of the human heart, through which I have wandered like one astray in a dark cavern with his torch fast flickering to extinction. But this man, this class of men, is a hopeless puzzle." "Well, propound him," said the sculptor. "Let us have an idea of him, to begin with." "Why, indeed," replied Roderick, "he is such a being as I could conceive you to carve out of marble, and some yet unrealized perfection of human science to endow with an exquisite mockery of intellect. But still there lacks the last inestimable touch of a divine creator. He looks like a man, and perchance like a better specimen of man than you ordinarily meet. You might esteem him wise. He is capable of cultivation and refinement, and has at least an external conscience, but the demands that spirit makes upon spirit are precisely those to which he cannot respond. When at last you come close to him, you find him chill and unsubstantial, a mere vapor." "I believe," said Rosina, "I have a glimmering idea of what you mean." "Then be thankful," answered her husband, smiling, "but do not anticipate any further illumination from what I am about to read. I have here imagined such a man to be, what probably he never is, conscious of the deficiency in his spiritual organization. Methinks the result would be a sense of cold unreality, wherewith he would go shivering through the world, longing to exchange his load of ice for any burthen of real grief that fate could fling upon a human being." Connecting himself with this preface, Roderick began to read. In a certain old gentleman's last will and testament there appeared a bequest which, as his final thought and deed, was singular in keeping with a long life of melancholy eccentricity. He devised a considerable sum for establishing a fund, the interest of which was to be expended, annually forever, in preparing a Christmas banquet for 10 of the most miserable persons that could be found. It seemed not to be the testator's purpose to make these half-a-score of sad hearts merry, but to provide that the stern or fierce expression of human discontent should not be drowned, even for that one holy and joyful day, amid the acclamations of festal gratitude which all Christendom sends up. And he desired likewise to perpetuate his own remonstrance against the earthly course of Providence, and his sad and sour descent from those systems of religion or philosophy which either find sunshine in the world or draw it down from heaven. The task of inviting the guests, or of selecting among such as might advance their claims to partake of this dismal hospitality, was confided to the 2 trustees or stewards of the fund. These gentlemen, like their deceased friend, were sombre humorists, who made it their principal occupation to number the sable threads in the web of human life and drop all the golden ones out of the reckoning. They performed their present office with integrity and judgment. The aspect of the assembled company on the day of the first festival might not, it is true, have satisfied every beholder that these were especially the individuals, chosen forth from all the world, whose griefs were worthy to stand as indicators of the mass of human suffering. Yet, after due consideration, it cannot be disputed that here was a variety of hopeless discomfort, which, if it sometimes arose from causes apparently inadequate, was thereby only the shrewder imputation against the nature and mechanism of life. The arrangements and decorations of the banquet were probably intended to signify that death in life which had been among the testator's definition of existence. The hall, illuminated by torches, was hung round with curtains of deep and dusky purple, and adorned with branches of cypress and wreaths of artificial flowers, imitative of such as used to be strewn over the dead. A sprig of parsley was laid by every plate. The main reservoir of wine was a sepulchral urn of silver, whence the liquor was distributed around the table in small vases, accurately copied from those that held the tears of ancient mourners. Neither had the stewards, if it was their taste that arranged these details, forgotten the fantasy of the old Egyptians, who seated a skeleton at every festal board, and mocked their own merriment with the imperturbable grin of a death's head. Such a fearful guest, shrouded in a black mantle, sat now at the head of the table. It was whispered, I know not with what truth, that the testator himself had once walked the visible world with the machinery of that same skeleton, and that it was one of the stipulations of his will that he should thus be permitted to sit from year to year at the banquet which he had instituted. If so, it was perhaps covertly implied that he had cherished no hopes of bliss beyond the grave to compensate for the evils which he felt or imagined here. And if, in their bewildered conjectures as to the purpose of earthly existence, the banqueters should throw aside the veil and cast an inquiring glance at this figure of death, as seeking thence the solution otherwise unattainable, the only reply would be a stare of the vacant eye-caverns and a grin of the skeleton jaws. Such was the response that the dead man had fancied himself to receive when he asked of death to solve the riddle of his life. And it was his desire to repeat it when the guests of his dismal hospitality should find themselves perplexed with the same question. "What means that wreath?" asked several of the company, while viewing the decorations of the table. They alluded to a wreath of cypress, which was held on high by a skeleton arm, protruding from within the black mantle. "It is a crown," said one of the stewards, "not for the worthiest, but for the woefulest, when he shall prove his claim to it." The guest earliest bidden to the festival was a man of soft and gentle character, who had not energy to struggle against a heavy despondency to which his temperament rendered him liable, and therefore, with nothing outwardly to excuse him from happiness, he had spent a life of quiet misery that made his blood torpid, and weighed upon his breath, and sat like a ponderous night-fiend upon every throb of his unresisting heart. His wretchedness seemed as deep as his original nature, if not identical with it. It was the misfortune of a second guest to cherish within his bosom a diseased heart, which had become so wretchedly sore that the continual and unavoidable rubs of the world, the blow of an enemy, the careless jostle of a stranger, and even the faithful and loving touch of a friend, alike made ulcers in it. As is the habit of people thus afflicted, he found his chief employment in exhibiting these miserable sores to any who would give themselves the pain of viewing them. A third guest was a hypochondriac, whose imagination wrought necromancy in his outward and inward world, and caused him to see monstrous faces in the household fire, and dragons in the clouds of sunset, and fiends in the guise of beautiful women, and something ugly or wicked beneath all the pleasant services of nature. His neighbor at table was one who, in his early youth, had trusted mankind too much and hoped too highly in their behalf, and in meeting with many disappointments had become desperately soured. For several years back this misanthrope had employed himself in accumulating motives for hating and despising his race, such as murder, lust, treachery, ingratitude, faithlessness of trusted friends, instinctive vices of children, impurity of women, hidden guilt in men of saint-like aspect, and in short all manner of black realities that sought to decorate themselves with outward grace or glory. But at every atrocious fact that was added to his catalogue, at every increase of the sad knowledge which he spent his life to collect, the native impulses of the poor man's loving and confiding heart made him groan with anguish. Next, with his heavy brow bent downward, there stole into the hall a man naturally earnest and impassioned, who, with his immemorial infancy, had felt the consciousness of a high message to the world, but essaying to deliver it, had found either no voice nor form of speech, or else no ears to listen. Therefore his whole life was a bitter questioning of himself. Why have not men acknowledged my mission? Am I not a self-deluding fool? What business have I on earth? Where is my grave? Throughout the festival he quaffed frequent draughts from the sepulchral urn of wine, having thus to quench the celestial fire that tortured his own breast and could not benefit his race. Then there entered, having flung away a ticket for a ball, a grey gallant of yesterday, who had found 4 or 5 wrinkles in his brow, and more grey hairs than he could well number on his head. Endowed with sense and feeling, he had nevertheless spent his youth in folly, but had reached at last that dreary point in life where folly quits us of her own accord, leaving us to make friends with wisdom if we can. Thus, cold and desolate, he had come to seek wisdom at the banquet, and wondered if the skeleton were she. To eke out the company, the Stuarts had invited a distressed poet from his home in the almshouse, and a melancholy idiot from the street corner. The latter had just the glimmering of sense that was sufficient to make him conscious of a vacancy which the poor fellow all his life long had mistily sought to fill up with intelligence, wandering up and down the streets, and groaning miserably because his attempts were ineffectual. The only lady in the hall was one who had fallen short of absolute and perfect beauty merely by the trifling defect of a slight cast in her left eye. But this blemish, minute as it was, so shocked the pure ideal of her soul, rather than her vanity, that she passed her life in solitude, and veiled her countenance even from her own gaze, so the skeleton sat shrouded at one end of the table, and this poor lady at the other. One other guest remains to be described. He was a young man, of smooth brow, fair cheek, and fashionable mien. So far as his exterior developed him, he might much more suitably have found a place at some merry Christmas table than have been numbered among the blighted, fate-stricken, fancy-tortured set of ill-starred banqueters. Murmurs arose among the guests as they noted the glance of general scrutiny which the intruder threw over his companions. What had he to do among them? Why did not the skeleton of the dead founder of the feast unbend its rattling joints, arise, and motion the unwelcome stranger from the board? "Shameful," said the morbid man, while a new ulcer broke out in his heart. "He comes to mock us. We shall be the jest of his tavern friends. He will make a farce of our miseries, and bring it out upon the stage." "Oh, never mind him," said the hypochondriac, smiling sourly. "He shall feast from yonder tureen of viper soup, and if there is a fricassee of scorpions on the table, pray let him have his share of it. For the dessert he shall taste the apples of Sodom. Then, if he like our Christmas fare, let him return again next year." "Trouble him not," murmured the melancholy man, with gentleness. "What matters it whether the consciousness of misery come a few years sooner or later? If this youth deem himself happy now, yet let him sit with us, for the sake of the wretchedness to come. The poor idiot approached the young man with that mournful aspect of vacant inquiry which his face continually wore, and which caused people to say that he was always in search of his missing wits. After no little examination, he touched the stranger's hand, but immediately drew back his own, shaking his head and shivering. "Cold, cold, cold," muttered the idiot. The young man shivered too, and smiled. "Gentlemen, and you, madam," said one of the stewards of the festival, "do not conceive so ill either of our caution or judgment as to imagine that we have admitted this young stranger, Gervase Hastings by name, without a full investigation and thoughtful balance of his claims. Trust me, not a guest at the table is better entitled to his seat." The steward's guarantee was perforce satisfactory. The company therefore took their places, and addressed themselves to the serious business of the feast, but were soon disturbed by the hypochondriac, who thrust back his chair, complaining that a dish of stewed toads and vipers was set before him, and that there was green ditch-water in his cup of wine. This mistake being amended, he quietly resumed his seat. The wine, as it flowed freely from the sepulchral urn, seemed to come imbued with all gloomy inspirations, so that its influence was not to cheer, but either to sink the revellers into a deeper melancholy, or elevate their spirits into an enthusiasm of wretchedness. The conversation was various. They told sad stories about people who might have been worthy guests at such a festival at the present. They talked of grisly incidents in human history, of strange crimes which, if truly considered, were but convulsions of agony, of some lives that had been altogether wretched, and of others which, wearing a general semblance of happiness, had yet been deformed sooner or later by misfortune, as by the intrusion of a grim face at a banquet; of death-bed scenes, and what dark intimations might be gathered from the words of the dying men; of suicide, and whether the more eligible mode were by halter, knife, poison, drowning, gradual starvation, or the fumes of charcoal. The majority of the guests, as is the custom with people thoroughly and profoundly sick at heart, were anxious to make their own woes the theme of discussion, and prove themselves most excellent in anguish. The misanthropist went deep into the philosophy of evil, and wandered about in the darkness, with now and then a gleam of discolored light hovering on ghastly shapes and horrid scenery. Many a miserable thought, such as men have stumbled upon from age to age, did he now rake up again and gloat over it as an inestimable gem, a diamond, a treasure far preferable to those bright spiritual revelations of a better world which are like precious stones from heaven's pavement. And then, amid his lore of wretchedness, he hid his face and wept. It was a festival in which the woeful man of Uz might suitably have been a guest, together with all, in each succeeding age, who had tasted deepest of the bitterness of life. And be it said, too, that every son or daughter of woman, however favored with happy fortune, might, at one sad moment or another, have claimed the privilege of a stricken heart to sit down at this table. But throughout the feast it was remarked that the young stranger, Gervase Hastings, was unsuccessful in his attempts to catch its pervading spirit. That any deep, strong thought that found utterance, and which was torn out, as it were, from the saddest recesses of human consciousness, he looked mystified and bewildered, even more than the poor idiot, who seemed to grasp at such things with his earnest heart, and thus occasionally to comprehend them. The young man's conversation was of a colder and lighter kind, often brilliant, but lacking the powerful characteristics of a nature that had been developed by suffering. "Sir," said the misanthropist bluntly, in reply to some observation by Gervase Hastings, "Pray do not address me again. We have no right to talk together. Our minds have nothing in common. By what claim you appear at this banquet I cannot guess. But methinks, to a man who could say what you have just now said, my companions and myself must seem no more than shadows flickering on the wall, and precisely such a shadow are you to us." The young man smiled and bowed, but drawing himself back in his chair, he buttoned his coat over his breast, as if the banqueting-hall were growing chill. Again the idiot fixed his melancholy stare upon the youth, and murmured, "Cold, cold, cold." The banquet drew to its conclusion, and the guests departed. Scarcely had they stepped across the threshold of the hall, when the scene that had there passed seemed like the vision of a sick fancy or an exhalation from a stagnant heart. Now and then, however, during the year that ensued, these melancholy people caught glimpses of one another, transient indeed, but enough to prove that they walked the earth with the ordinary allotment of reality. Sometimes a pair of them came face to face while stealing through the evening twilight, enveloped in their sable cloaks. Sometimes they casually met in churchyards. Once also it happened that two of the dismal banqueters mutually started at recognizing each other in the noonday sunshine of a crowded street, stalking there like ghosts astray. Doubtless they wondered why the skeleton did not come abroad at noonday too. But whenever the necessity of their fares compelled these Christmas guests into the bustling world, they were sure to encounter the young man, who had so unaccountably been admitted to the festival. They saw him among the gay and fortunate. They caught the sunny sparkle of his eye. They heard the light and careless tones of his voice, and muttered to themselves, with such indignation as only the aristocracy of wretchedness can kindle, "The traitor! The vile impostor! Providence, in its own good time, may give him a right to feast among us." But the young man's unabashed eye dwelt upon their gloomy figures as they passed him, seeming to say, perchance with somewhat of a sneer, "First know my secret, then measure your claims with mine." The step of time stole onward, and soon brought Merry Christmas round again, with glad and solemn worship in the churches, and sports, games, festivals, and everywhere the bright face of joy beside the household fire. Again, likewise, the hall, with its curtains of dusky purple, was illuminated by the death torches, gleaming on the sepulchral decorations of the banquet. The veiled skeleton sat in state, lifting the cypress wreath above its head as the guerdon of some guest, illustrious in the qualifications which there claimed precedence. As the stewards deemed the world inexhaustible in misery, and were desirous of recognizing it in all its forms, they had not seen fit to reassemble the company of the former year. New faces now threw their gloom across the table. There was a man of nice conscience who bore a blood-stain in his heart, the death of a fellow-creature, which, for his more exquisite torture, had chanced with such a peculiarity of circumstance that he could not absolutely determine whether his will had entered into the deed or not. Therefore his whole life was spent in the agony of an inward trial for murder, with a continual sifting of the details of his terrible calamity, until his mind had no longer any thought nor his soul any emotion disconnected with it. There was a mother, too, a mother once, but a desolation now, who many years before had gone out on a pleasure party, and returning found her infant smothered in its little bed, and ever since she had been tortured with the fantasy that her buried baby lay smothering in its coffin. Then there was an aged lady who had lived from time immemorial with a constant tremor quivering through her frame. It was terrible to discern her dark shadow tremulous upon the wall. Her lips likewise were tremulous, and the expression of her eyes seemed to indicate that her soul was trembling too. Owing to the bewilderment and confusion which made almost a chaos of her intellect, it was impossible to discover what dire misfortune had thus shaken her nature to its depths, so that the stewards had admitted her to the table, not from any acquaintance with her history, but on the safe testimony of her miserable aspect. Some surprise was expressed at the presence of a bluff, red-faced gentleman, a certain Mr. Smith, who had evidently the fat of many a rich feast within him, and the habitual twinkle of whose eye betrayed a disposition to break forth into uproarious laughter, for little cause or none. It turned out, however, that with the best possible flow of spirits our poor friend was afflicted with a physical disease of the heart, which threatened instant death on the slightest cachinatory indulgence, or even that titillation of the bodily frame produced by merry thoughts. In this dilemma he had sought admittance to the banquet on the ostensible plea of his irksome and miserable state, but in reality with the hope of imbibing a life-preserving melancholy. A married couple had been invited, from a motive of bitter humor, it being well understood that they rendered each other unutterably miserable whenever they chanced to meet, and therefore must necessarily be fit associates at the festival. In contrast with these was another couple, still unmarried, who had interchanged their hearts in early life, but had been divided by circumstances as impalpable as morning mist, and kept apart so long that their spirits now found it impossible to meet. Therefore, yearning for communion, yet shrinking from one another, and choosing none beside, they found themselves companionless in life, and looked upon eternity as a boundless desert. Next to the skeleton sat a mere son of earth, a haunter of the exchange, a gatherer of shining dust, a man whose life's record was in his ledger, and whose soul's prison-house the vaults of the bank where he kept his deposits. This person had been greatly perplexed at his invitation, deeming himself one of the most fortunate men in the city, but the stewards persisted in demanding his presence, assuring him that he had no conception how miserable he was. And now appeared a figure which we must acknowledge as our acquaintance of the former festival. It was Gervase Hastings, whose presence had then caused so much question and criticism, and who now took his place with the composure of one whose claims were satisfactory to himself and must needs be allowed by others. Yet his easy and unruffled face betrayed no sorrow. The well-skilled beholders gazed a moment into his eyes and shook their heads, to miss the unuttered sympathy, the countersign, never to be falsified, of those whose hearts are cavern-mouths, through which they descend into a region of illimitable woe, and recognize other wanderers there. "Who is this youth?" asked the man with a blood-stain on his conscience. "Surely he has never gone down into the depths. I know all the aspects of those who have passed through the dark valley. By what right is he among us?" "Ah, it is a sinful thing to come hither without a sorrow," murmured the aged lady, in accents that partook of the eternal tremor which pervaded her whole being. "Depart, young man. Your soul has never been shaken, and therefore I tremble so much the more to look at you." "His soul shaken? No, I'll answer for it," said bluff Mr. Smith, pressing his hand upon his heart, and making himself as melancholy as he could, for fear of a fatal explosion of laughter. "I know the lad well. He has as fair prospects as any young man about town, and has no more right among us miserable creatures than the child unborn. He never was miserable, and probably never will be." "Our honored guests," interposed the stewards, Pray have patience with us, and believe at least that our deep veneration for the sacredness of this solemnity would preclude any wilful violation of it. Receive this young man to your table. It may not be too much to say that no guest here would exchange his own heart for the one that beats within that youthful bosom." "I'd call it a bargain, and gladly too," muttered Mr. Smith, with a perplexing mixture of sadness and mirthful conceit. "A plague upon their nonsense! My own heart is the only really miserable one in the company. It will certainly be the death of me at last." Nevertheless, as on the former occasion, the judgment of the stewards being without appeal, the company sat down. The obnoxious guest made no more attempt to obtrude his conversation on those about him, but appeared to listen to the table talk with peculiar assiduity, as if some inestimable secret, otherwise beyond his reach, might be conveyed in a casual word. And, in truth, to those who could understand and value it, there was rich matter in the upgushings and outpourings of these initiated souls, to whom sorrow had been a talisman, admitting them into spiritual depths which no other spell can open. Sometimes, out of the midst of densest gloom, there flashed a momentary radiance, pure as crystal, bright as the flame of stars, and shedding such a glow upon the mystery of life, that the guests were ready to exclaim, "Surely the riddle is on the point of being solved." At such illuminated intervals the saddest mourners felt it to be revealed that mortal griefs are but shadowy and external, no more than the sable robes voluminously shrouding a certain divine reality, and thus indicating what might otherwise be altogether invisible to mortal eye. "Just now," remarked the trembling old woman, "I seemed to see beyond the outside, and then my everlasting tremor passed away." "Oh, would that I could dwell always in these momentary gleams of light!" said the man of stricken conscience. "Then the blood-stain in my heart would be washed clean away." This strain of conversation appeared so unintelligibly absurd to good Mr. Smith, that he burst into precisely the fit of laughter that his physicians had warned him against, as likely to prove instantaneously fatal. In effect, he fell back in his chair, a corpse with a broad grin upon his face, while his ghost, perchance, remained beside it, bewildered at its unpremeditated exit. This catastrophe, of course, broke up the festival. "How is this? You do not tremble?" observed the tremulous old woman to Gervase Hastings, who was gazing at the dead man with singular intentness. "Is it not awful to see him so suddenly vanish out of the midst of life, this man of flesh and blood, whose earthly nature was so warm and strong? There is a never-ending tremor in my soul, but it trembles afresh at this. And you are calm." "Would that he could teach me somewhat," said Gervase Hastings, drawing a long breath. "Men pass before me like shadows on the wall. Their actions, passions, feelings are flickering of the light, and then they vanish. Neither the corpse, nor yonder skeleton, nor this old woman's everlasting tremor can give me what I seek." And then the company departed. We cannot linger to narrate in such detail more circumstances of these singular festivals, which, in accordance with the founder's will, continue to be kept with the regularity of an established institution. In process of time, the stewards adopted the custom of inviting, from far and near, those individuals whose misfortunes were prominent above other men's, and whose mental and moral development might, therefore, be supposed to possess a corresponding interest. The exiled noble of the French Revolution and the broken soldier of the Empire were alike represented at the table. Fallen monarchs, wandering about the earth, have found places at that forlorn and miserable feast. The statesman, when his party flung him off, might, if he chose to, be once more a great man for the space of a single banquet. Aaron Burr's name appears on the record, at a period when his ruin, the profoundest and most striking, with more of a moral circumstance in it than that of almost any other man, was complete in his lonely age. Stephen Girard, when his wealth weighed upon him like a mountain, once sought admittance of his own accord. It is not probable, however, that these men had any lessons to teach in the lore of discontent and misery, which might not equally well have been studied in the common walks of life. Illustrious unfortunates attract a wider sympathy, not because their griefs are more intense, but because, being set on lofty pedestals, they the better serve mankind as instances and bywords of calamity. It concerns our present purpose to say that, at each successive festival, Gervase Hastings showed his face, gradually changing from the smooth beauty of his youth to the thoughtful comeliness of mankind, and thence to the bald, impressive dignity of age. He was the only individual invariably present. Yet, at each occasion, there were murmurs, both from those who knew his character and position, and from them whose hearts shrank back, as denying his companionship in their mystic fraternity. "Who is this impassive man?" had been asked 100 times. "Has he suffered? Has he sinned? There are no traces of either. Then wherefore is he here?" "You must inquire of the stewards, or of himself," was the constant reply. "We seem to know him well here in our city, and know nothing of him but what is creditable and fortunate. Yet here he comes, year after year, to this gloomy banquet, and sits among the guests like a marble statue. Ask yonder skeleton. Perhaps that may solve the riddle." It was, in truth, a wonder. The life of Gervase Hastings was not merely a prosperous, but a brilliant one. Everything had gone well for him. He was wealthy, far beyond the expenditure that was required for habits of magnificence, a taste of rare purity and cultivation, a love of travel, a scholar's instinct to collect a splendid library, and, moreover, what seemed a munificent liberality to the distressed. He had sought domestic happiness, and not vainly, if a lovely and tender wife and children of fair promise could ensure it. He had, besides, ascended above the limit which separates the obscure from the distinguished, and had won a stainless reputation in affairs of the widest public importance. Not that he was a popular character, or had within him the mysterious attributes which are essential to that species of success. To the public he was a cold abstraction, wholly destitute of those rich hues of personality, that living warmth, and that peculiar faculty of stamping his own heart's impression on a multitude of hearts, by which the people recognized their favorites. And it must be owned that, after his most intimate associates had done their best to know him thoroughly and love him warmly, they were startled to find how little hold he had upon their affections. They approved, they admired, but still in those moments when the human spirit most craves reality, they shrank back from Gervase Hastings as powerless to give them what they sought. It was the feeling of distrustful regret with which he should draw back the hand, after extending it, in an elusive twilight, to grasp the hand of a shadow upon the wall. As the superficial fervency of youth decayed, this peculiar effect of Gervase Hastings' character grew more perceptible. His children, when he extended his arms, came coldly to his knees, but never climbed them of their own accord. His wife wept secretly, and almost adjudged herself a criminal, because she shivered in the chill of his bosom. He, too, occasionally appeared not unconscious of the chilliness of his moral atmosphere, and willing, if it might be so, to warm himself at a kindly fire. But age stole onward, and benumbed him more and more. as the hoar-frost began to gather on him, his wife went to her grave, and was doubtless warmer there. His children either died, or were scattered to different homes of their own, and old Gervase Hastings, unscathed by grief, alone but needing no companionship, continued his steady walk through life, and still, on every Christmas day, attended at the dismal banquet. His privilege as a guest had become prescriptive now. Had he claimed the head of the table, even the skeleton would have been ejected from its seat. Finally, at the merry Christmastide, when he had numbered 80 years complete, this pale, high-browed, marble-featured old man once more entered the long-frequented hall with the same impassive aspect that had called forth so much dissatisfied remark at his first attendance. Time, except in matters merely external, had done nothing for him, either of good or evil. As he took his place, he threw a calm, inquiring glance around the table, as if to ascertain whether any guest had yet appeared, after so many unsuccessful banquets, who might impart to him the mystery, the deep, warm secret, the life within the life, which, whether manifested in joy or sorrow, is what gives substance to the world of shadows. "My friends," said Gervase Hastings, assuming a position which his long conversance with the festival caused to appear natural, "you are welcome. I drink to you all in this cup of sepulchral wine." The guests replied courteously, but still in a manner that proved them unable to receive the old man as a member of their sad fraternity. It may be well to give the reader an idea of the present company at the banquet. One was formerly a clergyman, enthusiastic in his profession, and apparently of the genuine dynasty of those old Puritan divines whose faith in their calling, and stern exercise of it, had placed them among the mighty of the earth. But, yielding to the speculative tendency of the age, he had gone astray from the firm foundation of an ancient faith, and wandered into a cloud region, where everything was misty and deceptive, ever mocking him with a semblance of reality, but still dissolving when he flung himself upon it for support and rest. His instinct and early training demanded something steadfast, but, looking forward, he beheld vapors, piled on vapors, and behind him an impassable gulf between the man of yesterday and to-day, on the borders of which he paced to and fro, sometimes wringing his hands in agony, and often making his own woe a theme of scornful merriment. This surely was a miserable man. Next there was a theorist, one of a numerous tribe, although he deemed himself unique since the creation, a theorist who had conceived a plan by which all the wretchedness of earth, moral and physical, might be done away, and the bliss of the millennium at once accomplished. But, the incredulity of mankind debarring him from action, he was smitten with as much grief as if the whole mass of woe which he was denied the opportunity to remedy were crowded into his own bosom. A plain old man in black attracted much of the company's notice, on the supposition that he was no other than Fowler Miller, who, it seemed, had given himself up to despair at the tedious delay of the final conflagration. Then there was a man distinguished for native pride and obstinacy, who, a little while before, had possessed immense wealth, and held the control of a vast moneyed interest, which he had wielded in the same spirit as a despotic monarch would wield the power of his empire, carrying on a tremendous moral warfare, the roar and tremor of which was felt at every fireside in the land. At length came a crushing ruin, a total overthrow of fortune, power, and character, the effect of which on his imperious, and in many respects noble and lofty nature, might entitle him to a place not merely at our festival, but among the peers of Pandemonium. There was a modern philanthropist who had become so deeply sensible of the calamities of thousands and millions of his fellow creatures, and of the impracticableness of any general measures for their relief, that he had no heart to do what little good lay immediately within his power, but contented himself with being miserable for sympathy. Near him sat a gentleman in a predicament hitherto unprecedented, but of which the present epoch probably affords numerous examples. Ever since he was of capacity to read a newspaper, this person had prided himself on his consistent adherence to one political party, but in the confusion of these latter days had got bewildered, and knew not whereabouts his party was. This wretched condition, so morally desolate and disheartening to a man who has long accustomed himself to merge his individuality in the mass of a great body, can only be conceived by such as have experienced it. His next companion was a popular orator who had lost his voice, and, as it was pretty much all that he had to lose, had fallen into a state of hopeless melancholy. The table was likewise graced by two of the gentler sex. One, a half-starved, consumptive seamstress, the representative of thousands just as wretched. The other, a woman of unemployed energy, who found herself in the world with nothing to achieve, nothing to enjoy, and nothing even to suffer. She had, therefore, driven herself to the verge of madness by dark broodings over the wrongs of her sex, and its exclusion from a proper field of action. The roll of guests being thus complete, a side-table had been set for 3 or 4 disappointed office-seekers, with hearts as sick as death, whom the stewards had admitted, partly because their calamities really entitled them to entrance here, and partly that they were in especial need of a good dinner. There was likewise a homeless dog with his tail between his legs, licking up the crumbs and gnawing the fragments of the feast. Such a melancholy cur as one sometimes sees about the streets without a master, and willing to follow the first that will accept his service. In their own way, these were as wretched a set of people as ever had assembled at the festival. There they sat, with the veiled skeleton of the founder holding aloft the cypress wreath at one end of the table, and at the other, wrapped in furs, the withered figure of Gervase Hastings, stately, calm, and cold, impressing the company with awe, yet so little interesting their sympathy that he might have vanished into thin air without their once exclaiming, "Whither is he gone?" "Sir," said the philanthropist, addressing the old man, "you have been so long a guest at this annual festival, and have thus been conversant with so many varieties of human affliction, that, not improbably, you have thence derived some great and important lessons. How blessed were your lot, could you reveal a secret by which all this mass of woe might be removed?" "I know of but one misfortune," answered Gervase Hastings quietly, "and that is my own." "Your own?" rejoined the philanthropist. "And, looking back on your serene and prosperous life, how can you claim to be the sole unfortunate of the human race?" "You will not understand it," replied Gervase Hastings, feebly, and with a singular inefficiency of pronunciation, and sometimes putting one word for another. "None have understood it, not even those who experienced the like. It is a chillness, a want of earnestness, a feeling as if what should be my heart were a thing of vapor, a haunting perception of unreality, thus seeming to possess all that other men have, all that men aim at. I have really possessed nothing, neither joys nor griefs. All things, all persons, as was truly said to me at this table long and long ago, have been like shadows flickering on the wall. It was so with my wife and children. with those who seemed my friends. It is so with yourselves, whom I see now before me. Neither have I myself any real existence, but am a shadow like the rest. And how is it with your views of a future life? Inquired the speculative clergyman. Worse than with you, said the old man in a hollow and feeble tone, for I cannot conceive it earnestly enough to feel either hope or fear. Mine is the wretchedness, this cold heart, this unreal life. It grows colder still. It so chanced that at this juncture the decayed ligaments of the skeleton gave way, and the dry bones fell together in a heap, thus causing the dusty wreath of cypress to drop upon the table. The attention of the company being diverted for a single instant from Gervase Hastings, they perceived, on turning again towards him, that the old man had undergone a change. His shadow had ceased to flicker on the wall. "Well, Rosina, what is your criticism?" asked Roderick as he rolled up the manuscript. "Frankly, your success is by no means complete," replied she. "It is true, I have an idea of the character you endeavor to describe, but it is rather by dint of my own thought than your expression." "That is unavoidable," observed the sculptor, "because the characteristics are all negative. If Gervase Hastings could have imbibed one human grief at the gloomy banquet, the task of describing him would have been infinitely easier. Of such persons, and we do meet with these moral monsters now and then, it is difficult to conceive how they come to exist here, or what there is in them capable of existence hereafter. They seem to be on the outside of everything, and nothing wearies the soul more than an attempt to comprehend them within its grasp." End of the Christmas Banquet. The Intelligence Office. From Masses from an Old Man's and Other Stories, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bob Neufeld. A grave figure, with a pair of mysterious spectacles on his nose and a pen behind his ear, was seated at a desk in the corner of a metropolitan office. The apartment was fitted up with a counter, and finished with an oaken cabinet and a chair or two, in simple and businesslike style. Around the walls were stuck advertisements of articles lost, or articles wanted, or articles to be disposed of, in one or another of which classes were comprehended nearly all the conveniences, or otherwise, that the imagination of man has contrived. The interior of the room was thrown into shadow, partly by the tall edifices that rose on the opposite side of the street, and partly by the immense show-bills of blue and crimson paper that were expanded over each of the 3 windows. Undisturbed by the tramp of feet, the rattle of wheels, the hum of voices, the shout of the city crier, the scream of the newsboys, and other tokens of the multitudinous life, the figure at the desk pored diligently over a folio volume of ledger-like size and aspect. He looked like the spirit of a record, the soul of his own great volume made visible in mortal shape. But scarcely an instant elapsed without the appearance at the door of some individual from the busy population whose vicinity was manifested so much buzz and clatter and outcry. Now it was a thriving mechanic, in quest of a tenement that should come within his moderate means of rent. Now a ruddy Irish girl from the banks of Killarney, wandering from kitchen to kitchen of our land, while her heart still hung in the peat smoke of her native cottage. Now a single gentleman looking out for economical board, and now, for this establishment offered an epitome of worldly pursuits, it was a faded beauty inquiring for her lost bloom, or Peter Schlemihl for his lost shadow, or an author of 10 years' standing for his vanished reputation, or a moody man for yesterday's sunshine. At the next lifting of the latch there entered a person with his hat awry upon his head, his clothes perversely ill-suited to his form, his eyes staring in directions opposite to their intelligence, and a certain odd unsuitableness pervading his whole figure. Wherever he might chance to be, whether in palace or cottage, church or market, on land or sea, or even at his own fireside, he must have worn the characteristic expression of a man out of his right place. "This," inquired he, putting the question in the form of an assertion, "this is the Central Intelligence Office." "Even so," answered the figure at the desk, turning another leaf of his volume. He then looked at the applicant in the face, and said briefly, "Your business?" "I want," said the latter with tremulous earnestness, "a place." "A place? And of what nature?" asked the Intelligencer. "There are many vacant, or soon to be so, some of which will probably suit, since they range from that of a footman up to a seat at the council board, or in the cabinet, on a throne, or a presidential chair." The stranger stood pondering before the desk with an unquiet, dissatisfied air, a dull, vague pain of heart, expressed by a slight contortion of the brow, an earnestness of glance that asked and expected, yet continually wavered as if distrusting. In short, he evidently wanted, not in a physical or intellectual sense, but with an urgent moral necessity that is the hardest of all things to satisfy, since it knows not its own subject. "Ah, you mistake me," said he at length, with a gesture of nervous impatience. "Either of the places you mention, indeed, might answer my purpose, or, more probably, none of them. I want my place, my own place, my true place in the world, my proper sphere, my thing to do, which nature intended me to perform when she fashioned me thus awry, and which I have vainly sought all my lifetime. Whether it be a footman's duty or a king's is of little consequence, since it be naturally mine. Can you help me here?" "I will enter your application," answered the Intelligencer, at the same time writing a few lines in his volume. "But to undertake such a business, I tell you frankly, is quite apart from the ground covered by my official duties. Ask for something specific, and it may doubtless be negotiated for you, on your compliance with the conditions. But were I to go further, I should have the whole population of the city upon my shoulders, since far the greater proportion of them are, more or less, in your predicament." The applicant sank into a fit of despondency, and passed out of the door without again lifting his eyes, and if he died of the disappointment, he was probably buried in the wrong tomb, inasmuch as the fatality of such people never deserts them, and whether alive or dead they are invariably out of place. Almost immediately another foot was heard on the threshold. A youth entered hastily, and threw a glance around the office to ascertain whether the man of intelligence was alone. He then approached close to the desk, blushed like a maiden, and seemed at a loss how to broach his business. "You come upon an affair of the heart," said the official personage, looking into him through his mysterious spectacles. "State it in as few words as may be." "You are right," replied the youth. "I have a heart to dispose of." "You seek an exchange?" said the Intelligencer. "Foolish youth, why not be contented with your own?" "Because," exclaimed the young man, losing his embarrassment in a passionate glow, "because my heart burns me with an intolerable fire. It tortures me all day long with yearnings for I know not what, and feverish throbbings, and the pangs of a vague sorrow, and it awakens me in the night time with a quake, when there's nothing to be feared. I cannot endure it any longer. It were wiser to throw away such a heart, even if it brings me nothing in return." "Oh, very well," said the man of office, making an entry in his volume. "Your affair will be easily transacted. This species of brokerage makes no inconsiderable part of my business, and there is always a large assortment of the article to select from. Here, if I mistake not, comes a pretty fair sample." Even as he spoke, the door was gently and slowly thrust ajar, affording a glimpse of the slender figure of a young girl, who, as she timidly entered, seemed to bring the light and cheerfulness of the outer atmosphere into the somewhat gloomy apartment. We know not her errand there, nor can we reveal whether the young man gave up his heart into her custody. If so, the arrangement was neither better nor worse than in 99 cases out of 100, where the parallel sensibilities of a similar age, importunate affections, and the easy satisfaction of characters not deeply conscious of themselves, supply the place of any profounder sympathy. Not always, however, was the agency of the passions and affections an office of so little trouble. It happened, rarely indeed in proportion to the cases that came under an ordinary rule, but still it did happen, that a heart was occasionally brought hither of such exquisite material, so delicately attempered, and so curiously wrought, that no other heart could be found to match it. It might also be considered a misfortune, in a worldly point of view, to be the possessor of such a diamond of the purest water, since in any reasonable probability it could only be exchanged by an ordinary pebble, or a bit of cunningly manufactured glass, or at least for a jewel of native richness, but ill set, or with some fatal flaw, or an earthly vein running through its central lustre. To choose another figure, it is sad that hearts which have their wellspring in the infinite and certain inexhaustible sympathies should ever be doomed to pour themselves into shallow vessels, and thus lavish their rich affections on the ground. Strange that the finer and deeper nature, whether in man or woman, while possessed of every other delicate instinct, should so often lack that most invaluable one of preserving itself from contamination with what is of a baser kind. Sometimes, it is true, the spiritual fountain is kept pure by a wisdom within itself, and sparkles into the light of heaven, without a stain from the earthly strata through which it has gushed upward. And sometimes, even here on earth, the pure mingles with the pure, and the inexhaustible is recompensed with the infinite. But these miracles, though he could claim the credit of them, are far beyond the scope of such a superficial agent in human affairs as the figure in the mysterious spectacles. Again the door was opened, admitting the bustle of the city with a fresher reverberation into the intelligence office. Now entered a man of woe-begone and downcast look. It was such an aspect as if he had lost the very soul out of his body, and had traversed all the world over, searching in the dust of the highways, and along the shady footpaths, and beneath the leaves of the forest, and among the sands of the seashore, in hopes to recover it again. He had bent an anxious glance along the pavement of the street as he came hitherward. He looked also in the angle of the doorstep, and upon the floor of the room, and finally, coming up to the man of intelligence, he gazed through the inscrutable spectacles which the latter wore, as if the lost treasure might be hidden within his eyes. "I have lost," he began, and then he paused. "Yes," said the intelligencer, "I see that you have lost. But what?" "I have lost a precious jewel," replied the unfortunate person, "the like of which is not to be found among any prince's treasures. While I possessed it, the contemplation of it was my sole and sufficient happiness. No price should have purchased it of me, but it has fallen from my bosom, where I wore it, in my careless wanderings about the city." After causing the stranger to describe the marks of his lost jewel, the intelligencer opened a drawer of the oaken cabinet, which has been mentioned as forming a part of the furniture of the room. Here were deposited whatever articles had been picked up in the streets until the right owners should claim them. It was a strange and heterogeneous collection. Not the least remarkable part of it was a great number of wedding rings, each one of which had been riveted upon the finger with holy vows, and all the mystic potency that the most solemn rites could attain, but had nevertheless proved too slippery for the wearer's vigilance. The gold of some was worn thin, betokening the attrition of years of wedlock. Others, glittering from the jeweller's shop, must have been lost within the honeymoon. There were ivory tablets, the leaves scribbled over with sentiments that had been the deepest truths of the writer's earlier years, but which were now quite obliterated from his memory. So scrupulously were articles preserved in this depository that not even withered flowers were rejected. White roses and blush roses and moss roses, fit emblems of virgin purity and shamefacedness, which had been lost or flung away and trampled into the pollution of the streets. Locks of hair, the golden and the glossy dark, the long tresses of woman and the crisp curls of man, signified that lovers were now and then so heedless of the faith entrusted to them as to drop its symbol from the treasure-place of the bosom. Many of these things were imbued with perfumes, and perhaps a sweet scent had departed from the lives of their former possessors ever since they had so wilfully or negligently lost them. Here were gold pencil-cases, little ruby hearts with golden arrows through them, bosom-pins, pieces of coin, and small articles of every description, comprising nearly all that have been lost since a long time ago. Most of them, doubtless, had a history and a meaning, if there were time to search it out and room to tell it. Whosoever has missed anything valuable, whether out of his heart, mind, or pocket, would do well to make inquiry at the Central Intelligence Office. And in the corner of one of the drawers of the oaken cabinet, after considerable research, was found a great pearl, looking like the soul of celestial purity, congealed and polished. "There is my jewel, my very pearl!" cried the stranger, almost beside himself with rapture. "It is mine. Give it to me, this moment, or I shall perish." "I perceive," said the man of intelligence, examining it more closely, "that this is the pearl of great price." "The very same," answered the stranger. "Judge, then, of my misery at losing it out of my bosom. Restore it to me. I must not live without it an instant longer." "Pardon me," rejoined the intelligencer calmly. "You ask what is beyond my duty. This pearl, as you well know, is held upon a peculiar tenure, and having once let it escape from your keeping, you have no greater claim to it, nay, not so great, as any other person. I cannot give it back." Nor could the entreaties of the miserable man, who saw before his eyes the jewel of his life, without power to reclaim it, soften the heart of this stern being, impassive to human sympathy, though exercising such an apparent influence over human fortunes. Finally, the loser of the inestimable pearl clutched his hands behind his hair and ran madly forth into the world, which was affrighted at his desperate looks. There passed him on the doorstep a fashionable young gentleman, whose business was to inquire for a damask rosebud, the gift of his lady love, which he had lost out of his buttonhole within an hour after receiving it. So various were the errands of those who visited this central office, where all human wishes seemed to be made known, and so far as destiny would allow, negotiated to their fulfillment. The next that entered was a man, beyond the middle age, bearing the look of one who knew the world and his own course in it. He had just alighted from a handsome private carriage, which had orders to wait in the street while its owner transacted his business. This person came up to the desk with a quick, determined step, and looked the intelligencer in the face with a resolute eye, though at the same time some secret trouble gleamed from it in a red and dusky light. "I have an estate to dispose of," said he, with a brevity that seemed characteristic. "Describe it," said the intelligencer. The applicant proceeded to give the boundaries of his property, its nature, comprising tillage, pasture, woodland, and pleasure grounds in ample circuit, together with a mansion house, in the construction of which it had been his object to realize a castle in the air, hardening its shadowy walls into granite, and rendering its visionary splendor perceptible to the awakened eye. Judging from his description, it was beautiful enough to vanish like a dream, yet substantial enough to endure for centuries. He spoke, too, of the gorgeous furniture, the refinements of upholstery, and all the luxurious artifices that combined to render this a residence where life might flow onward in a stream of golden days, undisturbed by the ruggedness which fate loves to fling into it. "I am a man of strong will," said he, in conclusion, "and at my first setting out in life, as a poor unfriended youth, I resolved to make myself the possessor of such a mansion and estate as this, together with the abundant revenue necessary to uphold it. I have succeeded to the extent of my utmost wish, and this is the estate which I have now concluded to dispose of." "And your terms?" asked the intelligencer, after taking down the particulars with which the stranger had supplied him. "Easy, abundantly easy," answered the successful man, smiling, but with a stern and almost frightful contraction of the brow, as if to quell an inward pang. "I have been engaged in various sorts of business, a distiller, a trader to Africa, an East India merchant, a speculator in the stocks, and in the course of these affairs have contracted an encumbrance of a certain nature. The purchaser of this estate shall merely be required to assume this burthen to himself." "I understand you," said the man of intelligence, putting his pen behind his ear. "I fear that no bargain can be negotiated on these conditions. Very probably the next possessor may acquire the estate with a similar encumbrance, but it will be of his own contracting, and will not lighten your burthen in the least." "And am I to live on," fiercely exclaimed the stranger, "with the dirt of these accursed acres and the granite of this infernal mansion crushing down my soul? How, if I should turn the edifice into an almshouse or a hospital, or tear it down and build a church?" "You can at least make the experiment," said the intelligencer, "but the whole matter is one which you must settle for yourself." The man of deplorable success withdrew and got into his coach, which rattled off lightly over the wooden pavements, though laden with the weight of much land, a stately house, and ponderous heaps of gold, all compressed into an evil conscience. There now appeared many applicants for places, among the most noteworthy of whom was a small smoke-dried figure, who gave himself out to be one of the bad spirits that had waited upon Dr. Faustus in his laboratory. He pretended to show a certificate of character, which he averred had been given him by that famous necromancer, and countersigned by several masters whom he had subsequently served. "I am afraid, my dear friend," observed the intelligencer, "that your chance of getting a service is but poor. Nowadays men act the evil spirit for themselves and their neighbors, and play the part more effectively than 99 out of 100 of your fraternity." But just as the poor fiend was assuming a vaporous consistency, being about to vanish through the floor in sad disappointment and chagrin, the editor of a political newspaper chanced to enter the office, in quest of a scribbler of party paragraphs. The former servant of Dr. Faustus, with some misgivings as to his sufficiency of venom, was allowed to try his hand in this capacity. Next appeared, likewise seeking a service, the mysterious man in red, who had aided Bonaparte in his ascent to imperial power. he was examined as to his qualifications by an aspiring politician, but finally rejected as lacking familiarity with the cunning tactics of the present day. People continued to succeed each other with as much briskness as if everybody turned aside out of the roar and tumult of the city to record here some want or superfluity or desire. Some had goods or possessions of which they wished to negotiate the sale. A China merchant had lost his health by a long residence in that wasting climate. He very liberally offered his disease and his wealth along with it to any physician who would rid him of both together. A soldier offered his wreath of laurels for as good a leg as that which it had cost him on the battlefield. One poor weary wretch desired nothing but to be accommodated with any creditable method of laying down his life, for misfortune and pecuniary troubles had so subdued his spirits that he could no longer conceive the possibility of happiness, nor had the heart to try for it. Nevertheless, happening to overhear some conversation in the intelligence office respecting wealth to be rapidly accumulated by a certain mode of speculation, he resolved to live out this one other experiment of better fortune. Many persons desired to exchange their youthful vices for others better suited to the gravity of advancing age. A few, we are glad to say, made earnest efforts to exchange vice for virtue, and, hard as the bargain was, succeeded in effecting it. But it was remarkable that what all were the least willing to give up, even on the most advantageous terms, were the habits, the oddities, the characteristic traits, the little ridiculous indulgences, somewhere between faults and follies, of which nobody but themselves could understand the fascination. The great folio, in which the man of intelligence recorded all these freaks of idle hearts, and aspirations of deep hearts, and desperate longings of miserable hearts, and evil prayers of perverted hearts, would be curious reading, were it possible to obtain it for publication. Human character in its individual developments, human nature in the mass, may best be studied in its wishes, and this was the record of them all. There was an endless diversity of mode and circumstance, yet withal such a similarity in the real groundwork, that any one page of the volume, whether written in the days before the flood, or the yesterday that is just gone by, or to be written on the morrow that is close at hand, or 1,000 ages hence, might serve as a specimen of the whole. Not but that there were wild sallies of fantasy that could scarcely occur to more than one man's brain, whether reasonable or lunatic. The strangest wishes, yet most incident to men who had gone deep into scientific pursuits and attained a high intellectual stage, though not the loftiest, were to contend with nature, and wrest from her some secret or some power which she had seen fit to withhold from mortal grasp. She loves to delude her aspiring students, and mock them with mysteries that seem but just beyond their utmost reach. To concoct many minerals, to produce new forms of vegetable life, to create an insect, if nothing higher in the living scale, is a sort of wish that has often revelled in the breast of a man of science. An astronomer, who lived far more among the distant worlds of space than in the lower sphere, recorded a wish to behold the opposite side of the moon, which, unless the system of the firmament be reversed, she can never turn towards the earth. On the same page of the volume was written the wish of a little child to have the stars for playthings. The most ordinary wish, that was written down with wearisome recurrence, was, of course, for wealth, 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 in sums from a few shillings up to reclinable thousands. But in reality this often repeated expression covered as many different desires. Wealth is the golden essence of the outward world, embodying almost everything that exists beyond the limits of the soul, and therefore it is the natural yearning for the life in the midst of which we find ourselves, and of which gold is the condition of employment, that men abridge into this general wish. Here and there, it is true, the volume testified to some heart so perverted as to desire gold for its own sake. Many wished for power, a strange desire, indeed, since it is but another form of slavery. Old people wished for the delights of youth, a fop for a fashionable coat, an idle reader for a new novel, a versifier for a rhyme to some stubborn word, a painter for Titian's secret of coloring, a prince for a cottage, a republican for a kingdom and a palace, a libertine for his neighbor's wife, a man of palate for green peas, and a poor man for a crust of bread. The ambitious desires of public men, elsewhere so craftily conceived, were here expressed openly and boldly, side by side with the unselfish wishes of the philanthropist for the welfare of the race, so beautiful, so comforting, in contrast with the egotism that continually weighed self against the world. Into the darker secrets of the Book of Wishes we will not penetrate. It would be an instructive employment for a student of mankind, perusing this volume carefully, and comparing its records with men's perfected designs, as expressed in their deeds in daily life, to ascertain how far the one accorded with the other. Undoubtedly, in most cases, the correspondence would be found remote. The holy and generous wish that rises like incense from a pure heart towards heaven often lavishes its sweet perfume on the blast of evil times. The foul, selfish, murderous wish that steams forth from a corrupted heart often passes into the spiritual atmosphere without being concreted into an earthly deed. Yet this volume is probably truer, as a representation of the human heart, than is the living drama of action as it evolves around us. There is more of good and more of evil in it, more redeeming points of the bad and more errors of the virtuous, higher upsoarings and baser degradation of the soul, in short, a more perplexing amalgamation of vice and virtue than we witness in the outward world. Decency and external conscience often produce a far fairer outside than is warranted by the stains within. And be it owned, on the other hand, that a man seldom repeats to his nearest friend, any more than he realizes in act, the purest wishes which at some blessed time or another have arisen from the depths of his nature and witnessed for him in his volume. Yet there is enough on every leaf to make the good man shudder for his own wild and idle wishes, as well as for the sinner, whose whole life is the incarnation of a wicked desire. But again the door is opened, and we hear the tumultuous stir of the world, a deep and awful sound, expressing in another form some portion of what is written in the volume that lies before the man of intelligence. A grandfatherly personage tottered hastily into the office, such an earnestness in his infirm alacrity that his white hair floated backward as he hurried up to the desk, while his dim eyes caught a momentary lustre from his vehemence of purpose. This venerable figure explained that he was in search of tomorrow. "I have spent all my life in pursuit of it," added the sage old gentleman, "being assured that tomorrow has some vast benefit or other in store for me. But I am now getting a little in years, and must make haste, for unless I overtake tomorrow soon, I begin to be afraid it will finally escape me." "This fugitive tomorrow, my venerable friend," said the man of intelligence, "is a stray child of time, and is flying from his father into the region of the infinite. Continue your pursuit, and you will doubtless come up with him. But as to the earthly gifts which you expect, he has scattered them all among a throng of yesterdays." Obliged to content himself with this enigmatical response, the grandsire hastened forth with a quick clatter of his staff upon the floor. And as he disappeared, a little boy scampered through the door in chase of a butterfly, which had got astray amid the barren sunshine of the city. Had the old gentleman been shrewder, he might have detected to-morrow under the semblance of that gaudy insect. The golden butterfly glistened through the shadowy apartments, and brushed its wings against the book of wishes, and fluttered forth again, with the child still in pursuit. A man now entered, in neglected attire, with the aspect of a thinker, but somewhat too rough-hewn and brawny for a scholar. His face was full of sturdy vigor, with some finer and keener attribute beneath. Though harsh at first, it was tempered with the glow of a large warm heart, which had force enough to heat his powerful intellect through and through. He advanced to the intelligencer and looked at him with a glance of such stern sincerity that perhaps few secrets were beyond its scope. "I seek for truth," said he. "It is precisely the most rare pursuit that has ever come under my cognizance," replied the intelligencer, as he made the new inscription in his volume. "Most men seek to impose some cunning falsehood upon themselves for truth. But I can lend no help to your researches. You must achieve the miracle for yourself. At some fortunate moment you will find truth at your side, or perhaps she may be mistily discerned far in advance, or possibly behind you." "Not behind me," said the seeker, "for I have left nothing on my track without a thorough investigation. She flits before me, passing now through a naked solitude, and now mingling with the throng of a popular assembly, and now writing with the pen of a French philosopher, and now standing at the altar of an old cathedral in the guise of a Catholic priest performing the high mass. Oh, weary search! But I must not falter, and surely my heart's deep quest of truth shall avail at last." He paused, and fixed his eyes upon the intelligencer with a depth of investigation that seemed to hold commerce with the inner nature of this being, wholly regardless of his external development. "And what are you?" said he. "It will not satisfy me to point to this fantastic show of an intelligence office and this mockery of business. Tell me what is beneath it, and what your real agency in life and your influence upon mankind." "Yours is a mind," answered the man of intelligence, "before which the forms and fantasies that conceal the inner idea from the multitude vanish at once and leave the naked reality beneath. Know, then, the secret. My agency in worldly action, my connection with the press and tumult and intermingling and development of human affairs, is merely delusive. The desire of man's heart does for him whatever I seem to do. I am no minister of action, but the recording spirit." What further secrets were then spoken remains a mystery. Inasmuch as the roar of the city, the bustle of human business, the outcry of the jostling masses, the rush and tumult of man's life in all its noisy and brief career, arose so high that it drowned the words of these two talkers. And whether they stood talking in the moon, or in Vanity Fair, or in a city of this actual world, is more than I can say. End of The Intelligence Office. P.'s Correspondence, from Mosses from an Old Manse and Other Stories, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bob Neufeld. My unfortunate friend P. has lost the thread of his life by the interposition of long intervals of partially disordered reason. The past and present are jumbled together in his mind in a manner often productive of curious results, and which will be better understood after a perusal of the following letter than from any description that I could give. The poor fellow, without once stirring from the little whitewashed iron-grated room to which he alludes in his first paragraph, is nevertheless a great traveller, and meets in his wanderings a variety of personages who have long ceased to be visible to any eye save his own. In my opinion, all this is not so much a delusion as a partly wilful and partly involuntary sport of the imagination, to which his disease has imparted such morbid energy that he beholds these spectral scenes and characters with no less distinctness than a play upon the stage, and with somewhat more of elusive credence. Many of his letters are in my possession, some based upon the same vagary as the present one, and others on hypotheses not a whit short of it in absurdity. The whole form a series of correspondence which, should fate seasonably remove my poor friend from what is to him a world of moonshine, I promise myself a pious pleasure in editing for the public eye. P had always a hankering after literary reputation, and has made more than one unsuccessful effort to achieve it. It would not be a little odd if, after missing his object while seeking it by the light of reason, he should prove to have stumbled upon it in his misty excursions beyond the limits of sanity. London, February 29th, 1845. My dear friend, old associations cling to the mind with astonishing tenacity. Daily custom grows up about us like a stone wall, and consolidates itself into almost as material an entity as mankind's strongest architecture. It is sometimes a serious question with me whether ideas be not really visible and tangible, and endowed with all the other qualities of matter. Sitting as I do at this moment in my hired apartment, writing beside the hearth, over which hangs a print of Queen Victoria, listening to the muffled roar of the world's metropolis, and with a window at but 5 paces distant, through which, whenever I please, I can gaze out on an actual London, with all this positive certainty as to my whereabouts, what kind of notion, do you think, is just now perplexing my brain? Why, would you believe it, that all this time I am still an inhabitant of that wearisome little chamber, that whitewashed little chamber, that little chamber with its one small window, across which, from some inscrutable reason of taste or convenience, my landlord had placed a row of iron bars, that same little chamber, in short, whither your kindness has so often brought you to visit me? Will no length of time or breadth of space enfranchise me from that unlovely abode? I travel, but it seems to be like the snail, with my house upon my head. Ah, well, I am verging, I suppose, on that period of life when present scenes and events make but feeble impressions in comparison with those of yore. So that I must reconcile myself to be more and more the prisoner of memory, who merely lets me hop about a little with her chain around my leg. My letters of introduction have been of the utmost service, enabling me to make the acquaintance of several distinguished characters, who, until now, have seemed as remote from the sphere of my personal intercourse as the wits of Queen Anne's time, or Ben Jonson's compotators at the Mermaid. One of the first of which I availed myself was the letter to Lord Byron. I found his lordship looking much older than I had anticipated, although, considering his former irregularities of life, and the various wear and tear of his constitution, not older than a man on the verge of 60 reasonably may look. But I had invested his earthly frame, in my imagination, with the poet's spiritual immortality. He wears a brown wig, very luxuriantly curled, and extending down over his forehead. The expression of his eyes is concealed by spectacles. His early tendency to obesity having increased, Lord Byron is now enormously fat, so fat as to give the impression of a person quite overladen with his own flesh, and without sufficient vigor to diffuse his personal life through the great mass of corporeal substance which weighs upon him so cruelly. You gaze at the mortal heap, and while it fills your eye with what purports to be Byron, you murmur within yourself, "For heaven's sake, where is he?" Were I disposed to be caustic, I might consider this mass of earthly matter as the symbol, in a material shape, of those evil habits and carnal vices which unspiritualize man's nature, and clog up his avenues of communication with the better life. But this would be too harsh, and besides, Lord Byron's morals have been improving, while his outward man has swollen to such unconscionable circumference. Would that he were leaner, for though he did me the honour to present his hand, yet it was so puffed out with alien substance that I could not feel as if I had touched the hand that wrote Childe Harold. On my entrance his lordship apologized for not rising to receive me, on the sufficient plea that the gout, for several years past, had taken up its constant residence in his right foot, which accordingly was swathed in many rolls of flannel and deposited upon a cushion. The other foot was hidden in the drapery of his chair. Do you recollect whether Byron's right or left foot was the deformed one? The noble poet's reconciliation with Lady Byron is now, as you are aware, of 10 years' standing, nor does it exhibit, I am assured, any symptom of breach or fracture. They are said to be, if not a happy, at least a contented, or at all events a quiet couple, descending the slope of life with that tolerable degree of mutual support which will enable them to come easily and comfortably to the bottom. It is pleasant to reflect how entirely the poet has redeemed his youthful errors in this particular. Her ladyship's influence, it rejoices me to add, has been productive of the happiest results upon Lord Byron in a religious point of view. He now combines the most rigid tenets of Methodism with the ultra doctrines of the Puseites, the former being perhaps due to the convictions wrought upon his mind by his noble consort, while the latter was the embroidery and picturesque illumination demanded by his imaginative character. Much of whatever expenditure his increasing habits of thrift continue to allow him is bestowed in the reparation or beautifying of places of worship, and this nobleman, whose name was one considered a synonym of the foul fiend, is now all but canonized as a saint in many pulpits of the metropolis and elsewhere. In politics Lord Byron is an uncompromising conservative, and loses no opportunity, whether in the House of Lords or in private circles, of denouncing and repudiating the mischievous and anarchical notions of his earlier day. Nor does he fail to visit similar sins in other people with the severest vengeance which his somewhat blunted pen is capable of inflicting. Southey and he are on the most intimate terms. You are aware that some little time before the death of Moore, Byron caused that brilliant but reprehensible man to be ejected from his house. Moore took the insult so much to heart that it is said to have been one great cause of the fit of illness which brought him to the grave. Others pretend that the lyrist died in a very happy state of mind, singing one of his own sacred melodies, and expressing his belief that it would be heard within the gate of paradise, and gain him instant and honorable admittance. I wish he may have found it so. I failed not, as you may suppose, in the course of conversation with Lord Byron, to pay the meed of homage due to a mighty poet, by allusions to passages in Childe Harold and Manfred and Don Juan, which have made so large a portion of the music of my life. My words, whether apt or otherwise, were at least warm with the enthusiasm of one worthy to discourse of immortal poesy. It was evident, however, that they did not go precisely to the right spot. I could perceive that there was some mistake or other, and was not a little angry with myself, and ashamed of my abortive attempt to throw back, from my own heart to the great author's ear, the echo of those strains that have resounded throughout the world. But by and by the secret peeped quietly out. Byron—I have the information from his own lips, so that you need not hesitate to repeat it in literary circles—Byron is preparing a new edition of his complete works, carefully corrected, expurgated, and amended, in accordance with his present creed of taste, morals, politics, and religion. It so happened that the very passages of highest inspiration to which I had alluded were among the condemned and rejected rubbish which it is his purpose to cast into the gulf of oblivion. To whisper you the truth, it appears to me that his passions having burnt out, the extinction of their vivid and riotous flame has deprived Lord Byron of the illumination by which he not merely wrote, but was enabled to feel and comprehend what he had written. Positively, he no longer understands his own poetry. This became very apparent on his favoring me so far as to read a few specimens of Don Juan in the moralized version. Whatever is licentious, whatever disrespectful to the sacred mysteries of our faith, whatever morbidly melancholic or splenetically sportive, whatever assails settled constitutions of government or systems of society, whatever could wound the sensibility of any mortal except a pagan, a republican, or a dissenter, has been unrelentingly blotted out, and its place supplied by unexceptional verses, in his lordship's later style. You may judge how much of the poem remains as hitherto published. The result is not so good as might be wished. In plain terms, it is a very sad affair indeed. For though the torches kindled in Tophet have been extinguished, they leave an abominably ill odor, and are succeeded by no glimpses of hallowed fire. It is to be hoped, nevertheless, that this attempt on Lord Byron's part to atone for his youthful errors will at length induce the Dean of Westminster, or whatever churchman is concerned, to allow Thor Walson's statue of the poet its due niche in the grand old abbey. His bones, you know, when brought from Greece, were denied sepulture among those of his tuneful brethren there. What a vile slip of the pen was that! How absurd in me to talk about burying the bones of Byron, whom I have just seen alive and encased in a big round bulk of flesh! But, to say the truth, a prodigiously fat man always impresses me as a kind of hobgoblin. In the very extravagance of his mortal system, I find something akin to the immateriality of a ghost. And then that ridiculous old story darted into my mind, how that Byron died of fever at Missolonghi, above 20 years ago. More and more I recognize that we dwell in a world of shadows, and for my part I hold it hardly worth the trouble to attempt a distinction between shadows in the mind and shadows out of it. If there be any difference, the former are rather the more substantial. Only think of my good fortune! The venerable Robert Burns, now, if I mistake not, in his 87th year, happens to be making a visit to London, as if on purpose to afford me an opportunity of grasping him by the hand. For upwards of 20 years past he has hardly left his quiet cottage in Ayrshire for a single night, and has only been drawn hither now by the irresistible persuasions of all the distinguished men in England. They wish to celebrate the patriarch's birthday by a festival. It will be the greatest literary triumph on record. Pray heaven the little spark of life within the aged bard's bosom may not be extinguished in the lustre of that hour. I have already had the honor of an introduction to him at the British Museum, where he was examining a collection of his own unpublished letters, interspersed with songs, which have escaped the notice of all his biographers. Pooh! Nonsense! What am I thinking of? How should Burns have been embalmed in biography when he is still a hearty old man? The figure of the bard is tall, and in the highest degree reverend, nor the less so that it is much bent by the burthen of time. His white hair floats like a snowdrift around his face, in which are seen the furrows of intellect and passion, like the channels of headlong torrents that have foamed themselves away. The old gentleman is in excellent preservation, considering his time of life. He has that crickety sort of liveliness, I mean the cricket's humour of chirping for any cause or none, which is perhaps the most favourable mood that can befall extreme old age. Our pride forbids us to desire it for ourselves, although we perceive it to be a beneficence of nature in the case of others. I was surprised to find it in Burns. It seems as if his ardent heart and brilliant imagination had both burnt down to the last embers, leaving only a little flickering flame in one corner, which keeps dancing upward and laughing all by itself. He is no longer capable of pathos. At the request of Allan Cunningham, he attempted to sing his own song to Mary in heaven, but it was evident that the feeling of those verses, so profoundly true and so simply expressed, was entirely beyond the scope of his present sensibilities, and when a touch of it did partially awaken him, the tears immediately gushed into his eyes, and his voice broke into a tremulous cackle. And yet he but indistinctly knew wherefore he was weeping. He must not think again of Mary in heaven until he shake off the dull impediment of time and ascend to meet her there. Burns then began to repeat Tam O'Shanter, but was so tickled with its wit and humour, of which, however, I suspect he had but a traditionary sense, that he soon burst into a fit of chirruping laughter, succeeded by a cough, which brought this not very agreeable exhibition to a close. On the whole, I would rather not have witnessed it. It is a satisfactory idea, however, that the last 40 years of the peasant poet's life have been passed in competence and perfect comfort. Having been cured of his bardic improvidence for many a day past, and grown as attentive to the main chance as a canny Scotsman should be, he is now considered to be quite well off as to pecuniary circumstances. This, I suppose, is worth having lived so long for. I took occasion to inquire of some of the countrymen of Burns in regard to the health of Sir Walter Scott. His condition, I am sorry to say, remains the same as for 10 years past. It is that of a hopeless paralytic, palsied not more in body than in those nobler attributes of which the body is the instrument. And thus he vegetates from day to day and from year to year at that splendid fantasy of Abbotsford, which grew out of his brain and became a symbol of the great romancer's tastes, feelings, studies, prejudices, and modes of intellect. Whether in verse, prose, or architecture, he could achieve but one thing, although that one in infinite variety. There he reclines on a couch in his library, and is said to spend whole hours of every day in dictating tales to an amanuensis, to an imaginary amanuensis, for it is not deemed worthy any man's trouble now to take down what flows from that once brilliant fancy, every image of which was formerly worth gold and capable of being coined. Yet Cunningham, who has lately seen him, assures me that there is now and then a touch of the genius, a striking combination of incident, or a picturesque trait of character, such as no other man alive could have hit off, a glimmer from that ruined mind, as if the sun had suddenly flashed on a half-rusted helmet in the gloom of an ancient hall. But the plots of these romances become inextricably confused, the characters melt into one another, and the tale loses itself like a course of a stream flowing through muddy and marshy ground. For my part, I can hardly regret that Sir Walter Scott had lost his consciousness of outward things before his works went out of vogue. It is good that he should forget his fame, rather than that fame should first have forgotten him. Were he still a writer, and as brilliant a one as ever, he could no longer maintain anything like the same position in literature. The world nowadays requires a more earnest purpose, a deeper moral, and a closer and homelier truth than he was qualified to supply it. Yet who can be, to the present generation, even what Scott has been to the past? I had expectations from a young man, one Dickens, who published a few magazine articles, very rich in humour, and not without symptoms of genuine pathos. But the poor fellow died shortly after commencing an odd series of sketches, entitled, I think, The Pickwick Papers. Not impossibly the world has lost more than it dreams of by the untimely death of this Mr. Dickens. Whom do you think I met in Pall Mall the other day? You would not hit it in 10 guesses. Why, no less a man than Napoleon Bonaparte. Or all that is now left of him, that is to say, the skin, bones, and corporeal substance, little cocked hat, green coat, white breeches, and small sword, which are still known by his redoubtable name. He was attended only by 2 policemen, who walked quietly behind the phantasm of the old ex-emperor, appearing to have no duty in regard to him, except to see that none of the light-fingered gentry should possess themselves of his star of the Legion of Honor. Nobody, save myself, so much as turned to look after him. Nor, it grieves me to confess, could even I contrive to muster up any tolerable interest, even by reminiscences of all that warlike spirit, formerly manifested within that now decrepit shape, had wrought upon our globe. There is no surer method of annihilating the magic influence of a great renown than by exhibiting the possessor of it in the decline, the overthrow, the utter degradation of his powers, buried beneath his own mortality, and lacking even the qualities of sense that enable the most ordinary men to bear themselves decently in the eye of the world. This is the state to which disease, aggravated by a long endurance of a tropical climate, and assisted by old age, for he is now above 70, has reduced Bonaparte. The British government has acted shrewdly in retransporting him from St. Helena to England. They should now restore him to Paris, and there let him once again review the relics of his armies. His eye is dull and rheumy, his nether lip hung down upon his chin. While I was observing him, there chanced to be a little extra bustle in the street, and he, the brother of Caesar and Hannibal, the great captain who had veiled the world in battle-smoke and tracked it round with bloody footsteps, was seized with a nervous trembling, and claimed the protection of the 2 policemen by a cracked and dolorous cry. The fellows winked at one another, laughed aside, and patting Napoleon on the back, took each an arm and led him away. Death and fury! Ah, villain, how came you hither? Avaunt, or I fling my inkstand at your head. Tush, tush, it is all a mistake. Pray, my dear friend, pardon this little outbreak. The fact is, the mention of those 2 policemen, and their custody of Bonaparte, had called up the idea of that odious wretch, you remember him well, who was pleased to take such gratuitous and impertinent care of my person before I quitted New England. Forthwith up rose before my mind's eye that same little whitewashed room with the iron-grated window (strange that it should have been iron-grated), where, in too easy compliance with the absurd wishes of my relatives, I have wasted several good years of my life. Positively, it seemed to me that I was sitting there, and that the keeper, not that he ever was my keeper, neither, but only a kind of intrusive devil of a body-servant, had just peeped in at the door. The rascal! I owe him an old grudge, and will find a time to pay it yet. Fie, fie! The mere thought of him has exceedingly discomposed me. Even now that hateful chamber, the iron-grated window which blasted the blessed sunshine as it fell through the dusty panes and made it poison to my soul, looks more distinct to my view than does this, my comfortable apartment in the heart of London. The reality, that which I know to be such, hangs like remnants of tattered scenery over the intolerably prominent illusion. Let us think of it no more. You will be anxious to hear of Shelley. I need not say what is known to all the world, that the celebrated poet has for many years past been reconciled to the Church of England. In his more recent works he has applied his fine powers to the vindication of the Christian faith, with an especial view to that particular development. Latterly, as you may not have heard, he has taken orders, and been inducted to a small country living in the gift of the Lord Chancellor. Just now, luckily for me, he has come to the metropolis to superintend the publication of a volume of discourses, treating of the poetico-philosophical proofs of Christianity on the basis of the 39 Articles. On my first introduction, I felt no little embarrassment as to the manner of combining what I had to say to the author of Queen Mab, The Revolt of Islam, and Prometheus Unbound, with such acknowledgments as might be acceptable to a Christian minister and zealous upholder of the established Church. But Shelley soon placed me at my ease. Standing where he now does, and reviewing all his successive productions from a higher point, he assures me that there is a harmony, an order, a regular procession which enables him to lay his hand upon any one of the earlier poems, and say, "This is my work," with precisely the same complacency of conscience wherewithal he contemplates the volume of discourses above mentioned. They are the successive steps of a staircase, the lowest of which, in the depth of chaos, is as essential to the support of the whole as the highest and final one, resting upon the threshold of the heavens. I felt half inclined to ask him what would have been his fate had he perished on the lower steps of his staircase instead of building his way aloft into the celestial brightness. How all this may be, I never pretend to understand nor greatly care, so long as Shelley has really climbed, as it seems he has, from a lower region to a loftier one. Without touching upon their religious merits, I consider the productions of his maturity superior as poems to those of his youth. They are warmer with human love, which has served as an interpreter between his mind and the multitude. The author has learned to dip his pen oftener into his heart, and has thereby avoided the faults into which a too exclusive use of fancy and intellect was wont to betray him. Formerly his page was often little other than a concrete arrangement of crystallizations, or even of icicles, as cold as they were brilliant. Now you take it to your heart, and are conscious of a heart-warmth responsive to your own. In his private character, Shelley can hardly have grown more gentle, kind, and affectionate than his friends always represented him to be, up to that disastrous night when he was drowned in the Mediterranean. Nonsense again! Sheer nonsense! What am I babbling about? I was thinking of that old figment of his being lost in the Bay of Spezia, and washed ashore near Viareggio, and burned to ashes on a funeral pyre with wine and spices and frankincense, while Byron stood on the beach and beheld a flame of marvellous beauty rise heavenward from the dead poet's heart, and that his fire-purified relics were finally near his child in Roman earth. If all this happened 23 years ago, how could I have met the drowned and burned and buried man here in London only yesterday? Before quitting the subject, I may mention that Dr. Reginald Heber, heretofore Bishop of Calcutta, but recently translated to a see in England, called on Shelley while I was with him. They appeared to be on terms of very cordial intimacy, and are said to have a joint poem in contemplation. What a strange, incongruous dream is the life of man! Coleridge has at last finished his poem of Christabel. It will be issued entire by old John Murray in the course of the present publishing season. The poet, I hear, is visited with a troublesome affliction of the tongue, which has put a period or some lesser stop to the lifelong discourse that has hitherto been flowing from his lips. He will not survive above a month unless his accumulation of ideas be sluiced off in some other way. Wordsworth died only a week or two ago. Heaven rest his soul, and grant that he may not have completed the excursion. Methinks I am sick of everything he wrote, except his Laodamia. It is very sad, this inconstancy of the mind to the poets whom it once worshipped. Southey is as hale as ever, and writes with his usual diligence. Old Gifford is still alive, in the extremity of age, and with most pitiable decay of what little sharp and narrow intellect the devil had gifted him withal. One hates to allow such a man the privilege of growing old and infirm. It takes away our speculative license of kicking him. Keats? No, I have not seen him, except across a crowded street, with coaches, drays, horsemen, cabs, omnibuses, foot-passengers, and divers other sensual obstructions, intervening betwixt his small and slender figure and my eager glance. I would fain have met him on the seashore, or beneath a natural arch of forest trees, or the Gothic arch of an old cathedral, or some Grecian ruins, or at a glimmering fireside on the verge of evening, or at the twilight entrance of a cave, into the dreamy depths of which he would have led me by the hand. Anywhere, in short, save at Temple Bar, where his presence was blotted out by the porter-swollen bulks of those gross Englishmen. I stood and watched him fading away along the pavement, and could hardly tell whether he were an actual man or a thought that had slipped out of my mind and clothed itself in human form and habiliments merely to beguile me. At one moment he put his handkerchief to his lips, and withdrew it, I am almost certain, stained with blood. You never saw anything so fragile as his person. The truth is, Keats has all his life felt the effects of that terrible bleeding at the lungs, caused by the article on his Endymion in the Quarterly Review, and which so nearly brought him to the grave. Ever since, he has glided about the world like a ghost, sighing a melancholy tone in the ear of here and there a friend, but never sending forth his voice to greet the multitude. I can hardly think him a great poet. The burthen of a mighty genius would never have been imposed upon shoulders so physically frail, and a spirit so infirmly sensitive. Great poets should have iron sinews. Yet Keats, though for so many years he has given nothing to the world, is understood to have devoted himself to the composition of an epic poem. Some passages of it have been communicated to the inner circle of his admirers, and impressed them as the loftiest strains that have been audible on earth since Milton's days. If I can obtain copies of these specimens, I will ask you to present them to James Russell Lowell, who seems to be one of the poet's most fervent and worthiest worshippers. The information took me by surprise. I had supposed that all Keats's poetic incense, without being embodied in human language, floated up to heaven and mingled with the songs of the immortal choristers, who perhaps were conscious of an unknown voice among them, and thought their melody the sweeter for it. But it is not so. He has positively written a poem on the subject of Paradise Regained, though in another sense than that which presented itself to the mind of Milton. In compliance, it may be imagined, with the dogma of those who pretend that all epic possibilities in the past history of the world are exhausted, Keats has thrown his poem forward into an indefinitely remote futurity. He pictures mankind amid the closing circumstances of the time-long warfare between good and evil. Our race is on the eve of its final triumph. Man is within the last stride of perfection. Woman, redeemed from the thraldom against which our Sibyl uplifts so powerful and so sad a remonstrance, stands equal by his side, or communes for herself with angels. The earth, sympathizing with her children's happier state, has clothed itself in such luxuriant and loving beauty as no eye ever witnessed since our first parents saw the sunrise over dewy Eden. Nor then, indeed, for this is the fulfillment of what was then a golden promise. But the picture has its shadows. There remains to mankind another peril, a last encounter with the evil principle. Should the battle go against us, we sink back into the slime and misery of ages. If we triumph, but it demands a poet's eye to contemplate the splendor of such a consummation and not to be dazzled. To this great work Keats is said to have brought so deep and tender a spirit of humanity that the poem has all the sweet and warm interest of a village tale, no less than the grandeur which befits so high a theme. Such, at least, is the perhaps partial representation of his friends, for I have not read or heard even a single line of the performance in question. Keats, I am told, withholds it from the press, under an idea that the age has not enough of spiritual insight to receive it worthily. I do not like this distrust. It makes me distrust the poet. The universe is waiting to respond to the highest word that the best child of time and immortality can utter. If it refuse to listen, it is because he mumbles and stammers, or discourses things unseasonable and foreign to the purpose. I visited the House of Lords the other day to hear Canning, who, you know, is now a peer, with I forget what title. He disappointed me. Time blunts both point and edge, and does great mischief to men of his order of intellect. Then I stepped into the lower house, and listened to a few words from Cobbett, who looked as earthly as a real clodhopper, or rather as if he had lain a dozen years beneath the clods. The men whom I meet nowadays often impress me thus, probably because my spirits are not very good, and lead me to think much about graves, with the long grass upon them, and weather-worn epitaphs, and dry bones of people who made noise enough in their day, but now can only clatter, 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 when the sexton's spade disturbs them. Were it only possible to find out who are alive and who dead, it would contribute infinitely to my peace of mind. Every day of my life somebody comes and stares me in the face whom I had quietly blotted out of the tablet of living men, and trusted never more to be pestered with the sight or sound of him. For instance, going to Drury Lane Theatre, a few evenings since, up rose before me, in the ghost of Hamlet's father, the bodily presence of the elder Kean, who did die, or ought to have died, in some drunken fit or other, so long ago that his fame is scarcely traditionary now. His powers are quite gone. He was rather the ghost of himself than the ghost of the Danish king. In the stage-box sat several elderly and decrepit people, and among them a stately ruin of a woman, on a very large scale, with a profile, for I did not see her front face, that stamped itself into my brain as a seal impresses hot wax. By the tragic gesture with which she took a pinch of snuff, I was sure it must be Mrs. Siddons. Her brother, John Kemble, sat behind, a broken-down figure, but still with a kingly majesty about him. In lieu of all former achievements, nature enables him to look the part of Lear far better than in the meridian of his genius. Charles Mathews was likewise there, but a paralytic affection has distorted his once mobile countenance into a most disagreeable one-sidedness, from which he could no more wrench it into proper form than he could rearrange the face of the great globe itself. It looks as if, for the joke's sake, the poor man had twisted his features into an expression at once the most ludicrous and horrible that he could contrive, and at that very moment, as a judgment for making himself so hideous, an avenging Providence had seen fit to petrify him. Since it is out of his own power, I would gladly assist him to change countenance, for his ugly visage haunts me both at noontide and night-time. Some other players of the past generation were present, but none that greatly interested me. It behooves actors, more than all other men of publicity, to vanish from the scene betimes. Being at best but painted shadows flickering on the wall, and empty sounds that echo another's thought, it is a sad disenchantment when the colours begin to fade and the voices to croak with age. What is there now, in the literary way, on your side of the water? Nothing of the kind has come under my inspection, except a volume of poems, published above a year ago, by Dr. Channing. I did not before know that this eminent writer is a poet, nor does the volume alluded to exhibit any of the characteristics of the author's mind, as displayed in his prose works, although some of the poems have a richness that is not merely of the surface, but glows still the brighter, the deeper, the more faithfully you look into them. They seem carelessly wrought, however, like those rings and ornaments of the very purest gold, but of rude native manufacture, which are found among the gold dust from Africa. I doubt whether the American public will accept them. It looks less to the assay of metal than to the neat and cunning manufacture. How slowly our literature grows up! Most of our writers of promise have come to untimely ends. There was that wild fellow, John Neal, who almost turned my boyish brain with his romances. He surely has long been dead, else he never could keep himself so quiet. Bryant has gone to his last sleep, with the Thanatopsis gleaming over him, like a sculptured marble sepulchre by moonlight. Halleck, who used to write queer verses in the newspapers, and published a Don Juanic poem called Fanny, is defunct as a poet, though averred to be exemplifying the metempsychosis as a man of business. Somewhat later there was Whittier, a fiery Quaker youth, to whom the Muse had perversely assigned a battle-trumpet, and who got himself lynched 10 years ago in South Carolina. I remember, too, a lad just from college, Longfellow by name, who scattered some delicate verses to the winds, and went to Germany, and perished, I think, of intense application at the University of Göttingen. Willis, what a pity, was lost, if I recollect rightly, in 1833, on his voyage to Europe, whither he was going to give us sketches of the world's sunny face. If these had lived, they might, one or all of them, have grown to be famous men. And yet there is no telling. It may be as well that they have died. I was myself a young man of promise. Oh, shattered brain! Oh, broken spirit! Where is the fulfillment of that promise? The sad truth is that when fate would gently disappoint the world, it takes away the hopefulest morals in their youth. When it would laugh the world's hopes to scorn, it lets them live. Let me die upon this apothegm, for I shall never make a truer one. What a strange substance is the human brain! Or rather, for there is no need of generalizing the remark, what an odd brain is mine! Would you believe it? Daily and nightly there come scraps of poetry humming in my intellectual ear, some as airy as bird-notes, and some as delicately neat as parlour music, and a few as grand as organ peals, that seem just such verses as those departed poets would have written, had not an inexorable destiny snatched them from their inkstands. They visit me in spirit, perhaps desiring to engage my services as the amanuensis of their posthumous productions, and thus secure the endless renown that they have forfeited by going hence too early. But I have my own business to attend to, and besides, a medical gentleman, who interests himself in some little ailments of mine, advises me not to make too free use of pen and ink. There are clerks enough out of employment who would be glad of such a job. Good-bye. Are you alive or dead? And what are you about? Still scribbling for the Democratic? And do those infernal compositors and proofreaders misprint your unfortunate productions as vilely as ever? It is too bad. Let every man manufacture his own nonsense, say I. Expect me home soon, and, to whisper you a secret, in company with the poet Campbell, who purposes to visit Wyoming, and enjoy the shadow of the laurels that he planted there. Campbell is now an old man. He calls himself well, better than ever in his life, but looks strangely pale, and so shadow-like, that one might almost poke a finger through his densest material. I tell him, by way of joke, that he is as dim and forlorn as memory, though as unsubstantial as hope. Your true friend, P. P.S. Pray present my most respectful regards to our venerable and revered friend, Mr. Brockton Brown. It gratifies me to learn that a complete edition of his works, in a double-columned octavo volume, is shortly to issue from the press at Philadelphia. Tell him that no American writer enjoys a more classic reputation on this side of the water. Is old Joel Barlow yet alive? Unconscionable man! Why, he must have nearly fulfilled his century. And does he meditate an epic on the war between Mexico and Texas, with machinery contrived on the principle of the steam-engine, as being the nearest to celestial agency that our epoch can boast? How can he expect ever to rise again, if, while just sinking into his grave, he persists in burthening himself with such a ponderosity of leaden verses? End of P.'s correspondence. Earth's Holocaust, from Mosses from an Old Manse and Other Stories by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bob Neufeld. Once upon a time, but whether in the time past or time to come is a matter of little or no moment, this wide world had become so overburthened with an accumulation of worn-out trumpery that the inhabitants determined to rid themselves of it by a general bonfire. The site fixed upon, at the representation of the insurance companies, and as being as central a spot as any other on the globe, was one of the broadest prairies of the West, where no human habitation would be endangered by the flames, and where a vast assemblage of spectators might commodiously admire the show. Having a taste for sights of this kind, and imagining likewise that the illumination of the bonfire might reveal some profundity of moral truth, heretofore hidden in mist or darkness, I made it convenient to journey thither and be present. At my arrival, although the heap of condemned rubbish was as yet comparatively small, the torch had already been applied. Amid that boundless plain, in the dusk of the evening, like a far-off star alone in the firmament, there was merely visible one tremulous gleam, whence none could have anticipated so fierce a blaze as was destined to ensue. With every moment, however, there came foot-travellers, women holding up their aprons, men on horseback, wheelbarrows, lumbering baggage-wagons, and other vehicles, great and small, and from far and near, laden with articles that were judged fit for nothing but to be burnt. "What materials have been used to kindle the flame?" inquired I of a bystander, for I was desirous of knowing the whole process of the affair, from beginning to end. The person whom I addressed was a grave man, 50 years old or thereabout, who had evidently come thither as a looker-on. He struck me immediately as having weighed for himself the true value of life and its circumstances, and therefore as feeling little personal interest in whatever judgment the world might form of them. Before answering my question, he looked me in the face by the kindling light of the fire. "Oh, some very dry combustibles," replied he, "and extremely suitable to the purpose. No other, in fact, than yesterday's newspapers, last month's magazines, and last year's withered leaves. Here now comes some antiquated trash that will take fire like a handful of shavings." As he spoke, some rough-looking men advanced to the verge of the bonfire and threw in, as it appeared, all the rubbish of the Herald's office. The blazonry of coat-armor, the crests and devices of illustrious families, pedigrees that extended back like lines of light into the mist of the Dark Ages, together with stars, garters, and embroidered collars, each of which, as paltry a bauble as it might appear to the uninstructed eye, had once possessed vast significance, and was still, in truth, reckoned among the most precious of moral and material facts by the worshippers of the gorgeous past. Mingled with this confused heap, which was tossed into the flames by armsful at once, were innumerable badges of knighthood, comprising those of all the European sovereignties, and Napoleon's decoration of the Legion of Honor, the ribbons of which were entangled with those of the ancient order of Saint Louis. There, too, were the medals of our own Society of Cincinnati, by means of which, as history tells us, an order of hereditary knights came near being constituted out of the king-quellers of the Revolution. And besides, there were the patents of nobility of German counts and barons, Spanish grandees, and English peers, from the worm-eaten instrument signed by William the Conqueror down to the brand-new parchment of the latest lord, who has received his honors from the fair hand of Victoria. At sight of these dense volumes of smoke, mingled with vivid jets of flame that gushed and eddied forth from this immense pile of earthly distinctions, the multitude of plebeian spectators set up a joyous shout and clapped their hands with an emphasis that made the welkin echo. That was their moment of triumph, achieved over long ages over creatures of the same clay and the same spiritual infirmities, who had dared to assume the privileges due only to heaven's better workmanship. But now there rushed towards the blazing heap a gray-haired man of stately presence, wearing a coat from the breast of which a star or other badge of rank seemed to have been forcibly wrenched away. He had not the tokens of intellectual power in his face, but still there was the demeanor, the habitual and almost native dignity, of one who had been born to the idea of his own social superiority, and had never felt it questioned till that moment. "People," cried he, gazing at the ruin of what was dearest to his eyes with grief and wonder, but nevertheless with a degree of stateliness, "people, what have you done? This fire is consuming all that marked your advance from barbarism, or that could have prevented your relapse thither. We, the men of the privileged orders, were those who kept alive, from age to age, the old chivalrous spirit, the gentle and generous thought, the higher, the purer, the more refined and delicate life. With the nobles, too, you cast off the poet, the painter, the sculptor, all the beautiful arts, for we were their patrons and created the atmosphere in which they flourish. In abolishing the majestic distinctions of rank, society loses not only its grace, but its steadfastness." More he would doubtless have spoken, but here there arose an outcry, sportive, contemptuous, and indignant, that altogether drowned the appeal of the fallen nobleman, insomuch that, casting one look of despair at his own half-burnt pedigree, he shrunk back into the crowd, glad to shelter himself under his new-found insignificance. "Let him thank his stars that we have not flung him into the same fire," shouted a rude figure, spurning the embers with his foot. "And henceforth let no man dare to show a piece of musty parchment as his warrant for lording it over his fellows. If he have strength of arm, well and good. It is one species of superiority. If he have wit, wisdom, courage, force of character, let these attributes do for him what they may. But from this day forward no mortal must hope for place and consideration by reckoning up the mouldy bones of his ancestors. That nonsense is done away." "And in good time," remarked the grave observer by my side, in a low voice, however, "if no worse nonsense come in its place. But, at all events, this species of nonsense has fairly lived out its life." There was little space to muse or moralize over the embers of this time-honored rubbish, for before it was half burnt out there came another multitude from beyond the sea, bearing the purple robes of royalty and the crowns, globes, and sceptres of emperors and kings. All these had been condemned as useless baubles, playthings at best, fit only for the infancy of the world, or rods to govern and chastise it in its nonage, but with which universal manhood, at its full-grown stature, could no longer brook to be insulted. In such contempt had these regal insignia now fallen, that the gilded crown and tinselled robes of the player-king from Drury Lane Theatre had been thrown in among the rest, doubtless as a mockery of his brother monarchs on the great stage of the world. It was a strange sight to discern the crown jewels of England glowing and flashing in the midst of the fire. Some of them had been delivered down from the time of the Saxon princes, others were purchased with vast revenues, or perchance ravished from the dead brows of the native potentates of Hindostan. And the whole now blazed with a dazzling lustre, as if a star had fallen in the spot and been shattered into fragments. The splendor of the ruined monarchy had no reflection, save in those inestimable precious stones. But enough on this subject. It were but tedious to describe how the Emperor of Austria's mantle was converted to tinder, and how the posts and pillars of the French throne became a heap of coals, which it was impossible to distinguish from those of any other wood. Let me add, however, that I noticed one of the exile Poles stirring up the bonfire with the Tsar of Russia's sceptre, which he afterwards flung into the flames. "The smell of singed garments is quite intolerable here," observed my new acquaintance, as the breeze enveloped us in the smoke of a royal wardrobe. "Let us get to windward and see what they are doing on the other side of the bonfire." We accordingly passed around, and were just in time to witness the arrival of a vast procession of Washingtonians, as the votaries of temperance call themselves nowadays, accompanied by thousands of the Irish disciples of Father Mathew, with that great apostle at their head. They brought a rich contribution to the bonfire, being nothing less than all the hogsheads and barrels of liquor in the world, which they rolled before them across the prairie. "Now, my children," cried Father Mathew, when they reached the verge of the fire, "one shove more, and the work is done. And now let us stand off and see Satan deal with his own liquor." Accordingly, having placed their wooden vessels within reach of the flames, the procession stood off at a safe distance, and soon beheld them burst into a blaze that reached the clouds and threatened to set the sky itself on fire. And well it might, for here was the whole world's stock of spirituous liquors, which, instead of kindling a frenzied light in the eyes of individual topers as of yore, soared upwards with a bewildering gleam that startled all mankind. It was the aggregate of that fierce fire which would otherwise have scorched the hearts of millions. Meanwhile, numberless bottles of precious wine were flung into the blaze, which lapped up the contents as if it loved them, and grew, like other drunkards, the merrier and fiercer for what it quaffed. Never again will the insatiable thirst of the fire-fiend be so pampered. Here were the treasures of famous bon vivants, liquors that had been tossed on ocean and mellowed in the sun, and hoarded long in the recesses of the earth, the pale, the gold, the ruddy juice of whatever vineyards were most delicate, the entire vintage of Tokay, all mingling in one stream with the vile fluids of the common pothouse, and contributing to heighten the self-same blaze. And while it rose in a gigantic spire that seemed to wave against the arch of the firmament, and combined itself with the light of stars, the multitude gave a shout, as if the broad earth were exulting in its deliverance from the curse of ages. But the joy was not universal. Many deemed that human life would be gloomier than ever when that brief illumination should sink down. While the reformers were at work, I overheard muttered expostulations from several respectable gentlemen with red noses and wearing gouty shoes, and a ragged worthy, whose face looked like a hearth where the fire is burnt out, now expressed his discontent more openly and boldly. "What is this world good for," said the last toper, "now that we can never be jolly any more? What is to comfort the poor man in sorrow and perplexity? How is he to keep his heart warm against the cold winds of this cheerless earth? And what do you propose to give him in exchange for the solace that you take away? How are old friends to sit together by the fireside without a cheerful glass between them? A plague upon your reformation! It is a sad world, a cold world, a selfish world, a low world, not worth an honest fellow's living in, now that the good fellowship is gone forever." This harangue excited great mirth among the bystanders. But, preposterous as was the sentiment, I could not help commiserating the forlorn condition of the last toper, whose boon companions had dwindled away from his side, leaving the poor fellow without a soul to countenance him in sipping his liquor, nor indeed any liquor to sip. Not that this was quite the true state of the case, for I had observed him, at a critical moment, filch a bottle of fourth-proof brandy that fell beside the bonfire, and hide it in his pocket. The spirituous and fermented liquors being thus disposed of, the zeal of the reformers next induced them to replenish the fire with all the boxes of tea and bags of coffee in the world. And now came the planters of Virginia, bringing their crops of tobacco. These, being cast upon the heap of inutility, aggregated it to the size of a mountain, and incensed the atmosphere with such potent fragrance that methought we should never draw pure breath again. The present sacrifice seemed to startle the lovers of the weed more than any that they had hitherto witnessed. "Well, they've put my pipe out," said an old gentleman, flinging it into the flames in a pet. "What is this world coming to? Everything rich and racy, all the spice of life, is to be condemned as useless. Now that they have kindled the bonfire, if these nonsensical reformers would fling themselves into it, all would be well enough." "Be patient," responded a staunch conservative. "It will come to that in the end. They will first fling us in, and finally themselves." From the general and systematic measures of reform, I now turned to consider the individual contributions to this memorable bonfire. In many instances these were of a very amusing character. One poor fellow threw in his empty purse, and another a bundle of counterfeit or insolvable banknotes. Fashionable ladies threw in their last season's bonnets, together with heaps of ribbons, yellow lace, and much other half-worn milliner's wear, all of which proved even more evanescent in the fire than it had been in the fashion. A multitude of lovers of both sexes, discarded maids or bachelors, and couples mutually weary of one another, tossed in bundles of perfumed letters and enamoured sonnets. A hack politician, being deprived of bread by the loss of office, threw in his teeth, which happened to be false ones. The Reverend Sidney Smith, having voyaged across the Atlantic for that sole purpose, came up to the bonfire with a bitter grin, and threw in certain repudiated bonds, fortified though they were with the broad seal of a sovereign state. A little boy of 5 years old, in the premature manliness of the present epoch, threw in his playthings. A college graduate, his diploma; an apothecary, ruined by the spread of homeopathy, his whole stock of drugs and medicines; a physician, his library; a parson, his old sermons; and a fine gentleman of the old school, his code of manners, which he had formerly written down for the benefit of the next generation. A widow, resolving on a second marriage, slyly threw in her dead husband's miniature. A young man, jilted by his mistress, would willingly have flung his own desperate heart into the flames, but could find no means to wrench it out of his bosom. An American author, whose works were neglected by the public, threw his pen and paper into the bonfire, and betook himself to some less discouraging occupation. It somewhat startled me to overhear a number of ladies, highly respectable in appearance, proposing to fling their gowns and petticoats into the flames, and assume the garb, together with the manners, duties, offices, and responsibilities, of the opposite sex. What favour was accorded to this scheme I am unable to say, my attention being suddenly drawn to a poor, deceived, and half-delirious girl, who, exclaiming that she was the most worthless thing alive or dead, attempted to cast herself into the fire, amid all that wrecked and broken trumpery of the world. A good man, however, ran to her rescue. "Patience, my poor girl," said he, as he drew her back from the fierce embrace of the destroying angel. "Be patient, and abide Heaven's will. So long as you possess a living soul, all may be restored to its first freshness. These things of matter and creations of human fantasy are fit for nothing but to be burnt when once they have had their day. But your day is eternity." "Yes," said the wretched girl, whose frenzy seemed now to have sunk down into deep despondency. "Yes, and the sunshine is blotted out of it." It was now rumored among the spectators that all the weapons and munitions of war were to be thrown into the bonfire, with the exception of the world's stock of gunpowder, which, as the safest mode of disposing of it, had already been drowned in the sea. This intelligence seemed to awaken great diversity of opinion. The hopeful philanthropists esteemed it a token that the millennium was already come, while persons of another stamp, in whose view mankind was a breed of bulldogs, prophesied that all the old stoutness, fervor, nobleness, generosity, and magnanimity of the race would disappear. These qualities, as they affirmed, requiring blood for their nourishment. They comforted themselves, however, in the belief that the proposed abolition of war was impracticable for any length of time together. Be that as it might, numberless great guns, whose thunder had long been the voice of battle, the artillery of the Armada, the battering trains of Marlborough, and the adverse cannon of Napoleon and Wellington, were trundled into the midst of the fire. By the continual addition of dry combustibles, it had now waxed so intense that neither brass nor iron could withstand it. It was wonderful to behold how these terrible instruments of slaughter melted away like playthings of wax. Then the armies of the earth wheeled around the mighty furnace, with their military music playing triumphant marches, and flung in their muskets and swords. The standard-bearers likewise cast one look upward at their banners, all tattered with shot-holes and inscribed with the names of victorious fields, and giving them a last flourish on the breeze, they lowered them into the flame, which snatched them upward in its rush toward the clouds. This ceremony being over, the world was left without a single weapon in its hands, except possibly a few old kings' arms and rusty swords, and other trophies of the Revolution in some of our state armories. And now the drums were beaten, and the trumpets brayed all together, as a prelude to the proclamation of universal and eternal peace, and the announcement that glory was no longer to be won by blood, but that it would henceforth be the contention of the human race to work out the greatest mutual good, and that beneficence, in the future annals of the earth, would claim the praise of valor. The blessed tidings were accordingly promulgated, and caused infinite rejoicings among those who had stood aghast at the horror and absurdity of war. But I saw a grim smile pass over the seared visage of a stately old commander. By his war-worn figure and rich military dress he might have been one of Napoleon's famous marshals, who, with the rest of the world's soldiery, had just flung away the sword that had been familiar to his right hand for half a century. "Aye, aye," grumbled he, "let them proclaim what they please, but in the end we shall find that all this foolery has only made more work for the armorers and cannon foundries." "Why, sir," exclaimed I in astonishment, "do you imagine that the human race will ever so far return to the steps of its past madness as to wield another sword or cast another cannon?" "There will be no need," observed with a sneer one who neither felt benevolence nor had faith in it. "When Cain wished to slay his brother, he was at no loss for a weapon." "We shall see," replied the veteran commander. "If I am mistaken, so much the better. But in my opinion, without pretending to philosophize about the matter, the necessity of war lies far deeper than these honest gentlemen suppose. What? Is there a field for all the petty disputes of individuals? Then shall there be no great law court for the settlement of national difficulties? The battlefield is the only court where such suits can be tried." "You forget, General," rejoined I, "that in this advanced stage of civilization, reason and philanthropy combined will constitute just such a tribunal as is requisite." "Ah, I had forgotten that, indeed," said the old warrior, as he limped away. The fire was now to be replenished with materials that had hitherto been considered of even greater importance to the well-being of society than the warlike munitions which we had already seen consumed. A body of reformers had travelled all over the earth in quest of the machinery by which the different nations were accustomed to inflict the punishment of death. A shudder passed through the multitude as these ghastly emblems were dragged forward. Even the flames seemed at first to shrink away, displaying the shape and murderous contrivance of each in a full blaze of light, which of itself was sufficient to convince mankind of the long and deadly error of human law. These old implements of cruelty, those horrible monsters of mechanism, those inventions which it seemed to demand something worse than man's natural heart to contrive, and which had lurked in the dusky nooks of ancient prisons, the subject of terror-stricken legends, were now brought forth to view. Headsmen's axes, with the rust of noble and royal blood upon them, and a vast collection of halters that had choked the breath of plebeian victims, were thrown in together. A shout greeted the arrival of the guillotine, which was thrust forward on the same wheels that had borne it from one to another of the blood-stained streets of Paris. But the loudest roar of applause went up, telling the distant sky of the triumph of the earth's redemption, when the gallows made its appearance. An ill-looking fellow, however, rushed forward, and putting himself in the path of the reformers, bellowed hoarsely, and fought with brute fury to stay their progress. It was little matter of surprise, perhaps, that the executioner should thus do his best to vindicate and uphold the machinery by which he himself had his livelihood, and worthier individuals their death. But it deserved special note that men of a far different sphere, even of that class in whose guardianship the world is apt to trust its benevolence, were found to take the hangman's view of the question. "Stay, my brethren," cried one of them. "You are misled by a false philanthropy. You know not what you do. The gallows is a heaven-oriented instrument. Bear it back, then, reverently, and set it up in its old place, else the world will fall to speedy ruin and desolation." "Onward!" shouted a leader in the reform. "Into the flames with the accursed instrument of man's bloody policy! How can human law inculcate benevolence and love while it persists in setting up the gallows as its chief symbol? One heave more, good friends, and the world will be redeemed from its greatest error." 1,000 hands that nevertheless loathed the touch now lent their assistance, and thrust the ominous burthen far, far into the centre of the raging furnace. There its fatal and abhorred image was beheld, first black, then a red coal, then ashes. "That was well done," exclaimed I. "Yes, it was well done," replied, but with less enthusiasm than I expected, the thoughtful observer who was still at my side. "Well done, if the world be good enough for the measure. Death, however, is an idea that cannot easily be dispensed with, in any condition between the primal innocence and that other purity and perfection which, perchance, we are destined to attain after travelling round the full circle. But, at all events, it is well that the experiment should now be tried." "Too cold, too cold!" impatiently exclaimed the young and ardent leader in this triumph. "Let the heart have its voice here, as well as the intellect. And as for ripeness, and as for progress, let mankind always do the highest, kindest, noblest thing that at any given period it has attained to the perception of, and surely that thing cannot be wrong, nor wrongly timed." I know not whether it was the excitement of the scene, or whether the good people around the bonfire were really growing more enlightened every instant, but they now proceeded to measures, in the full length of which I was hardly prepared to keep them company. For instance, some threw their marriage certificates into the flames, and declared themselves candidates for a higher, holier, and more comprehensive union than that which had subsisted from the birth of time, under the form of the connubial tie. Others hastened to the vaults of banks and to the coffers of the rich, all of which were open to the first comer on this fated occasion, and brought entire bales of paper money to enliven the blaze, and tons of coin to be melted down by its intensity. Henceforth, they said, universal benevolence, uncoined and exhaustless, was to be the golden currency of the world. At this intelligence the bankers and speculators in the stocks grew pale, and a pickpocket, who had reaped a rich harvest among the crowd, fell down in a deadly fainting fit. A few men of business burnt their day-books and ledgers, the notes and obligations of their creditors, and all the evidences of debts due to themselves; while perhaps a somewhat larger number satisfied their zeal for reform with the sacrifice of an uncomfortable recollection of their own indebtment. There was then a cry that the period was arrived when the title deeds of landed property should be given to the flames, and the whole soil of the earth revert to the public, from whom it had been wrongfully abstracted and most unequally distributed among individuals. Another party demanded that all written constitutions, set forms of government, legislative acts, statute books, and everything else on which human invention had endeavored to stamp its arbitrary laws, should at once be destroyed, leaving the consummated world as free as the man first created. Whether any ultimate action was taken with regard to these propositions is beyond my knowledge, for just then some matters were in progress that concerned my sympathies more nearly. "See, see, what heaps of books and pamphlets!" cried a fellow who did not seem to be a lover of literature. "Now we shall have a glorious blaze." "That's just the thing," said a modern philosopher. "Now we shall get rid of the weight of dead man's thought, which has hitherto pressed so heavily on the living intellect that it has been incompetent to any effectual self-exertion. Well done, my lads! Into the fire with them! Now you are enlightening the world indeed." "But what is to become of the trade?" cried a frantic bookseller. "Oh, by all means let them accompany their merchandise," coolly observed an author. "It will be a noble funeral pile." The truth was that the human race had now reached a stage of progress so far beyond what the wisest and wittiest men of former ages had ever dreamed of, that it would have been a manifest absurdity to allow the earth to be any longer encumbered with their poor achievements in the literary line. Accordingly, a thorough and searching investigation had swept the booksellers' shops, hawkers' stands, public and private libraries, and even the little bookshelf by the country fireside, and had brought the world's entire mass of printed paper, bound or in sheets, to swell the already mountain bulk of our illustrious bonfire. Thick, heavy folios, containing the labors of lexicographers, commentators, and encyclopedists, were flung in, and falling among the embers with a leaden thump, smouldered away to ashes like rotten wood. The small, richly gilt French tomes of the last age, with the 100 volumes of Voltaire among them, went off in a brilliant shower of sparkles and little jets of flame, while the current literature of the same nation burnt red and blue, and threw an infernal light over the visages of the spectators, converting them all to the aspect of party-colored fiends. A collection of German stories emitted a scent of brimstone. The English standard authors made excellent fuel, generally exhibiting the properties of sound oak logs. Milton's works in particular sent up a powerful blaze, gradually reddening into a coal which promised to endure longer than almost any other material of the pile. From Shakespeare there gushed a flame of such marvelous splendor that men shaded their eyes as against the sun's meridian glory. Nor even when the works of his own elucidators were flung upon him did he cease to flash forth a dazzling radiance from beneath the ponderous heap. It is my belief that he is still blazing as fervidly as ever. Could a poet but light a lamp at that glorious flame, remarked I, he might then consume the midnight oil to some good purpose. That's the very thing which modern poets have been too apt to do, or at least to attempt, answered a critic. The chief benefit to be expected from this conflagration of past literature, undoubtedly, is that writers will henceforth be compelled to light their lamps at the sun or stars. If they can reach so high, said I, but that task requires a giant, who may afterward distribute the light among inferior men. It is not everyone that can steal the fire from heaven like Prometheus, but when once he had done the deed, 1,000 hearths were kindled by it. It amazed me much to observe how indefinite was the proportion between the physical mass of any given author and the property of brilliant and long-continued combustion. For instance, there was not a quarto volume of the last century, nor indeed of the present, that could compete in that particular with a child's little gilt-covered book containing Mother Goose's melodies. The life and death of Tom Thumb outlasted the biography of Marlborough. An epic, indeed, a dozen of them, was converted to white ashes before the single sheet of an old ballad was half consumed. In more than one case, too, when volumes of applauded verse proved incapable of anything better than a stifling smoke, an unregarded ditty of some nameless bard, perchance in the corner of a newspaper, soared up among the stars with a flame as brilliant as their own. Speaking of the properties of flame, methought Shelley's poetry emitted a purer light than almost any other productions of his day, contrasting beautifully with the fitful and lurid gleams and gushes of black vapour that flashed and eddied from the volumes of Lord Byron. As for Tom Moore, some of his songs diffused an odour like a burning pastille. I felt particular interest in watching the combustion of American authors, and scrupulously noted by my watch the precise number of moments that changed most of them from shabbily printed books to indistinguishable ashes. It would be invidious, however, if not perilous, to betray these awful secrets, so that I shall content myself with observing that it was not invariably the writer most frequent in the public mouth that made the most splendid appearance in the bonfire. I especially remember that a great deal of excellent inflammability was exhibited in a thin volume of poems by Ellery Channing, although, to speak the truth, there were certain portions that hissed and spluttered in a very disagreeable fashion. A curious phenomenon occurred in reference to several writers, native as well as foreign. Their books, though of highly respectable figure, instead of bursting into a blaze, or even smouldering out their substance in smoke, suddenly melted away in a manner that proved them to be ice. If it be no lack of modesty to mention my own works, it must here be confessed that I looked for them with fatherly interest, but in vain. Too probably they were changed to vapour by the first action of the heat. At best I can only hope that, in their quiet way, they contributed a glimmering spark or two to the splendour of the evening. Alas, and woe is me! Thus bemoaned himself a heavy-looking gentleman in green spectacles. The world is utterly ruined, and there is nothing to live for any longer. The business of my life is snatched from me, not a volume to be had for love or money. This, remarked the sedate observer beside me, is a bookworm, one of those men who are born to gnaw dead thoughts. His clothes, you see, are covered with the dust of libraries. He has no inward fountain of ideas, and in good earnest, now that the old stock is abolished, I do not see what is to become of the poor fellow. Have you no word of comfort for him? My dear sir, said I to the desperate bookworm, is not nature better than a book? Is not the human heart deeper than any system of philosophy? Is not life replete with more instruction than past observers have found it possible to write down in maxims? Be of good cheer. The great book of time is still spread wide open before us, and if we read it aright, it will be to us a volume of eternal truth. Oh, my books, my books, my precious printed books, reiterated the forlorn bookworm. My only reality was a bound volume, and now they will not leave me even a shadowy pamphlet. In fact, the last remnant of the literature of all the ages was now descending upon the blazing heap, in the shape of a cloud of pamphlets from the press of the New World. These likewise were consumed in the twinkling of an eye, leaving the earth, for the first time since the days of Cadmus, free from the plague of letters, an enviable field for the authors of the next generation. Well, and does anything remain to be done? Inquired I, somewhat anxiously. Unless we set fire to the earth itself, and then leap boldly off into infinite space, I know not that we can carry reform to any further point. You are vastly mistaken, my good friend, said the observer. Believe me, the fire will not be allowed to settle down without the addition of fuel that will startle many persons who have lent a willing hand thus far. Nevertheless, there appeared to be a relaxation of effort for a little time, during which probably the leaders of the movement were considering what should be done next. In the interval a philosopher threw his theory into the flames, a sacrifice which, by those who knew how to estimate it, was pronounced the most remarkable that had yet been made. The combustion, however, was by no means brilliant. Some indefatigable people, scorning to take a moment's ease, now employed themselves in collecting all the withered leaves and fallen boughs of the forest, and thereby recruited the bonfire to a greater height than ever. But this was mere by-play. "Here comes the fresh fuel that I spoke of," said my companion. To my astonishment, the persons who now advanced into the vacant space around the mountain fire bore surplices and other priestly garments, mitres, croziers, and a confusion of popish and Protestant emblems, with which it seemed their purpose to consummate this great act of faith. Crosses from the spires of old cathedrals were cast upon the heap with as little remorse as if the reverence of centuries, passing in long array beneath the lofty towers, had not looked up to them as the holiest of symbols. The font in which infants were consecrated to God, the sacramental vessels whence piety received the hallowed draught, were given to the same destruction. Perhaps it most nearly touched my heart to see among those devoted relics fragments of the humble communion tables and undecorated pulpits which I recognized as having been torn from the meeting-houses of New England. Those simple edifices might have been permitted to retain all of the sacred embellishment that their Puritan founders had bestowed, even though the mighty structure of St. Peter's had sent its spoils to the fire of this terrible sacrifice. Yet I felt that these were but the externals of religion, and might most safely be relinquished by spirits that best knew their deep significance. "All is well," said I, cheerfully. "The wood-paths shall be the aisles of our cathedral. The firmament itself shall be its ceiling. What needs an earthly roof between the deity and his worshippers? Our faith can well afford to lose all the drapery that even the holiest men have thrown around it, and be only the more sublime in its simplicity." "True," said my companion, "but will they pause here?" The doubt implied in his question was well founded. In the general destruction of books already described, a holy volume that stood apart from the catalogue of human literature, and yet in one sense was at its head, had been spared. But the Titan of innovation, angel or fiend, double in his nature and capable of deeds befitting both characters, at first shaking down only the old and rotten shapes of things, had now, as it appeared, laid his terrible hand upon the main pillars which supported the whole edifice of our moral and spiritual state. The inhabitants of the earth had grown too enlightened to define their faith within a form of words, or to limit the spiritual by any analogy to our material existence. Truths, which the heavens trembled at, were now but a fable of the world's infancy. Therefore, as the final sacrifice of human error, what else remained to be thrown upon the embers of that awful pile except the Book, which, though a celestial revelation to past ages, was but a voice from a lower sphere, as regarded the present race of man? It was done. Upon the blazing heap of falsehood and worn-out truth, things that the earth had never needed, or had ceased to need, or had grown childishly weary of, fell the ponderous Church Bible, the great old volume that had lain so long on the cushion of the pulpit, and whence the pastor's solemn voice had given holy utterance on so many a Sabbath day. There likewise fell the family Bible, which the long-buried patriarch had read to his children, in prosperity or sorrow, by the fireside and in the summer shade of trees, and had bequeathed downward as the heirloom of generations. There fell the bosom Bible, the little volume that had been the soul's friend of some sorely tried child of dust, who thence took courage, whether his trial were for life or death, steadfastly confronting both in the strong assurance of immortality. All those were flung into the fierce and riotous blaze. and then a mighty wind came roaring across the plain, with a desolate howl, as if it were the angry lamentations of the earth for the loss of heaven's sunshine, and it shook the gigantic pyramid of flame, and scattered the cinders of half-consumed abominations around upon the spectators. "This is terrible," said I, feeling that my cheek grew pale, and seeing a like change in the visages about me. "Be of good courage yet," answered the man with whom I had so often spoken. He continued to gaze steadily at the spectacle with a singular calmness, as if it concerned him merely as an observer. "Be of good courage, nor yet exult too much, for there is far less, both of good and evil, in the effect of this bonfire than the world might be willing to believe." "How can that be?" exclaimed I, impatiently. "Has it not consumed everything? Has it not swallowed up or melted down every human or divine appendage of our mortal state that had substance enough to be acted on by fire? Will there be anything left us tomorrow morning, better or worse than a heap of embers and ashes?" "Assuredly there will," said my grave friend. "Come hither tomorrow morning, or whenever the combustible portion of the pile shall be quite burnt out, and you will find among the ashes everything really valuable that you have seen cast into the flames. Trust me, the world of tomorrow will again enrich itself with the gold and diamonds which have been cast off by the world of today. Not a truth is destroyed nor buried so deep among the ashes but it will be raked up at last." This was a strange assurance, yet I felt inclined to credit it, the more especially as I beheld among the wallowing flames a copy of the Holy Scriptures, the pages of which, instead of being blackened into tinder, only assumed a more dazzling whiteness, as the finger-marks of human imperfection were purified away. Certain marginal notes and commentaries, it is true, yielded to the intensity of the fiery test, but without detriment to the smallest syllable that had flamed from the pen of inspiration. "Yes, there is the proof of what you say," answered I, turning to the observer. "But if only what is evil can feel the action of the fire, then surely the conflagration has been of inestimable utility. Yet, if I understand aright, you intimate a doubt whether the world's expectation of benefit would be realized by it." "Listen to the talk of these worthies," said he, pointing to a group in front of the blazing pile. "Possibly they may teach you something useful without intending it." The persons whom he indicated consisted of that brutal and most earthly figure who had stood forth so furiously in defense of the gallows, the hangman, in short, together with the last thief and the last murderer. All three of them were clustered about the last toper. The latter was liberally passing about the brandy bottle which he had rescued from the general destruction of wines and spirits. The little convivial party seemed at the lowest pitch of despondency, as considering that the purified world must needs be utterly unlike the sphere that they had hitherto known, and therefore but a strange and desolate abode for gentlemen of their kidney. "The best counsel for all of us is," remarked the hangman, "that, as soon as we have finished the last drop of liquor, I help you, my three friends, to a comfortable end upon the nearest tree, and then hang myself on the same bough. There is no world for us any longer." "Pooh, pooh, my good fellows," said a dark-complexioned personage, who now joined the group. His complexion was indeed fearfully dark, and his eyes glowed with a redder light than that of the bonfire. "Be not so cast down, my dear friends. You shall see good days yet. There is one thing that these wiseacres have forgotten to throw into the fire, and without which all the rest of the conflagration is just nothing at all. Yes, though they had burnt the earth itself to a cinder." "And what may that be?" eagerly demanded the last murderer. "What but the human heart itself? said the dark-visaged stranger, with a portentous grin. "And, unless they hit upon some method of purifying that foul cavern, forth from it will reissue all the shapes of wrong and misery, the same old shapes or worse ones, which they have taken such a vast deal of trouble to consume to ashes. I have stood by this livelong night, and laughed in my sleeve at the whole business. Ah, take my word for it, it will be the old world yet." This brief conversation supplied me with a theme for lengthened thought. How sad a truth, if truth it were, that man's age-long endeavor for perfection had served only to render him the mockery of the evil principle, from the fatal circumstance of an error at the very root of the matter. The heart! There was the little yet boundless sphere wherein existed the original wrong, of which crime and misery of this outward world were merely types. Purify that inner sphere, and the many shapes of evil that haunt the outward, and which now seem almost our only realities, will turn to shadowy phantoms, and vanish of their own accord. But if we go no deeper than the intellect, and strive with merely that feeble instrument to discern and rectify what is wrong, our whole accomplishment will be a dream, so unsubstantial that it matters little whether the bonfire, which I have so faithfully described, were what we choose to call a real event and a flame that would scorch the finger, or only a phosphoric radiance and a parable of my own brain. End of Earth's Holocaust. Passages from a Relinquished Work. From Mosses from an Old Manse and Other Stories, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bob Neufeld. At Home. From infancy I was under the guardianship of a village parson, who made me the subject of daily prayer and the sufferer of innumerable stripes, using no distinction as to these marks of paternal love between myself and his own 3 boys. The result, it must be owned, has been very different in their cases and mine, they being all respectable men and well settled in life, the eldest as the successor to his father's pulpit, the second as a physician, and the third as a partner in a wholesale shoe-store, while I, with better prospects than either of them, have run the course which this volume will describe. Yet there is room for doubt whether I should have been any better contented with such success as theirs than with my own misfortunes, at least till after my experience of the latter had made it too late for another trial. My guardian had a name of considerable eminence, and fitter for the place it occupies in ecclesiastical history than for so frivolous a page as mine. In his own vicinity, among the lighter part of his hearers, he was called Parson Thumpcushion, from the very forcible gestures with which he illustrated his doctrines. Certainly, if his powers as a preacher were to be estimated by the damage done to his pulpit furniture, none of his living brethren, and but few dead ones, would have been worthy even to pronounce a benediction after him. Such pounding and expounding, the moment he began to grow warm, such slapping with his open palm, thumping with his closed fist, and banging with the whole weight of the great Bible, convinced me that he held in imagination either the old Nick or some Unitarian infidel at bay, and belabored his unhappy cushion as proxy for these abominable adversaries. Nothing but this exercise of the body, while delivering his sermons, could have supported the good parson's health under the mental toil which they cost him in composition. Though Parson Thumpcushion had an upright heart, and some called it a warm one, he was invariably stern and severe on principle, I suppose, to me. With late justice, though early enough even now to be tinctured with generosity, I acknowledge him to have been a good and a wise man, after his own fashion. If his management failed as to myself, it succeeded with his 3 sons, nor, I must frankly say, could any mode of education, with which it was possible for him to be acquainted, have made me much better than what I was, or led me to a happier fortune than the present. He could neither change the nature that God gave me, nor adapt his own inflexible mind to my peculiar character. Perhaps it was my chief misfortune that I had neither father nor mother alive, for parents have an instinctive sagacity in regard to the welfare of their children, and the child feels a confidence both in the wisdom and affection of his parents which he cannot transfer to any delegate of their duties, however conscientious. An orphan's fate is hard, be he rich or poor. As for Parson Thumpcushion, whenever I see the old gentleman in my dreams, he looks kindly and sorrowfully at me, holding out his hand as if each had something to forgive. With such kindness and such forgiveness, but without the sorrow, may our next meeting be. I was a youth of gay and happy temperament, with an incorrigible levity of spirit, of no vicious propensities, sensible enough, but wayward and fanciful. What a character was this to be brought in contact with the stern old pilgrim spirit of my guardian! We were at variance on 1,000 points. But our chief and final dispute arose from the pertinacity with which he insisted on my adopting a particular profession, while I, being heir to a moderate competence, had avowed my purpose of keeping aloof from the regular business of life. This would have been a dangerous resolution anywhere in the world. It was fatal in New England. There is a grossness in the conceptions of my countrymen. They will not be convinced that any good thing may consist with what they call idleness. They can anticipate nothing but evil of a young man who neither studies physic, law, nor gospel, nor opens a store, nor takes to farming, but manifests an incomprehensible disposition to be satisfied with what his father left him. The principle is excellent in its general influence, but most miserable in its effect on the few that violate it. I had a quick sensitiveness to public opinion, and felt as if it ranked me with the tavern-haunters and town paupers, with the drunken poet who hawked his own Fourth of July odes, and the broken soldier who had been good for nothing since last war. The consequence of all this was a piece of light-hearted desperation. I do not estimate my notoriety when I take it for granted that many of my readers must have heard of me in the wild way of life which I adopted. The idea of becoming a wandering story-teller had been suggested a year or two before by an encounter with several merry vagabonds in a showman's wagon, where they and I had sheltered ourselves during a summer shower. The project was not more extravagant than most which a young man forms. Stranger ones are executed every day, and not to mention my prototypes in the East, and the wandering orators and poets whom my own ears have heard, I had the example of one illustrious itinerant in the other hemisphere, of Goldsmith, who planned and performed his travels through France and Italy on a less promising scheme than mine. I took credit to myself for various qualifications, mental and personal, suited to the undertaking. Besides, my mind had latterly tormented me for employment, keeping up an irregular activity even in sleep, and making me conscious that I must toil, if it were but in catching butterflies. But my chief motives were discontent with home, and a bitter grudge against Parson Thumpcushion, who would rather have laid me in my father's tomb than seen me either a novelist or an actor, two characters whom I thus hit upon a method of uniting. After all, it was not half so foolish as if I had written romances instead of reciting them. The following pages will contain a picture of my vagrant life, intermixed with specimens, generally brief and slight, of that great mass of fiction to which I gave existence, and which has vanished like cloud shapes. Besides the occasions when I sought a pecuniary reward, I was accustomed to exercise my narrative faculty wherever chance had collected a little audience idle enough to listen. These rehearsals were useful in testing the strong points of my stories, and indeed the flow of fancy soon came upon me so abundantly that its indulgence was its own reward, though the hope of praise also became a powerful incitement. Since I shall never feel the warm gush of new thought as I did then, let me beseech the reader to believe that my tales were not always so cold as he may find them now. With each specimen will be given a sketch of the circumstances in which the story was told. Thus my air-drawn pictures will be set in frames perhaps more valuable than the pictures themselves, since they will be embossed with groups of characteristic figures amid the lake and mountain scenery, the villages and fertile fields of our native land. But I write the book for the sake of its moral, which many a dreaming youth may profit by, though it is the experience of a wandering story-teller. A Flight in the Fog. I set out on my rambles one morning in June, about sunrise. The day promised to be fair, though at that early hour a heavy mist lay along the earth and settled, in minute globules, on the folds of my clothes, so that I looked precisely as if touched with a hoar frost. The sky was quite obscured, and the trees and houses invisible, till they grew out of the fog as I came close upon them. There is a hill towards the west, whence the road goes abruptly down, holding a level course through the village, and ascending an eminence on the other side, behind which it disappears. The whole view comprises an extent of half a mile. Here I paused, and, while gazing through the misty veil, it partially rose and swept away with so sudden an effect that a gray cloud seemed to have taken the aspect of a small white town. A thin vapor being still diffused through the atmosphere, the wreaths and pillars of fog, whether hung in air or based on earth, appeared not less substantial than the edifices, and gave their own indistinctness to the whole. It was singular that such an unromantic scene should look so visionary. Half of the parson's dwelling was a dingy white house, and half of it was a cloud, and Squire Moody's mansion, the grandest in the village, was wholly visible, even the lattice-work of the balcony under the front window, while in another place only 2 red chimneys were seen above the mist, appertaining to my own paternal residence, then tenanted by strangers. I could not remember those with whom I had dwelt there, not even my mother. The brick edifice of the bank was in the clouds. The foundations of what was to be a great block of buildings had vanished ominously, as it proved. The dry-goods store of Mr. Nightingale seemed a doubtful concern, and Dominicus Pike's tobacco manufactory an affair of smoke, except the splendid image of an Indian chief in front. The white spire of the meeting-house ascended out of the densest heap of vapor, as if that shadowy base were its only support, or, to give a truer interpretation, the steeple was the emblem of religion, enveloped in mystery below, yet pointing to a cloudless atmosphere, and catching the brightness of the east on its gilded vein. As I beheld these objects and the dewy street, with grassy intervals and a border of trees between the wheel-track and the sidewalks, all so indistinct and not to be traced without an effort, the whole seemed more like memory than reality. I would have imagined that years had already passed, and I was far away, contemplating that dim picture of my native place which I should retain in my mind through the mist of time. No tears fell from my eyes among the dewdrops of the morning, nor does it occur to me that I heaved a sigh. In truth, I had never felt such a delicious excitement, nor known what freedom was till that moment when I gave up my home and took the whole world in exchange, fluttering the wings of my spirit as if I had flown from one star to another through the universe. I waved my hand towards the dusky village, bade a joyous farewell, and turned away, to follow any path but that which might lead me back. Never was Childe Harold's sentiment adopted in a spirit more unlike his own. Naturally enough, I thought of Don Quixote, recollecting how the knight and Sancho had watched for auguries when they took the road to Toboso. I began, between jest and earnest, to feel a similar anxiety. It was gratified, and by a more poetical phenomenon than the braying of the dappled ass, or the neigh of the Rosinante. The sun, then just above the horizon, shone faintly through the fog, and formed a species of rainbow in the west, bestriding my intended road like a gigantic portal. I had never known before that a bow could be generated between the sunshine and the morning mist. It had no brilliancy, no perceptible hues, but was a mere unpainted framework, as white and ghostlike as the lunar rainbow, which is deemed ominous of evil. But with a light heart, to which all omens were propitious, I advanced beneath the misty archway of futurity. I had determined not to enter on my profession within 100 miles of home, and then to cover myself with a fictitious name. The first precaution was reasonable enough, as otherwise Parson Thumpcushion might have put an untimely catastrophe to my story. But as nobody would be much affected by my disgrace, and all was to be suffered in my own person, I knew not why I cared about a name. For a week or two I travelled almost at random, seeking hardly any guidance except the whirling of a leaf at some turn of the road, or the green bough that beckoned me, or the naked branch that pointed its withered finger onward. All my care was to be farther from home each night than the preceding morning. A fellow traveller. One day at noontide, when the sun had burst suddenly out of a cloud and threatened to dissolve me, I looked round for shelter, whether of tavern, cottage, barn, or shady tree. The first which offered itself was a wood, not a forest, but a trim plantation of young oaks, growing just thick enough to keep the mass of sunshine out, while they admitted a few straggling beams, and thus produced the most cheerful gloom imaginable. A brook, so small and clear, and apparently so cool that I wanted to drink it up, ran under the road through a little arch of stone, without once meeting the sun in its passage from the shade on one side to the shade on the other. As there was a stepping-place over the stone wall, and a path along the rivulet, I followed it and discovered its source, a spring gushing out of an old barrel. In this pleasant spot I saw a light pack suspended from the branch of a tree, a stick leaning against the trunk, and a person seated on the grassy verge of the spring with his back towards me. He was a slender figure, dressed in black broadcloth, which was none of the finest nor very fashionably cut. On hearing my footsteps he started up rather nervously, and turning round showed the face of a young man about my own age, with his finger in a volume which he had been reading till my intrusion. His book was evidently a pocket Bible. Though I piqued myself, at that period, on my great penetration into people's characters and pursuits, I could not decide whether this young man in black were an unfledged divine from Andover, a college student, or preparing for college at some academy. In either case I would quite as willingly have found a merrier companion, such, for instance, as the comedian with whom Gil Blas shared his dinner beside a fountain in Spain. After a nod which was duly returned, I made a goblet of oak leaves, filled and emptied it 2 or 3 times, and then remarked, to hit the stranger's classical associations, that this beautiful fountain ought to flow from an urn instead of an old barrel. He did not show that he understood the allusion, and replied very briefly, with a shyness that was quite out of place between persons who met in such circumstances. Had he treated my next observation in the same way, we should have parted without another word. "It is very singular," said I, "though doubtless there are good reasons for it, that nature should provide drink so abundantly, and lavish it everywhere by the roadside, but so seldom anything to eat? Why should we not find a loaf of bread on this tree, as well as a barrel of good liquor at the foot of it?" "There is a loaf of bread on the tree," replied the stranger, without even smiling at a coincidence which made me laugh. "I have something to eat in my bundle, and if you can make a dinner with me, you shall be welcome." "I accept your offer with pleasure," said I. "A pilgrim such as I am must not refuse a providential meal." The young man had risen to take his bundle from the branch of the tree, but now turned round and regarded me with great earnestness, coloring deeply at the same time. However, he said nothing, and produced part of a loaf of bread and some cheese, the former being evidently home-baked, though some days out of the oven. The fare was good enough, with a real welcome, such as he appeared to be. After spreading these articles on the stump of a tree, he proceeded to ask a blessing on our food, an unexpected ceremony, and quite an impressive one at our woodland table, with the fountain gushing beside us and the bright sky glimmering through the boughs. Nor did his brief petition affect me less because his embarrassment made his voice tremble. At the end of the meal he returned thanks with the same tremulous fervor. He felt a natural kindness for me after thus relieving my necessities, and showed it by becoming less reserved. On my part, I professed never to have relished a dinner better, and in requital of the stranger's hospitality, solicited the pleasure of his company to supper. "Where? At your home?" asked he. "Yes," said I, smiling. "Perhaps our roads are not the same," observed he. "I can take any road but one, and yet not miss my way," answered I. "This morning I breakfasted at home, I shall sup at home to-night, and a moment ago I dined at home." To be sure, there was a certain place which I called home, but I have resolved not to see it again till I have been quite round the globe, and enter the street on the east, as I left it on the west. In the meantime, I have a home everywhere and nowhere, just as you please to take it. "Nowhere, then, for this transitory world is not our home," said the young man with solemnity. "We are all pilgrims and wanderers, but it is strange that we two should meet." I inquired the meaning of his remark, but could obtain no satisfactory reply. But we had eaten salt together, and it was right that we should form acquaintance after that ceremony, as the Arabs of the desert do, especially as he had learned something about myself, and the courtesy of the country entitled me to as much information in return. I asked whither he was travelling. "I do not know," said he, "but God knows." "That is strange," exclaimed I. "Not that God should know it, but that you should not. And how is your road to be pointed out?" "Perhaps by an inward conviction," he replied, looking sideways at me to discover whether I smiled. "Perhaps by an outward sign." "Then believe me," said I, "the outward sign is already granted you, and the inward conviction ought to follow. We are told of pious men in old times who committed themselves to the care of Providence and saw the manifestation of its will in the slightest circumstances, as in the shooting of a star, the flight of a bird, or the course taken by some brute animal. Sometimes even a stupid ass was their guide. May not I be as good a one?" "I do not know," said the pilgrim with perfect simplicity. We did, however, follow the same road, and were not overtaken, as I partly apprehended, by the keepers of any lunatic asylum in pursuit of a stray patient. Perhaps the stranger felt as much doubt of my sanity as I did of his, though certainly with less justice, since I was fully aware of my own extravagances, while he acted as wildly, and deemed it heavenly wisdom. We were a singular couple, strikingly contrasted, yet curiously assimilated, each of us remarkable enough by himself, and doubly so in the other's company. Without any formal compact, we kept together day after day till our union appeared permanent. Even had I seen nothing to love and admire in him, I could never have thought of deserting one who needed me continually, for I never knew a person, not even a woman, so unfit to roam the world in solitude as he was, so painfully shy, so easily discouraged by slight obstacles, and so often depressed by a weight within himself. I was now far from my native place, but had not yet stepped before the public. A slight tremor seized me whenever I thought of relinquishing the immunities of a private character, and giving every man, and for money too, the right, which no man yet possessed, of treating me with open scorn. But about a week after contracting the above alliance, I made my bow to an audience of 9 persons, 7 of whom hissed me in a very disagreeable manner, and not without good cause. Indeed, the failure was so signal that it would have been mere swindling to retain the money which had been paid on my implied contract to give it its value of amusement. So I called in the doorkeeper, bade him refund the whole receipts, a mighty sum, and was gratified with a round of applause, by way of offset to the hisses. This event would have looked most horrible in anticipation, a thing to make a man shoot himself, or run amuck, or hide himself in caverns, where he might not see his own burning blush. But the reality was not so very hard to bear. It is a fact that I was more deeply grieved by an almost parallel misfortune, which happened to my companion on the same evening. In my own behalf, I was angry and excited, not depressed. My blood ran quick, my spirits rose buoyantly, and I had never felt such a confidence of future success and determination to achieve it as at that trying moment. I resolved to persevere, if it were only to wring the reluctant praise from my enemies. Hitherto I had immensely underrated the difficulties of my idle trade. Now I recognized that it demanded nothing short of my whole powers, cultivated to the utmost, and exerted with the same prodigality as if I were speaking for a great party, or for the nation at large, on the floor of the Capitol. No talent or attainment could come amiss. Everything, indeed, was requisite: wide observation, varied knowledge, deep thoughts, and sparkling ones, pathos and levity, and a mixture of both, like sunshine in a raindrop, lofty imagination, veiling itself in the garb of common life, and the practised art which alone could render these gifts, and more than these, available. Not that I ever hoped to be thus qualified, but my despair was no ignoble one, for, knowing the impossibility of satisfying myself, even should the world be satisfied, I did my best to overcome it, investigated the cause of every defect, and strove with patient stubbornness to remove them in the next attempt. It is one of the few sources of pride that, ridiculous as the object was, I followed it up with the firmness and energy of a man. I manufactured a great variety of plots and skeletons of tales, and kept them ready for use, leaving the filling up to the imagination of the moment, though I cannot remember ever to have told a tale which did not vary considerably from my preconceived idea, and acquire a novelty of aspect as often as I repeated it. Oddly enough, my success was generally in proportion to the difference between the conception and the accomplishment. I provided 2 or more commencements and catastrophes to many of the tales, a happy expedient suggested by the double sets of sleeves and trimmings which diversified the suits in Sir Piercy Shafton's wardrobe. But my best efforts had a unity, a wholeness, and a separate character that did not admit of this sort of mechanism. The Village Theatre. About the 1st of September, my fellow traveller and myself arrived at a country town. where a small company of actors, on their return from a summer's campaign in the British provinces, were giving a series of dramatic exhibitions. A moderately sized hall of the tavern had been converted into a theatre. The performances that evening were The Heir at Law and No Song, No Supper, with the recitation of Alexander's Feast between the play and the farce. The house was thin and dull, but the next day there appeared to be brighter prospects, the playbills announcing, at every corner, on the town pump, and, awful sacrilege, on the very door of the meeting-house, an unprecedented attraction. After setting forth the ordinary entertainments of a theatre, the public were informed, in the hugest type that the printing office could supply, that the manager had been fortunate enough to accomplish an engagement with the celebrated story-teller. He would make his first appearance that evening, and recite his famous tale of Mr. Higginbotham's Catastrophe, which had been received with rapturous applause by audiences in all the principal cities. This outrageous flourish of trumpets, be it known, was wholly unauthorized by me, who had merely made an engagement for a single evening, without assuming any celebrity than the little I possessed. As for the tale, it could hardly have been applauded by rapturous audiences, being as yet an unfilled plot. Nor, even when I stepped upon the stage, was it decided whether Mr. Higginbotham should live or die. In 2 or 3 places, underneath the flaming bills which announced the story-teller, was pasted a small slip of paper, giving notice, in tremulous characters, of a religious meeting to be held at the schoolhouse, where, with divine permission, Eliakim Abbot would address sinners on the welfare of their immortal souls. In the evening, after the commencement of the tragedy of Douglas, I took a ramble through the town to quicken my ideas by active motion. My spirits were good, with a certain glow of mind which I had already learned to depend upon as the sure prognostic of success. Passing a small and solitary schoolhouse, where a light was burning dimly, and a few people were entering the door, I went in with them, and saw my friend Eliakim at the desk. He had collected about 15 hearers, mostly females. Just as I entered, he was beginning to pray, in accents so low and interrupted that he seemed to doubt the reception of his efforts, both with God and man. There was room for distrust in regard to the latter. At the conclusion of the prayer, several of the little audience went out, leaving him to begin his discourse under such discouraging circumstances, adding to his natural and agonizing diffidence. Knowing that my presence on these occasions increased his embarrassment, I had stationed myself in a dusky place near the door, and now stole softly out. On my return to the tavern, the tragedy was already concluded, and being a feeble one in itself, and indifferently performed, it left so much the better chance for the story-teller. The bar was thronged with customers, the toddy-stick keeping a continual tattoo, while in the hall there was a broad, deep buzzing sound, with an occasional peal of impatient thunder, all systems of an overflowing house and an eager audience. I drank a glass of wine and water, and stood at the side scene, conversing with a young person of doubtful sex. If a gentleman, how could he have performed the singing girl the night before in No Song, No Supper? Or if a lady, why did she enact young Norval, and now wear a green coat and white pantaloons in the character of Little Pickle? In either case the dress was pretty and the wearer bewitching, so that at the proper moment I stepped forward with a gay heart and a bold one, while the orchestra played a tune that had resounded at many a country ball, and the curtain, as it rose, discovered something like a country bar-room. Such a scene was well enough adapted to such a tale. The orchestra of our little theatre consisted of 2 fiddles and a clarinet, but if the whole harmony of the Tremont had been there, it might have swelled in vain between the tumult of applause that greeted me. The good people of the town, knowing that the world contained innumerable persons of celebrity, undreamt of by them, took it for granted that I was one, and that the roar of welcome was but a feeble echo of those which had thundered around me in lofty theatres. Such an enthusiastic uproar was never heard. Each person seemed a Briareus, clapping 100 hands, besides keeping his feet and several cudgels in play, with stamping and thumping on the floor; while the ladies flourished their white cambric handkerchiefs intermixed with yellow and red banana, like the flags of different nations. After such a salutation, the celebrated story-teller felt almost ashamed to produce so humble an affair as Mr. Higginbotham's catastrophe. This story was originally more dramatic than as there presented, and afforded good scope for mimicry and buffoonery; neither of which, to my shame, did I spare. I never knew the magic of a name till I used that of Mr. Higginbotham. Often as I repeated it, there were louder bursts of merriment than those which responded to what, in my opinion, were more legitimate strokes of humor. The success of the piece was incalculably heightened by a stiff queue of horsehair, which little Pickle, in the spirit of that mischief-loving character, had fastened to my collar, where, unknown to me, it kept making the queerest gestures of its own in a correspondence with all mine. The audience, supposing that some enormous joke was appended to this long tail behind, were ineffably delighted, and gave way to such a tumult of approbation that, just as the story closed, the benches broke beneath them, and left one whole row of my admirers on the floor. Even in that predicament they continued their applause. In after times, when I had grown a bitter moralizer, I took this scene for an example how much a fame is humbug, how much the meed of what our better nature blushes at, how much an accident, how much bestowed on mistaken principles, and how small and poor the remnant. From pit and boxes there was now a universal call for the story-teller. That celebrated personage came out when they did call to him. As I left the stage, the landlord, being also the postmaster, had given me a letter, with the postmark of my native village, and directed to my assumed name in the stiff old handwriting of Parson Thumpcushion. Doubtless he had heard of the rising renown of the story-teller, and had conjectured at once that such a nondescript luminary could be no other than his lost ward. His epistle, though I never read it, affected me most painfully. I seemed to see the puritanic figure of my guardian standing among the fripperies of the theatre, and pointing to the players, the fantastic and effeminate men, the painted women, the giddy girl in boys' clothes, merrier than modest, pointing to these with solemn ridicule, and eyeing me with stern rebuke. His image was a type of the austere duty, and they of the vanities of life. I hastened with my letter to my chamber, and held it unopened in my hand, while the applause of my buffoonery yet sounded through the theatre. Another train of thought came over me. The stern old man appeared again, but now with the gentleness of sorrow, softening his authority with love, as a father might, and even bending his venerable head, as if to say that my errors had an apology in his own mistaken discipline. I strode twice across the chamber, then held the letter in the flame of the candle, and beheld it consume, unread. It is fixed in my mind, and was so at the time, that he had addressed me in a style of paternal wisdom and love and reconciliation which I could not have resisted had I but risked the trial. The thought still haunts me that then I made an irrevocable choice between good and evil fate. Meanwhile, as this occurrence had disturbed my mind, and indisposed me to the present exercise of my profession, I left the town, in spite of a laudatory critique in the newspaper, and untempted by the liberal offers of the manager. as we walked onward, following the same road on two such different errands, Eliakim groaned in spirit and labored with tears to convince me of the guilt and madness of my life. End of Passages from a Relinquished Work. Sketches from Memory, from Mosses from an Old Manse and Other Stories, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Notch of the White Mountains. It was now the middle of September. We had come since sunrise from Bartlett's, passing up through the valley of the Saco, which extends between mountainous walls, sometimes with a steep ascent, but often as level as a church aisle. All that day and two preceding ones we had been loitering towards the heart of the White Mountains, those old crystal hills whose mysterious brilliancy had gleamed upon our distant wanderings before we thought of visiting them. Height after height had risen and towered one above another, till the clouds began to hang below the peaks. Down their slopes were the red pathways of the slides, those avalanches of earth, stones, and trees which descend into the hollows, leaving vestiges of their track hardly to be effaced by the vegetation of ages. We had mountains behind us, and mountains on each side, and a group of mightier ones ahead. Still our road went up along the Saco, right towards the centre of that group, as if to climb above the clouds in its passage to the farther region. In old times the settlers used to be astounded by the inroads of the northern Indians coming down upon them from this mountain rampart through some defile known only to themselves. It is indeed a wondrous path. A demon, it might be fancied, or one of the Titans, was travelling up the valley, elbowing the heights carelessly aside as he passed, till at length a great mountain took its stand directly across his intended road. He tarries not for such an obstacle, but rendering it asunder, 1,000 feet from peak to base, discloses its treasures of hidden minerals, its sunless waters, all the secrets of the mountain's inmost heart, with a mighty fracture of rugged precipices on each side. This is the Notch of the White Hills. Shame on me that I have attempted to describe it by so mean an image, feeling as I do that it is one of those symbolic scenes which lead the mind to the sentiment, though not to the conception, of omnipotence. We had now reached a narrow passage, which showed almost the appearance of having been cut by human strength and artifice in the solid rock. There was a wall of granite on each side, high and precipitous, especially on our right, and so smooth that a few evergreens could hardly find foothold enough to grow there. This is the entrance, or in the direction we were going, the extremity of the romantic defile of the Notch. Before emerging from it, the rattling of wheels approached behind us, and a stage-coach rumbled out of the mountain, with seats on top and trunks behind, and a smart driver, in a drab greatcoat, touching the wheel-horses with the whipstock and reining in the leaders. To my mind there was a sort of poetry in such an incident, hardly inferior to what would have accompanied the painted array of an Indian war-party, gliding forth from the same wild chasm. All the passengers, except a very fat lady on the back seat, had alighted. One was a mineralogist, a scientific, green-spectacled figure in black, bearing a heavy hammer, with which he did great damage to the precipices, and put the fragments in his pocket. Another was a well-dressed young man who carried an opera-glass set in gold, and seemed to be making a quotation from some of Byron's rhapsodies on mountain scenery. There was also a trader, returning from Portland to the upper part of Vermont, and a fair young girl with a very faint bloom, like one of those pale and delicate flowers, which sometimes occur among alpine cliffs. They disappeared, and we followed them, passing through a deep pine forest, which for some miles allowed us to see nothing but its own dismal shade. Towards nightfall we reached a level amphitheatre, surrounded by a great rampart of hills, which shut out the sunshine long before it has left the external world. It was here that we obtained our first view, except at a distance, of the principal group of mountains. They are majestic, and even awful when contemplated in a proper mood. Yet by their breadth of base, and the long ridges which support them, gave the idea of immense bulk, rather than of towering height. Mount Washington, indeed, looked near to heaven. He was white with snow a mile downward, and had caught the only cloud that was sailing through the atmosphere to veil its head. Let us forget the other names of American statesmen that have been stamped upon these hills, but still call the loftiest Washington. Mountains are earth's undecaying monuments. They must stand while she endures, and never should be consecrated to the mere great men of their own age and country, but to the mighty ones alone, whose glory is universal, and whom all time will render illustrious. The air, not often sultry in this elevated region nearly 2,000 feet above the sea, was now sharp and cold, like that of a clear November morning in the lowlands. By morning, probably, there would be a frost, if not a snowfall, on the grass and rye, and an icy surface over the standing water. I was glad to perceive a prospect of comfortable quarters in a house which we were approaching, and a pleasant company in the guests who were assembled at the door. Our evening party among the mountains. We stood in front of a good substantial farmhouse, of old date in that wild country. A sign over the door denoted it to be the White Mountain Post Office, an establishment which distributes letters and newspapers to perhaps a score of persons, comprising the population of 2 or 3 townships along the hills. The broad and weighty antlers of a deer, a stag of 10, were fastened at a corner of the house. A fox's bushy tail was nailed beneath them, and a huge black paw lay on the ground, newly severed and still bleeding, the trophy of a bear hunt. Among several persons collected about the doorsteps, the most remarkable was a sturdy mountaineer, of 6 feet 2 and corresponding bulk, with a heavy set of features, such as might be moulded on his own blacksmith's anvil, but yet indicative of mother wit and rough humor. As we appeared, he uplifted a tin trumpet 4 or 5 feet long, and blew a tremendous blast, either in honor of our arrival, or to awaken an echo from the opposite hill. Ethan Crawford's guests were of such a motley description as to form quite a picturesque group, seldom seen together except at some place like this, at once the pleasure-house of fashionable tourists and the homely inn of country travellers. Among the company at the door were the mineralogist and the owner of the gold opera-glass whom we had encountered in the Notch, 2 Georgian gentlemen who had chilled their southern blood that morning on the top of Mount Washington, a physician and his wife from Conway, a trader of Burlington, and an old squire of the Green Mountains, and 2 young married couples, all the way from Massachusetts on the matrimonial jaunt. Besides these strangers, the rugged county of Coos, on which we were, was represented by 6 woodcutters who had slain a bear in the forest and smitten off his paw. I had joined the party, and had a moment's leisure to examine them, before the echo of Ethan's blast returned from the hill. Not one, but many echoes had caught up the harsh and tuneless sound, and twisted its complicated threads, and found 1,000 aerial harmonies in one stern trumpet tone. It was a distinct yet distant and dreamlike symphony of melodious instruments, as if an airy band had been hidden on the hillside, and made faint music at the summons. No subsequent trial produced so clear, delicate, and spiritual a concert as the first. A field-piece was then discharged from the top of a neighboring hill, and gave birth to one long reverberation, which ran round the circle of mountains in an unbroken chain of sound, and rolled away without a separate echo. After these experiments, the cold atmosphere drove us all into the house, with the keenest appetites for supper. It did one's heart good to see the great fires that were kindled in the parlor and bar-room, especially the latter, where the fireplace was built of rough stone and might have contained the trunk of an old tree for a backlog. A man keeps a comfortable hearth when his own forest is at his very door. In the parlor, when the evening was fairly set in, we held our hands before our eyes to shield them from the ruddy glow, and began a pleasant variety of conversation. The mineralogist and the physician talked about the invigorating qualities of the mountain air, and its excellent effect on Ethan Crawford's father, an old man of 75 with the unbroken frame of middle life. The two brides and the doctor's wife held a whispered discussion, which by their frequent titterings, and a blush or two, seemed to have reference to the trials and enjoyments of the matrimonial state. The bridegroom sat together in a corner, rigidly silent, like Quakers whom the spirit moveth not, being still in the old predicament of bashfulness towards their own young wives. The Green Mountain squire chose me for his companion, and described the difficulties he had met with, half a century ago, in travelling from the Connecticut River through the Notch to Conway, now a single day's journey, though it had cost him 18. The Georgians held the album between them, and favored us with a few specimens of its contents, which they considered ridiculous enough to be worth hearing. One extract met with deserved applause. It was a Sonnet to the Snow on Mount Washington, and had been contributed that very afternoon, bearing a signature of great distinction in magazines and annuals. The lines were elegant and full of fancy, but too remote from familiar sentiment, and cold as their subject, resembling those curious specimens of crystallized vapor which I observed next day on the mountain-top. The poet was understood to be the young gentleman of the gold opera-glass, who heard our laudatory remarks with the composure of a veteran. Such was our party, and such their ways of amusement. But on a winter evening another set of guests assembled at the hearth, where these summer travellers were now sitting. I once had it in contemplation to spend a month hereabouts, in sleighing time, for the sake of studying the yeomen of New England, who then elbow each other through the Notch by hundreds, on their way to Portland. There could be no better school for such a purpose than Ethan Crawford's Inn. Let the student go thither in December, sit down with the teamsters at their meals, share their evening merriment, and repose with them at night when every bed has its occupants, and parlor, bar-room, and kitchen are strewn with slumberers around the fire. Then let him rise before daylight, button his greatcoat, muffle up his ears, and stride with the departing caravan a mile or two, to see how sturdily they make head against the blast. A treasure of characteristic traits will repay all inconveniences, even should a frozen nose be of the number. The conversation of our party soon became more animated and sincere, and we recounted some traditions of the Indians, who believed that the father and mother of their race were saved from a deluge by ascending the peak of Mount Washington. The children of that pair have been overwhelmed, and found no such refuge. In the mythology of the savage, these mountains were afterwards considered sacred and inaccessible, full of unearthly wonders, illuminated at lofty heights by the blaze of precious stones, and inhabited by deities, who sometimes shrouded themselves in the snowstorm and came down on the lower world. There are few legends more poetical than that of the Great Carbuncle of the White Mountains. The belief was communicated to the English settlers, and is hardly yet extinct, that a gem, of such immense size as to be seen shining miles away, hangs from a rock over a clear deep lake, high up among the hills. They who had once beheld its splendor were enthralled with an unutterable yearning to possess it. But a spirit guarded that inestimable jewel and bewildered the adventurer with a dark mist from the enchanted lake. Thus life was worn away in the vain search for an unearthly treasure, till at length the deluded one went up to the mountain, still sanguine as in youth, but returned no more. On this theme methinks I could frame a tale with a deep moral. The hearts of the pale-faces would not thrill to see these superstitions of the red men, though we spoke of them in the centre of their haunted region. The habits and sentiments of that departed people were too distinct from those of their successors to find much real sympathy. It has often been a matter of regret to me that I was shut out from the most peculiar field of American fiction by an inability to see any romance or poetry or grandeur or beauty in the Indian character, at least till such traits were pointed out by others. I do abhor an Indian story, yet no writer can be more secure of a permanent place in our literature than the biographer of the Indian chiefs. His subject, as referring to tribes which have mostly vanished from the earth, gives him a right to be placed on the classic shelf apart from the merits which will sustain him there. I made inquiries whether, in his researches about these parts, our mineralogist had found the 3 silver hills, which an Indian sachem had sold to an Englishman nearly 200 years ago, and the treasure of which the posterity of the purchaser have been looking for ever since. But the man of science had ransacked every hill along the Saco, and knew nothing of these prodigious piles of wealth. By this time, as usual with men on the eve of great adventure, we had prolonged our session deep into the night, considering how early we were to set out on our 6 miles' ride to the foot of Mount Washington. There was now a general breaking up. I scrutinized the faces of the 2 bridegrooms, and saw but little probability of their leaving the bosom of earthly bliss, in the first week of the honeymoon, and at the frosty hour of 3, to climb above the clouds. Nor, when I felt how sharp the wind was, as it rushed through a broken pane and eddied between the chinks of my unplastered chamber, did I anticipate much alacrity on my own part, though we were to seek for the Great Carbuncle. The Canal Boat. I was inclined to be poetical about the Grand Canal. In my imagination, DeWitt Clinton was an enchanter who had waved his magic wand from the Hudson to Lake Erie, and united them by a watery highway, crowded with the commerce of 2 worlds till then inaccessible to each other. This simple and mighty conception had conferred inestimable value on spots which nature seemed to have thrown carelessly into the great body of the earth without foreseeing that they could ever attain importance. I picture the surprise of the sleepy Dutchmen when the new river first glittered by their doors, bringing them hard cash or foreign commodities in exchange for their hitherto unmarketable produce. Surely the water of this canal must be the most fertilizing of all fluids, for it causes towns, with their masses of brick and stone, their churches and theatres, their business and hubbub, their luxury and refinement, their gay dames and polished citizens, to spring up, till, in time, the wondrous stream may flow between 2 continuous lines of buildings, through one thronged street, from Buffalo to Albany. I embarked about 30 miles below Utica, determining to voyage along the whole extent of the canal at least twice in the course of the summer. Behold us, then, fairly afloat, with 3 horses harnessed to our vessel, like the speeds of Neptune to a huge scallop shell in mythological pictures. Bound to a distant port, we had neither chart nor compass, nor cared about the wind, nor felt the heaving of a billow, nor dreaded shipwreck, however fierce the tempest, in our adventurous navigation of an interminable mud-puddle, for a mud-puddle it seemed, and as dark and turbid as every kennel in the land paid contribution to it. With an imperceptible current, it holds its drowsy way through all the dismal swamps and unimpressive scenery that could be found between the Great Lakes and the sea-coast. Yet there is a variety enough, both on the surface of the canal and along its banks, to amuse the traveller, if an overpowering tedium did not deaden his perceptions. Sometimes we met a black and rusty-looking vessel, laden with lumber, salt from Syracuse or Genesee flour, and shaped at both ends like a square-toed boot, as if it had two sterns, and were fated always to advance backward. On its deck would be a square hut, and a woman seen through the window at our household work, with a little tribe of children, who had perhaps been born in this strange dwelling, and knew no other home. Thus, while the husband smoked his pipe at the helm, and the eldest son rode one of the horses, on went the family, travelling hundreds of miles in their own house, and carrying their friends with them. The most frequent species of craft were the line-boats, which had a cabin at each end, and a great bulk of barrels, bales, and boxes in the midst, or light pockets, like our own, decked all over with a row of curtained windows from stem to stern, and a drowsy face at every one. Once we encountered a boat, of rude construction, painted all in gloomy black, and manned by 3 Indians, who gazed at us in silence and with a singular fixedness of eye. Perhaps these 3 alone, among the ancient possessors of the land, had attempted to derive benefit from the white man's mighty projects, and float along the current of his enterprise. Not long after, in the midst of a swamp and beneath a clouded sky, we overtook a vessel that seemed full of mirth and sunshine. It contained a little colony of Swiss on their way to Michigan, clad in garments of strange fashion and gay colors, scarlet, yellow, and bright blue, singing, laughing, and making merry in odd tones and a babel of outlandish words. One pretty damsel, with a beautiful pair of naked white arms, addressed a mirthful remark to me. She spoke in her native tongue, and I retorted in good English, both of us laughing heartily at each other's unintelligible wit. I cannot describe how pleasantly this incident affected me. These honest Swiss were an itinerant community of jest and fun, journeying through a gloomy land and among a dull race of money-getting drudges, meeting none to understand their mirth, and only one to sympathize with it, yet still retaining the happy lightness of their own spirit. Had I been on my feet at the time, instead of sailing along in a dirty canal-boat, I should often have paused to contemplate the diversified panorama along the banks of the canal. Sometimes the scene was a forest, dark, dense, and impervious, breaking away occasionally and receding from a lonely tract, covered with dismal black stumps, where, on the verge of the canal, might be seen a log cottage and a sallow-faced woman at the window. Lean and aguish, she looked like poverty personified, half-clothed, half-fed, and dwelling in a desert, while a tide of wealth was sweeping by the door. 2 or 3 miles further would bring us to a lock, where the slight impediment to navigation had created a little mart of trade. Here would be found commodities of all sorts, illuminated in yellow letters on the window-shutters of a small grocery store, the owner of which had set his soul to the gathering of coppers and small change, buying and selling through the week, and counting his gains on his blessed Sabbath. The next scene might be the dwelling-houses and stores of a thriving village, built of wood or small gray stones, a church spire rising in the midst, and generally 2 taverns, bearing over their piazzas the pompous names of hotel, exchange, tontine, or coffee-house. Passing on, we glide now into the unquiet heart of an inland city, of Utica, for instance, and find ourselves amid piles of brick, crowded docks and quays, rich warehouses, and a busy population. We feel the eager and hurrying spirit of the place, like a stream and eddy whirling us along with it. Through the thickest of the tumults goes the canal, flowing through lofty rows of buildings and arched bridges of hewn stone. Onward also go we, till the hum and bustle of struggling enterprise die away behind us, and we are threading an avenue of the ancient woods again. This sounds not amiss in description, but was so tiresome in reality that we were driven to the most childish expedients for amusement. An English traveller paraded the deck with a rifle in his walking-stick, and waged war on squirrels and woodpeckers, sometimes sending an unsuccessful bullet among flocks of tame ducks and geese, which abound in the dirty water of the canal. I also pelted these foolish birds with apples, and smiled at the ridiculous earnestness of their scrambles for the prize, while the apple bobbed along like a thing of life. Several little accidents afforded us good-natured diversion. At the moment of changing horses, the tow-rope caught a Massachusetts farmer by the leg, and threw him down in a very indescribable posture, leaving a purple mark around his sturdy limb. A new passenger felt flat on his back, in attempting to step on deck as the boat emerged from under a bridge. Another, in his Sunday clothes, as good luck would have it, being told to leap aboard from the bank, forthwith plunged up to his third waistcoat button in the canal, and was fished out in a very pitiable plight, not at all amended by our 3 rounds of applause. Anon, a Virginia schoolmaster, too intent on a pocket Virgil to heed the helmsman's warning, "Bridge, bridge," was saluted by the said bridge on his knowledge-box. I had prostrated myself like a pagan before his idol, but heard the dull leaden sound of the contact, and fully expected to see the treasures of the poor man's cranium scattered about the deck. However, as there was no harm done, except a large bump on the head, and probably a corresponding dent in the bridge, the rest of us exchanged glances and laughed quietly. Oh, how pitiless are idle people! The table being lengthened through the cabin and spread for supper, the next 20 minutes were the pleasantest I had spent on the canal, the same space at dinner excepted. At the close of the meal it had become dusky enough for lamplight. The rain pattered unceasingly on the deck, and sometimes came with a sudden rush against the windows, driven by the wind as it stirred through an opening of the forest. The intolerable dullness of the scene engendered an evil spirit in me. Perceiving that the Englishman was taking notes in a memorandum book, with occasional glances round the cabin, I presumed that we were all to figure in a future volume of travels, and amuse my ill humor by falling into the probable vein of his remarks. He would hold up an imaginary mirror, wherein our reflected faces would appear ugly and ridiculous, yet still retain an undeniable likeness to the originals. Then, with more sweeping malice, he would make these caricatures the representatives of great classes of my countrymen. He glanced at the Virginia schoolmaster, a Yankee by birth, who, to recreate himself, was examining a freshman from Schenectady College in the conjugation of a Greek verb. Him the Englishman would portray as the scholar of America, and compare his erudition to the schoolboy's Latin theme, made up of scraps, ill-selected and worse put together. Next the tourist looked at the Massachusetts farmer, who was delivering a dogmatic harangue on the iniquity of Sunday mails. Here was the far-famed yeoman of New England. His religion, writes the Englishman, is gloom on the Sabbath, long prayers every morning and eventide, and illiberality at all times. His boasted information is merely an abstract and compound of newspaper paragraphs, Congress debates, caucus harangues, and the argument and judge's charge in his own lawsuits. The bookmonger cast his eye at a Detroit merchant, and began scribbling faster than ever. In this sharp-eyed man, this lean man of wrinkled brow, we see daring enterprise and close-fisted avarice combined. Here is the worshipper of Mammon at noonday. Here is the 3 times bankrupt, richer after every ruin. Here, in one word, O wicked Englishman to say it, is the American. He lifted his eyeglass to inspect a Western lady, who at once became aware of the glance, reddened, and retired deeper into the female part of the cabin. Here was the pure, modest, sensitive, and shrinking woman of America, shrinking when no evil is intended, and sensitive like diseased flesh that thrills if you but point at it, and strangely modest, without confidence in the modesty of other people, and admirably pure, with such a quick apprehension of all impurity. In this manner I went all through the cabin, hitting everybody as hard a lash as I could, and laying the whole blame on the infernal Englishman. At length I caught the eyes of my own image in the looking-glass, where a number of the party were likewise reflected, and among them the Englishman, who at that moment was intently observing myself. The crimson curtain being let down between the ladies and gentlemen, the cabin became a bedchamber for 20 persons, who were laid on shelves one above another. For a long time our various incommodities kept us all awake, except 5 or 6, who were accustomed to sleep nightly amid the uproar of their own snoring, and had little to dread from any other species of disturbance. It is a curious fact that these snorers had been the most quiet people in the boat while awake, and became peace-breakers only when others ceased to be so, breathing tumult out of their repose. Would it were possible to affix a wind-instrument to the nose, and thus make melody of a snore, so that a sleeping lover might serenade his mistress, or a congregation snore a psalm-tune. Other, though fainter sounds than these, contributed to my restlessness. My head was close to the crimson curtain, the sexual division of the boat, behind which I continually heard whispers and stealthy footsteps, the noise of a comb laid on the table, or a slipper dropped on the floor, the twang, like a broken harp-string, caused by the loosening of a tight belt, the rustling of a gown in its descent, and the unlacing of a pair of stays. My ear seemed to have the properties of an eye. A visible image pestered my fancy in the darkness. The curtain was withdrawn between me and the Western lady, who yet disrobed herself without a blush. Finally all was hushed in that quarter. Still I was more broad awake than through the whole preceding day, and felt a feverish impulse to toss my limbs miles apart and appease the unquietness of mind by that of matter. Forgetting that my berth was hardly so wide as a coffin, I turned suddenly over, and fell like an avalanche on the floor, to the disturbance of the whole community of sleepers. As there were no bones broken, I blessed the accident and went on deck. A lantern was burning at each end of the boat, and one of the crew was stationed at the bows, keeping watch as mariners do on the ocean. Though the rain had ceased, the sky was all one cloud, and the darkness so intense that there seemed to be no world except the little space on which our lanterns glimmered. Yet it was an impressive scene. We were traversing the long level, a dead flat between Utica and Syracuse, where the canal has not rise or fall enough to require a lock for nearly 70 miles. There can hardly be a more dismal tract of country. The forest which covers it, consisting chiefly of white cedar, black ash, and other trees that live in excessive moisture, is now decayed and death-struck by a partial draining of the swamp into the great ditch of the canal. Sometimes, indeed, our lights were reflected from pools of stagnant water, which stretched far in among the trunks of the trees, beneath dense masses of dark foliage. But generally the tall stems and intermingled branches were naked, and brought into strong relief amid the surrounding gloom by the whiteness of their decay. Often we beheld the prostrate form of some old sylvan giant, which had fallen and crushed down smaller trees in its immense ruin. In spots where destruction had been riotous, the lanterns showed perhaps 100 trunks. Erect, half overthrown, extended along the ground, resting on their shattered limbs, or tossing them desperately into the darkness, but all of one ashy white, all naked together in desolate confusion. Thus growing out of the night as we drew nigh, and vanishing as we glided on, based on obscurity and overhung and bounded by it, the scene was ghost-like, the very land of unsubstantial things, where dreams might betake themselves when they quit the slumberer's brain. My fancy found another emblem. The wild nature of America had been driven to this desert place by the encroachments of civilized man. And even here, where the savage queen was throned on the ruins of her empire, did we penetrate, a vulgar and worldly throng, intruding on the latest solitude. In other lands, decay sits among fallen palaces, but here her home is in the forests. Looking ahead, I discerned a distant light, announcing the approach of another boat, which soon passed us, and proved to be a rusty old scow, just such a craft as the Flying Dutchman would navigate on the canal. Perhaps it was that celebrated personage himself whom I imperfectly distinguished at the helm, in a glazed hat and rough greatcoat, with a pipe in his mouth, leaving the fumes of tobacco 100 yards behind. Shortly after, our boatman blew a horn, sending a long and melancholy note through the forest avenue, as a signal for some watcher in the wilderness to be ready with a change of horses. We had proceeded a mile or two with our fresh team, when the tow-rope got entangled in a fallen branch on the edge of the canal, and caused a momentary delay, during which I went to examine the phosphoric light of an odd tree, a little within the forest. It was not the first delusive radiance that I had followed. The tree lay along the ground, and was wholly converted into a mass of diseased splendor, which threw a ghastliness around. Being full of conceits that night, I called it a frigid fire, a funeral light illuminating decay and death, an emblem of fame that gleams around the dead man without warning him, or of genius when it owes its brilliancy to moral rottenness, and was thinking that such ghost-like torches were just fit to light up this dead forest, or to blaze coldly in tombs, when, startling from my abstraction, when I looked up the canal, I recollected myself, and discovered the lanterns glimmering far away. "Boat ahoy!" shouted I, making a trumpet of my closed fists. Though the cry must have rung for miles along that hollow passage of the woods, it produced no effect. These packet-boats make up for their snail-like pace by never loitering, day or night, especially for those who have paid their fare. Indeed, the captain had an interest in getting rid of me, for I was his creditor for a breakfast. "They are gone! Heaven be praised!" ejaculated I, "for I cannot possibly overtake them. Here I am, on the long level, at midnight, with the comfortable prospect of a walk to Syracuse, where my baggage will be left, and now to find a house or shed wherein to pass the night." So, thinking aloud, I took a flambeau from the old tree, burning but consuming not, to light my steps withal, and, like a jack-o'-the-lantern, set out on my midnight tour. End of Sketches from Memory. The Old Apple-Dealer. From Mosses from an Old Manse and Other Stories, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bob Neufeld. The lover of the moral picturesque may sometimes find what he seeks in a character which is nevertheless of too negative a description to be seized upon and represented to the imaginative vision by word-painting. As an instance, I remember an old man who carries on a little trade of gingerbread and apples at the depot of one of our railroads. While awaiting the departure of the cars, my observation, flitting to and fro among the livelier characteristics of the scene, has often settled insensibly upon this almost hueless object. Thus, unconsciously to myself, and unsuspected by him, I have studied the old apple-dealer until he has become a naturalized citizen of my interworld. How little would he imagine, poor, neglected, friendless, unappreciated, and with little that demands appreciation, that the mental eye of an utter stranger has so often reverted to his figure. Many a noble form, many a beautiful face, has flitted before me and vanished like a shadow. It is a strange witchcraft whereby this faded and featureless old apple-dealer has gained a settlement in my memory. He is a small man, with gray hair and gray stubbled beard, and is invariably clad in a shabby surtout of snuff-color, closely buttoned and half concealing a pair of gray pantaloons. The whole dress, though clean in attire, being evidently flimsy with much wear. His face, thin, withered, furrowed, and with features which even age has failed to render impressive, has a frost-bitten aspect. It is a moral frost, which no physical warmth or comfortableness could counteract. The summer sunshine may fling its white heat upon him, or the good fire of the depot-room may make him the face of its blaze on a winter's day, but all in vain, for still the old man looks as if he were in a frosty atmosphere, with scarcely warmth enough to keep life in the region about his heart. It is a patient, long-suffering, quiet, hopeless, shivering aspect. He is not desperate. That, though its etymology implies no more, would be too positive an expression, but merely devoid of hope. As all his past life, probably, offers no spots of brightness to his memory, so he takes his present poverty and discomfort as entirely a matter of course. He thinks it the definition of existence, so far as himself is concerned, to be poor, cold, and uncomfortable. It may be added that time has not thrown dignity as a mantle over the old man's figure. There is nothing venerable about him. You pity him without a scruple. He sits on a bench in the depot-room, and before him on the floor are deposited 2 baskets, of a capacity to contain his whole stock in trade. Across, from one basket to the other, extends a board, on which is displayed a plate of cakes and gingerbread, some russet and red-cheeked apples, and a box containing variegated sticks of candy, together with that delectable condiment known by children as Gibraltar Rock, neatly done up in white paper. There is likewise a half-peck measure of cracked walnuts, and 2 or 3 tin half-pints or gills filled with the nut-kernels, ready for purchasers. Such are the small commodities with which our friend comes daily before the world, ministering to its petty needs and little freaks of appetite, and seeking thence the solid subsistence, so far as he may subsist, of his life. A slight observer would speak of the old man's quietude, but on closer scrutiny you discover that there is a continual unrest within him, which somewhat resembles the fluttering action of the nerves in a corpse from which life has recently departed. Though he never exhibits any violent action, and indeed might appear to be sitting quite still, yet you perceive, when his minuter peculiarities begin to be detected, that he is always making some little movement or other. He looks anxiously at his plate of cakes or pyramid of apples, and slightly alters their arrangement, with an evident idea that a great deal depends on their being disposed exactly thus and so. Then, for a moment, he gazes out of the window. Then he shivers quietly and folds his arms across his breast, as if to draw himself closer within himself, and thus keep a flicker of warmth in his lonesome heart. Now he turns again to his merchandise of cakes, apples, and candy, and discovers that this cake or that apple or yonder stick of red and white candy has, somehow, got out of its proper position. And is there not a walnut kernel too many, or too few, in one of these small tin measures? Again, the whole arrangement appears to be settled in his mind. But in the course of a minute or two there will assuredly be something to be set right. At times, by an indescribable shadow upon his features, too quiet, however, to be noticed until you are familiar with his ordinary aspect, the expression of frostbitten, patient despondency becomes very touching. It seems as if, just at that instant, the suspicion occurred to him that in his chill decline of life, earning scanty bread by selling cakes, apples, and candy, he is a very miserable old fellow. But if he thinks so, it is a mistake. He can never suffer the extreme of misery, because the tone of his whole being is too much subdued for him to feel anything acutely. Occasionally one of the passengers, to while away a tedious interval, approaches the old man, inspects the articles upon his board, and even peeps curiously into the two baskets. Another, striding to and fro along the room, throws a look at the apples and gingerbread at every turn. A third, it may be, of a more sensitive and delicate texture of being, glances shyly thitherward, cautious not to excite expectations of a purchaser, while yet undetermined whether to buy. But there appears to be no need of such a scrupulous regard for our old friend's feelings. True, he is conscious of a remote possibility of selling a cake or an apple, but innumerable disappointments have rendered him so far a philosopher that, even if the purchased article should be returned, he will consider it altogether in the ordinary train of events. He speaks to none, and makes no sign of offering his wares to the public. Not that he is deterred by pride, but by the certain conviction that such demonstrations would not increase his custom. Besides, this activity in business would require an energy that never could have been a characteristic of his almost passive disposition, even in youth. Whenever an actual customer appears, the old man looks up with a patient eye. If the price and the article are approved, he is ready to make change. Otherwise, his eyelids droop again, sadly enough, but with no heavier despondency than before. He shivers, perhaps, folds his lean arms round his lean body, and resumes the lifelong frozen patience in which consists his strength. Once in a while a schoolboy comes hastily up, places a cent or two upon the board, then takes up a cake or a stick of candy, or a measure of walnuts, or an apple as red-cheeked as himself. There are no words as to the price, that being as well known to the buyer as to the seller. The old apple-dealer never speaks an unnecessary word. Not that he is sullen and morose, but there is none of the cheeriness and briskness in him that stirs up people to talk. Not seldom he is greeted by some old neighbor, a man well-to-do in the world, who makes a civil, patronizing observation about the weather, and then, by way of performing a charitable deed, begins to chaffer for an apple. Our friend presumes not on any past acquaintance. He makes the briefest possible response to all general remarks, and shrinks quietly into himself again. After every diminution of his stock, he takes care to produce from the basket another cake, another stick of candy, another apple, or another measure of walnuts, to supply the place of the article sold. 2 or 3 attempts, or perchance half a dozen, are requisite, before the board can be rearranged to his satisfaction. If he have received a silver coin, he waits till the purchaser is out of sight, then examines it closely and tries to bend it with his finger and thumb. Finally, he puts it into his waistcoat pocket with seemingly a gentle sigh. This sigh, so faint as to be hardly perceptible, and not expressive of any definite emotion, is the accompaniment and conclusion of all his actions. It is the symbol of the chilliness and torpid melancholy of his old age, which only make themselves felt sensibly when his repose is slightly disturbed. Our man of gingerbread and apples is not the specimen of the needy man who has seen better days. Doubtless there have been better and brighter days in the far-off time of his youth, but none with so much sunshine of prosperity in them that the chill, the depression, the narrowness of means in his declining years can have come upon him by surprise. His life has all been of a piece. His subdued and nerveless boyhood prefigured his abortive prime, which likewise contained within itself the prophecy and image of his lean and torpid age. He was perhaps a mechanic who never came to a master in his craft, or a petty tradesman rubbing onward between passably to-do and poverty. Possibly he may look back to some brilliant epoch of his career when there were $100 or $2 to his credit in the savings-bank. Such must have been the extent of his better fortune, his little measure of this world's triumphs, all that he has known of success. A meek, downcast, humble, uncomplaining creature, he probably has never felt himself entitled to more than so much of the gifts of Providence. Is it not still something that he has never held out his hand for charity, nor has yet been driven to that sad home and household of earth's forlorn and broken-spirited children, the almshouse? He cherishes no quarrel, therefore, with his destiny, nor with the author of it. All is as it should be. If, indeed, he have been bereaved of a son, a bold, energetic, vigorous young man, on whom the father's feeble nature leaned as on a staff of strength, in that case he may have felt a bitterness that could not otherwise have been generated in his heart. But, methinks, the joy of possessing such a son, and the agony of losing him, would have developed the old man's moral and intellectual nature to a much greater degree than we now find it. Intense grief appears to be as much out of keeping with his life as fervid happiness. To confess the truth, it is not the easiest matter in the world to define and individualize a character like this which we are now handling. The portrait must be so generally negative that the most delicate pencil is likely to spoil it by introducing some too positive tint. Every touch must be kept down, or else you destroy the subdued tone which is absolutely essential to the whole effect. Perhaps more may be done by contrast than by direct description. For this purpose I make use of another cake and candy merchant, who likewise infests the railroad depot. This latter worthy is a very smart and well-dressed boy of 10 years old or thereabouts, who skips briskly hither and thither, addressing the passengers in a pert voice, yet with somewhat of good breeding in his tone and pronunciation. Now he has caught my eye, and skips across the room with a pretty pertness, which I should like to correct with a box on the ear. "Any cake, sir? Any candy?" "No, none for me, my lad. I did but glance at your brisk figure in order to catch a reflected light, and throw it upon your old rival yonder." Again, in order to invest my conception of the old man with a more decided sense of reality, I look at him in the very moment of intensest bustle on the arrival of the cars. The shriek of the engine, as it rushes into the car-house, is the utterance of the steam-fiend whom man has subdued by magic spells and compels to serve as a beast of burden. He has skimmed rivers in his headlong rush, dashed through forests, plunged into the hearts of mountains, and glanced from the city to the desert place, and again to the far-off city, with a meteoric progress, seen and out of sight, while his reverberating roar still fills the ear. The travellers swarm forth from the cars. All are full of the momentum which they have caught from their mode of conveyance. It seems as if the whole world, both morally and physically, were detached from its old standfasts and set in rapid motion. And in the midst of this terrible activity, there sits the old man of gingerbread, so subdued, so hopeless, so without a stake in life, and yet not positively miserable. There he sits, the forlorn old creature, one chill and sombre day after another, gathering scanty coppers for his cakes, apples, and candy. There sits the old apple-dealer, in his threadbare suit of snuff-colour and grey, and his grisly stubble beard. See, he folds his lean arms around his lean figure with that quiet sigh and that scarcely perceptible shiver which are the tokens of his inward state. I have him now. He and the steam-fiend are each other's antipodes. The latter is the type of all that go ahead, and the old man the representative of that melancholy class who, by some sad witchcraft, are doomed never to share in the world's exulting progress. Thus the contrast between mankind and this desolate brother becomes picturesque, and even sublime. And now farewell, old friend. Little do you suspect that a student of human life has made your character the theme of more than one solitary and thoughtful hour. Many would say that you have hardly individuality enough to be the subject of your own self-love. How, then, can a stranger's eye detect anything in your mind and heart to study and to wonder at? Yet could I read but a tithe of what is written there, it would be a volume of deeper and more compressive import than all the wisest mortals have given to the world. For the soundless depths of the human soul and of eternity have an opening through your breast. God be praised, were it only for your sake, that the present shapes of human existence are not cast in iron, nor hewn in everlasting adamant, but moulded of the vapours that vanish away while the essence flits upward to the infinite. There is a spiritual essence in this grey and lean old shape that shall flit upward too. Yes, doubtless there is a region where the lifelong shiver will pass away from his being, and that quiet sigh, which it has taken so many years to breathe, will be brought to a close for good and all. End of The Old Apple-Dealer. A Virtuoso's Collection. From Masses from an Old Manse and Other Stories, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bob Neufeld. The other day, having a leisure hour at my disposal, I stepped into a new museum, to which my notice was casually drawn by a small and unobtrusive sign, "To be seen here, a virtuoso's collection." Such was the simple yet not altogether unpromising announcement that turned my steps aside for a little while from the sunny sidewalk of the principal thoroughfare. Mounting a sombre staircase, I pushed open a door at its summit, and found myself in the presence of a person who mentioned the moderate sum that would entitle me to admittance. 3 shillings, Massachusetts tenor, said he. No, I mean $half, as you reckon in these days. While searching my pocket for the coin, I glanced at the doorkeeper, the marked character and individuality of whose aspect encouraged me to expect something not quite in the ordinary way. He wore an old-fashioned greatcoat, much faded, within which his meagre person was so completely enveloped that the rest of his attire was indistinguishable. But his visage was remarkably wind-flushed, sunburnt, and weather-worn, and had a most unquiet, nervous, and apprehensive expression. It seemed as if this man had some all-important object in view, some point of deepest interest to be decided, some momentous question to ask, might he but hope for a reply. As it was evident, however, that I could have nothing to do with his private affairs, I passed through an open doorway, which admitted me into the extensive hall of the museum. Directly in front of the portal was the bronze statue of a youth with winged feet. He was represented in the act of flitting away from earth, yet wore such a look of earnest invitation that it impressed me like a summons to enter the hall. "It is the original statue of Opportunity, by an ancient sculptor Lysippus," said a gentleman who now approached me. "I place it at the entrance of my museum, because it is not at all times that one can gain admittance to such a collection." The speaker was a middle-aged person, of whom it was not easy to determine whether he had spent his life as a scholar or as a man of action. In truth, all outward and obvious peculiarities had been worn away by an extensive and promiscuous intercourse with the world. There was no mark about him of profession, individual habits, or scarcely of country, although his dark complexion and high features made me conjecture that he was a native of some southern clime of Europe. At all events, he was evidently the virtuoso in person. "With your permission," said he, "as we have no descriptive catalogue, I will accompany you through the museum and point out whatever may be most worthy of attention. In the first place, here is a choice collection of stuffed animals. Nearest the door stood the outward semblance of a wolf, exquisitely prepared, it is true, and showing a very wolfish fierceness in the large glass eyes which were inserted into its wild and crafty head. Still it was merely the skin of a wolf, with nothing to distinguish it from other individuals of that unlovely breed. "How does this animal deserve a place in your collection?" inquired I. "It is the wolf that devoured Little Red Riding Hood," answered the virtuoso, "and by his side, with a milder and more matronly look, as you perceive, stands the she-wolf that suckled Romulus and Remus." "Ah, indeed!" exclaimed I. "And what lovely lamb is this, with the snow-white fleece, which seems to be of as delicate a texture as innocence itself?" "Methinks you have but carelessly read Spenser," replied my guide, "or you would at once recognize the milk-white lamb which Una led. But I see no great value upon the lamb. The next specimen is better worth our notice." "What!" cried I, "this strange animal with the black head of an ox upon the body of a white horse? Were it possible to suppose it, I should say that this was Alexander's steed Bucephalus." "The same," said the virtuoso. "And can you likewise give a name to the famous charger that stands beside him?" Next to the renowned Bucephalus stood the mere skeleton of a horse, with the white bones peeping through its ill-conditioned hide. But if my heart had not warmed towards that pitiful anatomy, I might as well have quitted the museum at once. Its rarities had not been collected with pain and toil from the four quarters of the earth, and from the depths of the sea, and from the palaces and the sepulchres of ages, for those who would mistake this illustrious steed. "It is Rosinante!" exclaimed I with enthusiasm. And so it proved. My admiration for the noble and gallant horse caused me to glance with less interest at the other animals, although many of them might have deserved the notice of Cuvier himself. There was the donkey which Peter Bell cudgelled so soundly, and a brother of the same species, who had suffered a similar infliction with the ancient prophet Balaam. Some doubts were entertained, however, as to the authenticity of the latter beast. My guide pointed out the venerable Argus, that faithful dog of Ulysses, and also another dog, for so the skin bespoke it, which, though imperfectly preserved, seemed once to have had 3 heads. It was Cerberus. I was considerably amused at detecting, in an obscure corner, the fox that became so famous for the loss of his tail. There were several stuffed cats, which, as a dear lover of that comfortable beast, attracted my affectionate regards. One was Dr. Johnson's cat, Hodge, and in the same row stood the favorite cats of Mahomet, Gray, and Walter Scott, together with Puss in Boots, and a cat of very noble aspect who had once been a deity of ancient Egypt. Byron's tame bear came next. I must not forget to mention the Erymanthian boar, the skin of St. George's dragon, and that of the serpent python, and another skin, with beautifully variegated hues, supposed to have been the garment of the spirited sly snake which tempted Eve. Against the wall were suspended the horns of the stag that Shakespeare shot, and on the floor lay the ponderous shell of the tortoise which fell upon the head of Aeschylus. In one row, as natural as life, stood the sacred bull Apis, the cow with the crumpled horn, and a very wild-looking young heifer which I guessed to be the cow that jumped over the moon. She was probably killed by the rapidity of her descent. As I turned away, my eyes fell upon an indescribable monster, which proved to be a griffin. "I look in vain," observed I, "for the skin of an animal which might well deserve the closest study of a naturalist, the winged horse Pegasus." "He is not yet dead," replied the virtuoso, "but he is so hard ridden by many young gentlemen of the day that I hope soon to add his skin and skeleton to my collection." We now passed to the next alcove of the hall, in which was a multitude of stuffed birds. They were very prettily arranged, some upon the branches of trees, others brooding upon nests, and others suspended by wire so artificially that they seemed in the very act of flight. Among them was a white dove, with a withered branch of olive leaves in her mouth. "Can this be the very dove," inquired I, "that brought the message of peace and hope to the tempest-beaten passengers of the ark?" "Even so," said my companion. "And this raven, I suppose," continued I, "is the same that fed Elijah in the wilderness?" "The raven? No," said the virtuoso. "It is a bird of modern date. He belonged to one Barnaby Rudge, and many people fancied that the devil himself was disguised under his sable plumage. But poor Grip has drawn his last cork, and has been forced to say die at last. This other raven, hardly less curious, is that in which the soul of King George the First revisited his lady-love, the Duchess of Kendal." My guide first pointed out Minerva's owl and the vulture that preyed upon the liver of Prometheus. There was likewise the sacred ibis of Egypt, and one of the Stymphalides which Hercules shot in his sixth labor. Shelley's skylark, Bryant's waterfowl, and a pigeon from the belfry of the Old South Church, preserved by N.P. Willis, were placed on the same perch. I could not but shudder on beholding Coleridge's albatross, transfixed with the ancient mariner's crossbow shaft. Beside this bird of awful poesy stood a gray goose of very ordinary aspect. "Stuffed goose is no such rarity," observed I. "Why do you preserve such a specimen in your museum?" "It is one of the flock whose cackling saved the Roman Capitol," answered the virtuoso. "Many geese have cackled and hissed both before and since, but none, like those, have clambered themselves into immortality." There seems to be little else that demanded notice in this department of the museum, unless we except Robinson Crusoe's parrot, a live phoenix, a footless bird of paradise, and a splendid peacock, supposed to be the same that once contained the soul of Pythagoras. I therefore passed to the next alcove, the shelves of which were covered with a miscellaneous collection of curiosities, such as are usually found in similar establishments. One of the first things that took my eye was a strange-looking cap, woven of some substance that appeared to be neither woolen, cotton, nor linen. "Is this a magician's cap?" I asked. "No," replied the virtuoso. "It is merely Dr. Franklin's cap of asbestos. But here is one which, perhaps, may suit you better. It is the wishing cap of Fortunatus. Will you try it on?" "By no means," answered I, putting it aside with my hand. "The day of wild wishes is past with me. I desire nothing that may not come in the ordinary course of Providence." "Then, probably," returned the virtuoso, "you will not be tempted to rub this lamp." While speaking he took from the shelf an antique brass lamp, curiously wrought with embossed figures, but so covered with verdigris that the sculpture was almost eaten away. "It's 1,000 years," said he, "since the genius of this lamp constructed Aladdin's palace in a single night. But he still retains his power, and the man who rubs Aladdin's lamp has but to desire either a palace or a cottage." "I might desire a cottage," replied I, "but I would have founded it on sure and stable truth, not on dreams and fantasies. I have learned to look for the real and the true." My guide next showed me Prospero's magic wand, broken into 3 fragments by the hand of its mighty master. On the same shelf lay the golden ring of ancient Gydras, which enabled the wearer to walk invisible. On the other side of the alcove was a tall looking-glass in the frame of ebony, but veiled with a curtain of purple silk, through the rents of which the gleam of the mirror was perceptible. "This is Cornelius Agrippa's magic glass," observed the virtuoso. "Draw aside the curtain, and picture any human form within your mind, and it will be reflected in the mirror." "It is enough if I can picture it within my mind," answered I. "Why should I wish it to be repeated in the mirror? But, indeed, these works of magic have grown wearisome to me. There are so many greater wonders in the world, to those who keep their eyes open and their sight undimmed by custom, that all the delusions of the old sorcerers seem flat and stale. Unless you can show me something really curious, I care not to look further into your museum." "Ah, well then," said the virtuoso composedly, "perhaps you may deem some of my antiquarian rarities deserving of a glance." He pointed out the iron mask, now corroded with rust, and my heart grew sick at the sight of this dreadful relic, which had shut out a human being from sympathy with his race. There was nothing half so terrible in the axe that beheaded King Charles, nor in the dagger that slew Henry of Navarre, nor in the arrow that pierced the heart of William Rufus, all of which were shown to me. Many of the articles derived their interest, such as it was, from having been formerly in the possession of royalty. For instance, here was Charlemagne's sheepskin coat, the flowing wig of Louis XIV, the spinning-wheel of Sardanapalus, and King Stephen's famous breeches, which cost him but a crown. The heart of the Bloody Mary, with the word Calais worn into its diseased substance, was preserved in a bottle of spirits, and near it lay the golden case in which the queen of Gustavus Adolphus treasured up that hero's heart. Among these relics and heirlooms of kings, I must not forget the long hairy ears of Midas, and a piece of bread which had been changed to gold by the touch of that unlucky monarch. And as Grecian Helen was a queen, it may be here mentioned that I was permitted to take into my hand a lock of her golden hair, and the bowl which a sculptor modelled from the curve of her perfect breast. Here, likewise, was the robe that smothered Agamemnon, Nero's fiddle, the Tsar Peter's brandy bottle, the crown of Semiramis, and Canute's sceptre, which he extended over the sea. That my own land may not deem itself neglected, let me add that I was favored with a sight of the skull of King Philip, the famous Indian chief, whose head the Puritans smote off and exhibited upon a pole. "Show me something else," said I to the virtuoso. "Kings are in such an artificial position that people in the ordinary walks of life cannot feel an interest in their relics. If you could show me the straw hat of sweet little Nell, I would far rather see it than a king's golden crown." "Oh, there it is," said my guide, pointing carelessly with his staff to the straw hat in question. "But, indeed, you are hard to please. Here are the 7-league boots. Will you try them on?" "Our modern railroads have superseded their use," answered I, "and as to these cowhide boots, I could show you quite as curious a pair at the Transcendental Community in Roxbury." We next examined a collection of swords and other weapons, belonging to different epochs, but thrown together without much attempt at arrangement. Here was Arthur's sword Excalibur, and that of the Cid Campeador, and the sword of Brutus, rusted with Caesar's blood and his own, and the sword of Joan of Arc, and that of Horatius, and that with which Virginius slew his daughter, and the one which Dionysus suspended over the head of Damocles. Here also was Arria's sword, which she plunged into her own breast in order to taste of death before her husband. The crooked blade of Saladin's scimitar next attracted my notice. I know not by what chance, but it so happened that the sword of one of our own militia generals was suspended between Don Quixote's lance and the brown blade of Hudibras. My heart throbbed high at the sight of the helmet of Phrytiades, and the spear that was broken in the breast of Epaminondas. I recognized the shield of Achilles by its resemblance to the admirable cast in the possession of Professor Felton. Nothing in this department interested me more than Major Pitcairn's pistol, the discharge of which at Lexington began the War of the Revolution, and was reverberated in thunder around the land for 7 long years. The bow of Ulysses, though unstrung for ages, was placed against the wall, together with a sheaf of Robin Hood's arrows and the right of Daniel Boone. "Enough of weapons," said I, at length, "although I would gladly have seen the sacred shield which fell from heaven at the time of Numa, and surely you could obtain the sword which Washington unsheathed at Cambridge. But the collection does you much credit. Let us pass on." In the next alcove we saw the golden thigh of Pythagoras, which had so divine a meaning, and, by one of the queer analogies to which the virtuoso seemed to be addicted, the ancient emblem lay on the same shelf with Peter Stuyvesant's wooden leg, that was fabled to be of silver. Here was a remnant of the golden fleece, and a sprig of yellow leaves that resembled the foliage of a frost-bitten elm, but was duly authenticated as the portion of the golden branch by which Aeneas gained admittance to the realm of Pluto. Atalanta's golden apple and one of the apples of discord were wrapped in the napkin of gold which Rhampsinitus brought from Hades, and the whole were deposited in the golden vase of Bias, with its inscription, "To the wisest." "And how did you obtain this vase?" said I to the virtuoso. "It was given me long ago," replied he, with a scornful expression in his eye, "because I had learned to despise all things." It had not escaped me that, though the virtuoso was evidently a man of high cultivation, yet he seemed to lack sympathy with the spiritual, the sublime, and the tender. Apart from the whim that had led him to devote so much time, pains, and expense to the collection of this museum, he impressed me as one of the hardest and coldest men of the world whom I had ever met. "To despise all things," repeated I. "This at best is the wisdom of the understanding. It is the creed of a man whose soul, whose better and diviner part, has never been awakened, or has died out of him." "I did not think that you were still so young," said the virtuoso. "Should you live to my years, you will acknowledge that this vase of Bias was not ill bestowed." Without further discussion of the point, he directed my attention to other curiosities. I examined Cinderella's little glass slipper, and compared it with one of Diana's sandals, and with Fanny Eisler's shoe, which bore testimony to the muscular character of her illustrious foot. On the same shelf were Thomas the Rhymer's green velvet shoes, and the brazen shoe of Empedocles, which was thrown out of Mount Etna. Anacreon's drinking cup was placed in apt juxtaposition with one of Tom Moore's wine-glasses and Circe's magic bowl. These were symbols of luxury and riot. But near them stood the cup whence Socrates drank his hemlock, and that which Sir Philip Sidney put from his death-parched lips to bestow the draught upon a dying soldier. Next appeared a cluster of tobacco pipes, consisting of Sir Walter Raleigh's, the earliest on record, Dr. Parr's, Charles Lamb's, and the first calumet of peace which was ever smoked between a European and an Indian. Among other musical instruments, I noticed the lyre of Orpheus, and those of Homer and Sappho, Dr. Franklin's famous whistle, the trumpet of Anthony von Corlear, and the flute which Goldsmith played upon in his rambles through the French provinces. The staff of Peter the Hermit stood in a corner, with that of good old Bishop Jewel, and one of ivory which had belonged to Papirius, the Roman senator. The ponderous club of Hercules was close at hand. The virtuoso showed me the chisel of Phidias, Claude's palette, and the brush of Apelles, observing that he intended to bestow the former either on Greenough, Crawford, or Powers, and the two latter upon Washington Allston. There was a small case of oracular gas from Delphos, which, I trust, will be submitted to the scientific analysis of Professor Silliman. I was deeply moved on beholding the phial of the tears into which Niobe was dissolved, nor less so, learning that a shapeless fragment of salt was a relic of that victim of despondency and sinful regrets, Lot's wife. My companion appeared to set great value upon some Egyptian darkness in a blacking jug. Several of the shelves were covered by a collection of coins, among which, however, I remember none but the splendid shilling, celebrated by Phillips, and $1's worth of iron money of Lycurgus, weighing about 50 pounds. Walking carelessly onward, I had nearly fallen over a huge bundle, like a peddler's pack, drawn up in sackcloth and very securely strapped and corded. "It is Christian's burthen of sin," said the virtuoso. "Oh, pray let us open it," cried I. "For many a year I have longed to know its contents." "Look into your own consciousness and memory," replied the virtuoso. "You will there find a list of whatever it contains." As this was an undeniable truth, I threw a melancholy look at the burthen and passed on. A collection of old garments, hanging on pegs, was worthy of some attention, especially the shirt of Nessus, Caesar's mantle, Joseph's coat of many colors, the Vicar of Bray's cassock, Goldsmith's peach-bloom suit, a pair of President Jefferson's scarlet breeches, John Randolph's red baize hunting shirt, the drab small clothes of the stout gentleman, and the rags of the man all tattered and torn. George Fox's hat impressed me with deep reverence, as a relic of perhaps the truest apostle that has appeared on earth for these 1800 years. My eye was next attracted by an old pair of shears, which I should have taken for a memorial of some famous tailor, only that the virtuoso pledged his veracity that they were the identical scissors of Atropos. He also showed me a broken hour-glass, which had been thrown aside by Father Time, together with the old gentleman's gray forelock, tastefully braided into a brooch. In the hour-glass was a handful of sand, the grains of which had numbered the years of the Cumean Sibyl. I think it was in this alcove that I saw the inkstand which Luther threw at the devil, and the ring which Essex, while under sentence of death, sent to Queen Elizabeth. And here was the blood-encrusted pen of steel with which Faust signed away his salvation. The virtuoso now opened the door of a closet, and showed me a lamp burning, while 3 others stood unlighted by its side. One of the 3 was the lamp of Diogenes, another of Guy Fawkes, and the third that which Hero set forth to the midnight breeze in the high tower of Abydos. "See, said the virtuoso, blowing with all his force at the lighted lamp. The flame quivered and shrank away from his breath, but clung to the wick and resumed its brilliancy as soon as the blast was exhausted. "It is an undying lamp from the tomb of Charlemagne," observed my guide. "That flame was kindled 1,000 years ago." "How ridiculous to kindle an unnatural light in tombs!" exclaimed I. "We should seek to behold the dead in the light of heaven. What is the meaning of this chafing dish of glowing coals?" "That," answered the virtuoso, "is the original fire which Prometheus stole from heaven. Look steadfastly into it, and you will discern another curiosity." I gazed into that fire which symbolically was the origin of all that was bright and glorious in the soul of man, and in the midst of it, behold, a little reptile, sporting with evident enjoyment of the fervid heat. It was a salamander. "What a sacrilege!" cried I, with inexpressible disgust. "Can you find no better use for this ethereal fire than to cherish a loathsome reptile in it? Yet there are men who abuse the sacred fire of their own souls to as foul and guilty a purpose." The virtuoso made no answer, except by a dry laugh, and an assurance that the salamander was the very same which Benvenuto Cellini had seen in his father's household fire. He then proceeded to show me other rarities, for this closet appeared to be the receptacle of what he considered most valuable in his collection. "There," said he, "is the great carbuncle of the White Mountains." I gazed with no little interest at this mighty gem, which it had been one of the wild projects of my youth to discover. Possibly it might have looked brighter to me in those days than now. At all events, it had not such brilliancy as to detain me long from the other articles of the museum. The virtuoso pointed out to me a crystalline stone which hung by a gold chain against the wall. "This is the philosopher's stone," said he. "And have you the elixir vitae which generally accompanies it?" inquired I. "Even so. This urn is filled with it," he replied. "A draught would refresh you. Here is Hebe's cup. Will you quaff a health from it?" My heart thrilled within me at the idea of such a reviving draught, for methought I had great need of it, after travelling so far on the dusty road of life. But I know not whether it were a peculiar glance in the virtuoso's eye, or the circumstance that this most precious liquid was contained in an antique sepulchral urn, that made me pause. Then came many a thought with which, in the calmer and better hours of life, I had strengthened myself to feel that death is the very friend whom in his due season even the happiest mortal should be willing to embrace. "No, I desire not an earthly immortality," said I. "Were man to live longer on the earth, the spiritual would die out of him. The spark of ethereal fire would be choked by the material, the sensual. There is a celestial something within us that requires, after a certain time, the atmosphere of heaven to preserve it from decay and ruin. I will have none of this liquid. You do well to keep it in a sepulchral urn, for it would produce death while bestowing the shadow of life." "All this is unintelligible to me," responded my guide, with indifference. "Life, earthly life, is the only good, but you refuse the draughts. Well, it is not likely to be offered twice within one man's experience. Probably you have griefs which you seek to forget in death. I can enable you to forget them in life. Will you take a draught of Lethe?" As he spoke, the virtuoso took from the shelf a crystal vase containing a sable liquor, which caught no reflected image from the objects around. "Not for the world!" exclaimed I, shrinking back. "I can spare none of my recollections, not even those of error or sorrow. They are all alike the food of my spirit. As well never to have lived as to lose them now." Without further parley, we passed to the next alcove, the shelves of which were burthened with ancient volumes, and with those rows of papyrus in which was treasured up the eldest wisdom of the earth. Perhaps the most valuable work in the collection, to a bibliomaniac, was the Book of Hermes. For my part, however, I would have given a higher price for those 6 of the Sibyl's books which the Tarquin refused to purchase, and which the virtuoso informed me had been himself found in the cave of Trophonius. Doubtless these old volumes contain prophecies of the fate of Rome, both as respects the decline and fall of her temporal empire and the rise of her spiritual one. Not without value, likewise, was the work of Anaxagoras on nature, hitherto supposed to be irrecoverably lost, and the missing treatises of Longinus, by which modern criticism might profit, and those books of Livy for which the classic student has so long sorrowed without hope. Among these precious tomes I observed the original manuscript of the Koran, and also that of the Mormon Bible, and in Joe Smith's authentic autograph. Alexander's copy of the Iliad was also there, enclosed in the jeweled casket of Darius, still fragrant of the perfumes which the Persian kept in it. Opening an iron-clasped volume bound in black leather, I discovered it to be Cornelius Agrippa's Book of Magic, and it was rendered still more interesting by the fact that many flowers, ancient and modern, were pressed between its leaves. Here was a rose from Eve's bridal bower, and all those red and white roses which were plucked in the garden of the Temple by the partisans of York and Lancaster. Here was Halleck's wild rose of Alloway, Cowper had contributed a sensitive plant, and Wordsworth an eglantine, and Burns a mountain daisy, and Kirke White a star of Bethlehem, and Longfellow a sprig of fennel, with its yellow flowers. James Russell Lowell had given a pressed flower, but fragrant still, which had been shadowed in the Rhine. There was also a sprig from Southey's holly tree. One of the most beautiful specimens was a fringed gentian, which had been plucked and preserved for immortality by Bryant. From Jones Very, a poet whose voice is scarcely heard among us by reason of its depth, there was a windflower and a columbine. As I closed Cornelius Agrippa's magic volume, an old mildewed letter fell upon the floor. It proved to be an autograph from the Flying Dutchman to his wife. I could linger no longer among books, for the afternoon was waning, and there was yet much to see. The bare mention of a few more curiosities must suffice. The immense skull of Polyphemus was recognizable by the cavernous hollow in the center of the forehead, where once had blazed the giant's single eye. The tub of Diogenes, Medea's cauldron, and Psyche's vase of beauty were placed one within another. Pandora's box, without the lid, stood next, containing nothing but the girdle of Venus, which had been carelessly flung into it. A bundle of birch rods, which had been used by Shenstone's schoolmistress, were tied up with the Countess of Salisbury's garter. I knew not which to value most, a roc's egg, as big as an ordinary hogshead, or the shell of the egg which Columbus set upon its end. Perhaps the most delicate article in the whole museum was Queen Mab's chariot, which, to guard it from the touch of meddlesome fingers, was placed under a glass tumbler. Several of the shelves were occupied by specimens of entomology. Feeling but little interest in the science, I noticed only Anacreon's grasshopper and a humble bee, which had been presented to the virtuoso by Ralph Waldo Emerson. In the part of the hall which we had now reached, I observed a curtain that descended from the ceiling to the floor in voluminous folds, of a depth, richness, and magnificence which I had never seen equalled. It was not to be doubted that this splendid, though dark and solemn veil, concealed a portion of the museum even richer in wonders than that through which I had already passed. but on my attempting to grasp the edge of the curtain and draw it aside, it proved to be an elusive picture. "You need not blush," remarked the virtuoso, "for that same curtain deceived Zeuxis. It is the celebrated painting of Parrhasius." In a range with the curtain there were a number of other choice pictures by artists of ancient days. Here was the famous cluster of grapes by Zeuxis, so admirably depicted that it seemed as if the ripe juice were bursting forth. As to the picture of the old woman, by the same illustrious painter, and which was so ludicrous that he himself died with laughing at it, I cannot say that it particularly moved my risibility. Ancient humor seems to have little power over our modern muscles. Here also was the horse painted by Apelles, which living horses neighed at, his first portrait of Alexander the Great, and his last unfinished picture of Venus asleep. Each of these works of art, together with others by Parrhasius, Timanthes, Polygnotus, Apollodorus, Pausias, and Pamphilus, required more time and study than I could bestow for the adequate perception of their merits. I shall therefore leave them undescribed and uncriticised, nor attempt to settle the question of superiority between ancient and modern art. For the same reason I shall pass lightly over the specimens of antique sculpture, which this indefatigable and fortunate virtuoso had dug out of the dust of fallen empires. Here was Aetion's cedar statue of Aesculapius, much decayed, and Alcon's iron statue of Hercules, lamentably rusted. Here was the statue of Victory, 6 feet high, which the Jupiter Olympus of Phidias had held in his hand. Here was a forefinger of the Colossus of Rhodes, 7 feet in length. Here was the Venus Urania of Phidias, and other images of male and female beauty or grandeur, wrought by sculptors who appear never to have debased their souls by the sight of any meaner forms than those of gods or godlike mortals. But the deep simplicity of these great works was not to be comprehended by a mind excited and disturbed as mine was by the various objects that had recently been presented to it. I therefore turned away with merely a passing glance, resolving on some future occasion to brood over each individual statue and picture until my inmost spirit should feel their excellence. In this department again I noticed the tendency to whimsical combinations and ludicrous analogies, which seemed to influence many of the arrangements of the museum. The wooden statue, so well known as the Palladium of Troy, was placed at close opposition with the wooden head of General Jackson, which was stolen a few years since from the bows of the frigate Constitution. We had now completed the circuit of the spacious hall, and found ourselves again near the door. Feeling somewhat wearied with the survey of so many novelties and antiquities, I sat down upon Cowper's sofa, while the virtuoso threw himself carelessly into Rabelais's easy-chair. Casting my eyes upon the opposite wall, I was surprised to perceive the shadow of a man, flickering unsteadily across the wainscot, and looking as if it were stirred by some breath of air that found its way through the door or windows. No substantial figure was visible from which this shadow might be thrown, nor, had there been such, was there any sunshine that would have caused it to darken upon the wall. "It is Peter Schlemihl's shadow," observed the virtuoso, "and one of the most valuable articles in my collection. Methinks a shadow would have made a fitting doorkeeper to such a museum," said I, "although, indeed, yonder figure has something strange and fantastic about him, which suits well enough with many of the impressions which I have received here. Pray, who is he?" While speaking, I gazed more scrutinizingly than before at the antiquated presence of the person who had admitted me, and who still sat on his bench with the same restless aspect and dim confused questioning anxiety that I had noticed on my first entrance. At this moment he looked eagerly towards us, and half starting from his seat, addressed me. "I beseech you, kind sir," said he in a crackled, melancholy tone, "have pity on the most unfortunate man in the world. For heaven's sake answer me a single question. Is this the town of Boston?" "You have recognized him now," said the virtuoso. "It is Peter Rugg, the missing man. I chanced to meet him the other day, still in search of Boston, and conducted him hither, and as he could not succeed in finding his friends, I have taken him into my service as a doorkeeper. He is somewhat too apt to ramble, but otherwise a man of trust and integrity." "And might I venture to ask," continued I, "to whom am I indebted for this afternoon's gratification?" The virtuoso, before replying, laid his hand upon an antique dart or javelin, the rusty steel head of which seemed to have been blunted, as if it had encountered the resistance of a tempered shield or breastplate. "My name has not been without its distinction in the world for a longer period than that of any other man alive," answered he. "Yet many doubt of my existence. Perhaps you will do so to-morrow. This dart, which I hold in my hand, was once grim Death's only weapon. It served him well for the space of 4,000 years. But it fell blunted, as you see, when he directed it against my breast." These words were spoken with the calm and cold courtesy of manner that had characterized this singular personage throughout our interview. I fancied, it is true, that there was a bitterness indefinably mingled with his tone, as one cut off from natural sympathies, and blasted with a doom that had been inflicted on no other human being, and by the results of which he had ceased to be human. Yet, withal, it seemed one of the most terrible consequences of that doom that the victim no longer regarded it as a calamity, but had finally accepted it as the greatest good that could have befallen him. "You are the Wandering Jew!" exclaimed I. The virtuoso bowed, without emotion of any kind; for by centuries of custom he had almost lost the sense of strangeness in his fate, and was but imperfectly conscious of the astonishment and awe with which it affected such as are capable of death. "Your doom is indeed a fearful one," said I, with irrepressible feeling, and a frankness that afterwards startled me. "Yet perhaps the ethereal spirit is not entirely extinct under all this corrupt or frozen mass of earthly life. Perhaps the immortal spark may yet be rekindled by a breath of heaven. Perhaps you may be yet permitted to die before it is too late to live eternally. You have my prayers for such a consummation. Farewell." "Your prayers will be in vain," replied he, with a smile of cold triumph. "My destiny is linked with the realities of earth. You are welcome to your visions and shadows of a future state. But give me what I can see and touch and understand, and I ask no more." It is indeed too late, thought I. The soul is dead within him. Struggling between pity and horror, I extended my hand, to which the virtuoso gave his own, still with the habitual courtesy of a man of the world, but without a single heart-throb of human brotherhood. The touch seemed like ice, yet I know not whether morally or physically. As I departed, he bade me observe that the inner door of the hall was constructed with the ivory leaves of the gateway through which Aeneas and the Sibyl had been dismissed from Hades. End of a Virtuoso's Collection. End of Masses from an Old Manse and Other Stories by Nathaniel Hawthorne.